The main character's name is Mason. He just woke up and found himself on the roof of a multi-story building. His head was pounding as after a long night in a nightclub. Mason was accompanied by a strong smell of rotten meat. He did not immediately understand why he was on the roof and not in his bed. The stench was clearly everywhere, and screams and groans could be heard from below the building. Mason looked down and could not understand why there were so many people there. People were just treading water and making strange noises. It was a bit like a strike, but something was different from usual. Mason took a closer look and realized that it was not a strike and not even people. It was a crowd of rotting zombies. As soon as Mason realized this, he was thrown off the edge of the roof. He was frightened and did not understand what was happening, because a second ago he was in the normal world. Mason started to look for his phone and see what was happening on the internet, but his pockets were empty. There was no money, no phone, no keys to the apartment. He had only a pack of peanuts with him. Mason remembered that he had bought it at the store the day before. Mason was in frustrated feelings. He thought that now he would definitely die. Now he would gnaw nuts and immediately to the next world. The girl had never even existed, but already to die. Suddenly, a door slammed open a few meters away. It was the incomparable Melanie, who had obviously been surviving in this world for more than a day. Her form was emphasized by tight clothing, tightly fitting to the body. She didn't notice Mason, but he continued watching this fearless girl from around the corner. At first, Mason did not understand how to act, but he could not help but continue to watch her. Her graceful, alluring gait. Melanie walked up to the barrel and pierced it with a knife. Water spurted out of her and began to run down her body. Melanie slowly unbuttoned her latex top to let the water wash over her ample breasts. She washed the caked blood and dirt from her long legs and firm buttocks. Mason was watching her, and saliva flowed from his mouth. He had never seen such a sexy girl. Mason could not stay on one leg, and a stone flew out from under the boot. Melanie heard this right away because survival in this world taught her to be sensitive and ready for battle. Not having time to fasten her clothes, she immediately rushed to Mason. Having reached the corner, she saw Mason lying on the ground, confused, who only had time to greet her, and immediately got a good right-side kick in the face. Melanie took out her gun and leaned it against Mason's forehead, ordering him not to rock the boat, and Mason began to beg her for mercy. He didn't want anything bad. Melanie, without removing the gun from his face, immediately asked who he was and what he was doing here. Mason didn't even think about his life. His gaze was drawn to Melanie's legs, which were both so close and so far away from him. Melanie looked closely at Mason and realized that he was looking at her buttocks and not at her face. For this, Mason again receives a good blow to the face. He began to enrage her, and Melanie is ready to cut him into small pieces and feed him to those rotten zombies that have gathered below. But the powerful, huge zombie behind her just didn't let her finish what she started. She heard his approach in readiness to attack. Melanie managed to jump back in time. It was not a surprise for her, but Mason obviously did not expect to see this, and only managed to think that before his death, he had at least seen enough of the beauty. The thug monster immediately started with defenseless Mason. Mason at first thought that this monster belongs to Melanie and said that even though he stared at her magnificent forms, he shouldn't be killed for it. But Melanie was well aware of the danger facing them and began to shoot. Bullets flew from Melanie's two hands like in a real blockbuster. The skull of this mutant was too thick and the bullets could not penetrate it. However, it hit him in the eye, and now he just swings his claws. But if he continues to swing and smash everything around like that, he can attract a crowd of low-level zombies, which will definitely lead to disaster. He should not be allowed to do this. His upper body is huge, resulting in no support for his lower body, and his right leg appears to have been broken before he was born, and he doesn't move very fast. Melanie analyzed the situation and took out a bandsaw. It had very sharp teeth and was designed specifically for fighting giant zombies. Now the mutant rushed at her, and judging by how big he was, he could simply crush her with one blow. Mason started screaming and asked her to quickly run away from there. But Melanie was clearly not a timid girl and was not going to run away. She rushed to attack the huge mutant. With one swing of the bandsaw, she cut off his leg. The mutant was not agile, and without one leg, he simply fell to the ground, and Melanie jumped on top and was able to hug his neck with a bandsaw. One sudden movement and the zombie's head was already on the ground. Mason was shocked by what he saw, and could never believe that a small, fragile girl could do this to a huge zombie. And Melanie had just taken out his core from the body of a mutant, of a fairly good quality. Melanie got off the zombies and was unhappy with only one thing, that she had just taken a shower, and here she was again covered in rotten blood. Melanie drew attention to Mason, who was squatting with his back turned to her. She asked why he was so cowardly and what camp he was from. Mason did not believe that this was a reality. He ate nuts and thought that this dream was very realistic, that he would sleep off and wake up in his bed. Melanie came closer and took peanuts from Mason like a small child. Melanie looked at the nuts with bated breath and asked him where he got the valuable longevity nuts from. Mason said that if she also wanted nuts, she could just ask instead of taking everything. Melanie was tired of this frivolous conversation. She put a band saw to Mason's neck and repeated her question. Where did he come from, and where did he find such rare food? The cold touch of the saw and the burning pain that Mason felt when cut made him finally realize that it was all real. He introduced himself and said that peanuts were just a snack that he bought in a regular supermarket. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Melanie's leg. Before they realized it, the pain from the lumbago had just begun to reach Melanie, as a whole hail of bullets rained down on them. They hid behind the wall. Mason was terrified. This had never happened to him in real life. Melanie's leg was bleeding heavily, and he said that Melanie urgently needed medical assistance. Melanie understood that there were more zombies in this area for a reason. People appeared here. A group of bandits, meanwhile, were discussing from the roof of another building that it was a great idea to lure zombies here so that Melanie would kill them, and then they would profit from easily obtained cores. One of the bandits got a little scared seeing how Melanie dealt with the zombies and asked the chief if she would come after them to avenge the bullet in her leg. The boss said that there was cadaveric poison in this pool, and now Melanie's death will not be long in coming. Meanwhile, Melanie's leg began to swell. She realized that it was cadaveric poison. Melanie said that even though her body has evolved and now has immunity, this poison is much more serious than a normal infection, and this time she could die. Realizing this, Melanie began to cry and told Mason that people from the 17th camp shot at them. They need the fruit from the zombies that she got. If they meet them, they will definitely kill them. Mason asked in horror what they should do now. Melanie said that she would be able to delay them so that Mason could escape. But what would happen to Melanie? Melanie said that she has cadaveric poison in her, and only penicillin can neutralize it. If Mason does not leave, then very soon Melanie will turn into a zombie, and then Mason will certainly not be able to leave. She asked Mason to find her sister and tell her to run, because without her guards, the bandits from the 17th camp will catch her and do something terrible to her. And if she runs, she will at least have a chance. Mason said that he might be able to find penicillin and save her, but Melanie said that it was almost impossible, because it is one of the rarest things in the world. Melanie threw some smoke bombs and said that she would shoot back, and when the smoke rose, that Mason could escape through the door through which she entered. She gave Mason a note and said that her sister is here, and when he finds her, they definitely need to run. Melanie started to shoot back and ordered Mason to run. Mason rushed to the exit, but he only thought that he could not leave Melanie just like that because she saved his life, and he must repay her in the same way. Mason only thought that he wants to return to his world. Because penicillin is available in any pharmacy, the system immediately worked, and a voice in his head asked if he really wanted to return to his world. Mason asked the system if he would be able to return back if he was transferred to his world for a while. The program replied that he could return at any time. Then Mason said that he needed to move to the real world right now. Mason woke up on a hospital bed. The voices of passers-by and motorists were heard from the street. The world was the same, and there was no longer a fetid smell. Mason went out to the corridor of the hospital, where life went on as usual. Mason rushed headlong along the corridor. He ran fast and shouted only one word, penicillin. Meanwhile, Melanie was sitting on the roof. The poison consumed Melanie with honors. She thought only about the rim. She wanted Mason to definitely get to her sister and warn of the danger. The shots stopped, and the bandits thought that Melanie was no longer able to fight back. Their boss said it was time to reap the fruits of their labor. Mason was stopped by a nurse and said that you shouldn't run along the corridors. He saw the nurse's tray of pills. Without thinking for a long time, Mason grabbed all the pills under his shirt. After that, he immediately rushed to run, not reacting in any way to the exclamations of the nurse. He again rushed to run. He told the program that he urgently needed to be transferred to another world. Melanie, in a lifeless state, continued to sit motionless on the roof. Suddenly, a finger touched her face. Fortunately, it was Mason. He asked if she was still alive, to which Melanie simply turned to face him. But Melanie did not like it. She hoped that he was already warning her sister, and he returned to her when she was already almost a zombie. Melanie, in a rage, asked why he returned. Mason, warning her negative reaction, immediately took out a vial of penicillin. He said that he had come to save her and took with him a vial of penicillin. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes where he could get it from. Mason asked her to ask less questions. She didn't have to worry. It was real penicillin. It's too early to die. They will get out of here together in their right mind and solid memory. After these words, Mason handed her a pill. Melanie swallowed the pill. Although she did not trust Mason, she had no choice. Several minutes passed, and Mason asked her how she felt. Melanie examined her leg. She returned to normal, and there were no signs of infection. Melanie couldn't believe that she had managed to suppress the poison in such a short time that it was penicillin. Just as Melanie put on her shoe, the door to the roof opened. These were the same bandits. Their boss ordered to find a small creature and pick up the monster's core, and if you're lucky, you can have fun if it's still warm. Melanie came around the corner with a bandsaw and asked if they wanted to have fun with her. She said that she was just going to start looking for them, and they themselves came to her. How is that possible? How could she survive? The bandits obviously decided to quickly run away from there. Mason was waiting for Melanie in the apartment. Terrible sounds of reprisals were heard from above. He thought that she obviously did not need help. On the table, he found a notebook neatly placed in the corner. Mason started leafing through it. It was a personal diary, but who would write such a thing? July 21st, 2080. It's sunny outside. The chubby young woman from the house across the street went out again to hang her clothes. From time to time, she appears on the street. A trifle, but nice. But what a figure she has. July 22nd, partly cloudy. Today, a new manager was transferred to the company, who was seated next to me. She must be training a lot because her butt is just space. Maybe I don't really like the woman from the house across the street. The booty of the new girl just makes you drool. There are rumors of a virus outbreak in a nearby town, but I hope it doesn't reach them. Something happens to the girl. Her body becomes covered with spots. She becomes not herself. The guy sits in horror under the table and watches the reincarnation of his manager. So they began to appear in the real world, suddenly, gradually, without warning. The company was immediately closed for quarantine. I was even limited by 4 walls and allowed to go out. On the 24th of July, the virus hit most of the city. The inhabitants were left with a minimum amount of provisions. Calls to the people responsible for my imprisonment went unanswered. If this goes on, I could simply starve to death. On the 25th of July, despite the ban on going out, I broke the lock of the door and decided to find food on my own. However, I was terrified when I went out. The city was destroyed and seemed to be abandoned. When I came to the supermarket, there were real fights for food. People went crazy from vandalism and looting, grabbing everything they could. After I managed to get some food and medicine, I saw the infected biting people. On the 22nd of August, 2 days ago, the television signal suddenly disappeared, and the presenter on the last recording said that no one would come to the rescue, and we could only help ourselves. I even thought it was a little funny. On the 17th of August, all the food was over, however. I am afraid that if I leave the room, I may be eaten by hordes of infected. The last few days, I fill my stomach with water and miss the manager's juicy ass. Suddenly, I heard the screams of a woman from a neighboring house, whom I periodically watched from the window. She was attacked by her own husband and stabbed to death. I just couldn't believe it. My own husband killed my neighbor. He was sitting over her corpse. What was he doing there? He seemed to feel my gaze and began to turn around. Drops of blood dripped from his mouth. I quickly leaned over and hid so that he would not have time to notice me and come after me. On the 19th of August, after 4 days without food, I was just dying. And when I was already completely desperate, someone knocked on my door. This man was looking for penicillin. He traded a huge pile of food for my penicillin. It really worked better than the most powerful antibiotics. It was hard to believe that antibiotics did not work, but some kind of simple penicillin was the strongest medicine. When I was on the balcony on the 21st of August, I found a man downstairs eating dead zombies. How can he even do that? He took out a clot from their head, which he ate without immediately leaving the zombies. Was it really edible? On the 30th of August, I discovered that all the penicillin had been stolen from me. This was my only hope for salvation. On the 1st of September, I decided to leave this cage-like house. Even if the world around is full of infected people, I am not going to starve to death in my room. So I met for the first time face-to-face with zombies. I took out a kitchen knife, and there were only 2 options. Either the zombie will eat me, or I will eat it. This was the last entry in the diary. It looks like the author of this diary never survived his first zombie encounter. In any case, the diary gave Mason an understanding of what is happening in this world. People infected with a virus turn into zombies that eat people. And judging by the current food shortage situation, most people are already infected. And the most important thing here is him. Penicillin is more precious than gold in this world. And most importantly, Mason could easily buy it in his world. And that meant only one thing. Unexpectedly, Mason again felt the gun at his head. It was the boss of the bandits. He now understood how Melanie could survive, because they have a can of penicillin. In a moment, Mason was already on his knees, and the boss was examining a jar of penicillin. It was full. He could not believe his eyes, because if he gives it to his leaders, he will be promoted as much as 3 steps forward. But Mason is not so lucky, because he can go to hell. He immediately realized that he was on the verge of death and said that he had more. Suddenly, Melanie entered the apartment. The boss took Mason hostage and warned Melanie that if she takes one more step, Mason will be gone. Melanie said that if he shoots, then her reaction will not be long in coming. She demanded to let Mason go, and then she will let him live. All the more, it is worth listening to the sounds outside. The noise of the firefight and the smell of fresh human blood attracted a large group of zombies, and if right now they do not go their separate ways, they will all die together at the hands of the rotting dead. The boss of the bandits was called Logan, and he knew perfectly well that the meeting with a group of zombies could be the last. But at the same time, he did not want to let go of such a golden guy like Mason. Logan thought about what to do, and Melanie continued to demand to let Mason go. She killed so many of Logan's brothers, he promised revenge. Logan pushed Mason into Melanie, and he himself released a harpoon and caught on a neighboring building. He began to chain up to a nearby building on automatic traction, and promised that the next time she met, she would cut Melanie to pieces and feed the zombies. Mason, meanwhile, was already calm and pressed his face to Melanie's chest. Melanie asked Mason himself to unhook himself, or he needs a little help. The city was enveloped in dark night. Hordes of zombies continued to roam the streets aimlessly. Melanie looked out the window and said that they were at a good distance from these walkers, after they had a little rest to start walking again. Melanie looked with her bright blue eyes at Mason and said that she would like to clarify a few points. Firstly, who he is and where he gets such rare things as peanuts and penicillin, which ordinary people have not had for a long time. Mason did not answer right away. He thought that even though Melanie looks like a very capable girl, she will not reveal her cards for anything, which means that he should not have immediately revealed his cards. He needs to somehow evade the answer. Mason sat down on the table and threw a pack of penicillin to Melanie. Melanie hadn't seen him in such a long time that it felt like she was holding not penicillin, but a large piece of gold. Mason said that she could take the whole jar for herself. Let it be the payment for saving him. And if Melanie promised to follow him and protect him, she could get more. Melanie asked Mason how serious his intentions were. He said that if Melanie agrees, he will give her not only penicillin, but also many other valuable things in this world. Melanie couldn't believe he had anything more important than penicillin. Mason began to talk very tasty. Steamed lamb, bear paw, roast duck and chicken steak burger, roast goose, marinated salted duck, chicken in sauce, bacon, canned eggs, jerky sausage, smoked chicken with white belly, steamed pork. Melanie stood and imagined these dishes and her stomach hurt. She asked Mason to stop. She wiped her saliva and said that she would not agree to defend him only for these things, especially since he could turn out to be a person from the camp of her opponents. But Mason hastened to reassure her, because he did not belong to more than one camp. He said that Melanie can consider him a spoiled, handsome man who will turn her life into a paradise. Mason thought to himself that he was just an unlucky hard worker of the 21st century. Melanie thought that he definitely looked like a spoiled man, but she survived thanks to the penicillin that he gave her. Although she did not like to admit it, he was clearly her savior. After a little thought, Melanie said that she was in business. From now on, she would always follow him and protect him, but if she finds even a hint that his words were a lie, then she will cut him into small pieces and cook cutlets. Mason was pleased with himself, because he deserved the trust, and now the accompaniment of a beautiful girl, and now she will always be with him, and maybe finally he will have physical intimacy with a real girl. Mason said that now that there was an oral agreement between them, he would like to ask something, namely what happened to the world. Melanie, like a real school teacher, began to conduct a mini tour of the world. The culprit of the end of the world is a virus that turned normal people into zombies, with an infection rate of approximately 80%. Reducing the world's population from 9 billion to 1, and the rest of the people became the walking dead. The zombie core has both vegetable and mineral properties. When directly ingested, it provides the body with a large amount of energy for a short period of time. However, if you prepare an evolution potion, then it is possible to evolve with various effects on the body. Evolution potions are divided into 3 levels. The first level provides the ability to evolve by 20%, the second level by 30%, and the third by 35%, while you can use them separately, or you can use them together to increase the chances of evolving. Due to the rapid adaptation of the virus, good powerful antibiotics quickly became ineffective. Namely, Penicillin could constantly and quickly destroy the infection. But since the microorganisms that synthesize it also mutated, penicillin became an especially valuable medicine for saving lives. As soon as the virus began to infect humanity and people realized that it was impossible to defeat it, people began to unite in groups. At the moment, there are 3 organizations operating in the city. This is Camp 17, Building the Earth and Ascending Together. The group they met earlier was from Camp 17. They are the real bandits. They openly burn, kill, and rob everyone in their path. Have a thirst for all kinds of women. Their boss kills for pleasure and even eats human flesh. Mason thought a little over all the words of Melanie, and in general the situation in the city was clear to him. Melanie looked outside and said that there were a lot of zombies around, and since Mason can't do anything at all, they should look for a place to sleep and move out only at dawn. Mason sat on the bed, and Melanie next to the sofa. She told him to go to bed because he was of little use, so she would be on guard. He looked closely at her face. It was hard to imagine that she was as combative as he had seen her some time ago. Mason lay down on the bed and said that he needed to move back to the 21st century. The system has started the migration. Mason opened his eyes. It was a little hard for him, as if someone was sitting on him. When he opened his eyes completely, he saw a busty girl in front of him, who in a gentle, sweet voice asked him if he woke up. Mason quickly got up from the bed and pushed the girl away from him. The girl was his mistress. He asked why she came to him. The landlady said he was hit by a car, but the doctor said that everything will pass. It's good that she made an emergency contact. Otherwise, the hospital could not find anyone who would pay his hospital expenses. Mason asked when she managed to do all this, but the hostess did not listen to him and asked what he would like to eat. Mason was embarrassed by the fact that so much care is shown to him. The hostess laughed playfully. She even felt embarrassed that Mason was so embarrassed. She got up from the bed and said that she would go and buy everything he needed. Mason really needed some things that he could take to a parallel world, and he agreed. While no one was there, he needed to deal with the system. He realized that if you turn to the system, then a kind of menu will appear on your hand. There were only 3 icons: memory, transfer, and charging. Immediately, he had a logical question how to charge it and how much charge was left. Literally 10 minutes passed, and the girl had already returned, all out of breath from the weight of 2 large packages. Mason quickly got out of bed and wanted to help, but the girl said that he shouldn't overexert himself. He only needs to rest. The girl's name was Emma. She was very rich and constantly showed attention to Mason. He understood this very well, but in view of the fact that he had no money at all, he believed that he was not worthy of her and did not reciprocate her feelings. But suddenly, a brilliant idea came to his mind. If he has such a unique system, then with the help of trade between the worlds, he will be able to get rich both there and here. Suddenly, the door to the room slammed open. It was Emma's uncle, and she asked angrily what he was doing there. Uncle said he came to pick her up and take her to Liam's for dinner. Emma got angry and said that she would not go to dinner with him, as she had her own plans. Uncle did not listen to her and simply pushed her out of the ward because it was a direct order from her father. Uncle closed the door of the ward in front of her and told her to wait downstairs. He had a serious conversation with Mason. He silently approached Mason's bed and looked directly at him. Mason asked what problems he has. The uncle said that the problem should have been solved by itself. Was the money they offered Mason really not enough? Mason suddenly asked what if he becomes rich. Uncle thought for a while and said that there is a good phrase. A small person always has big ambitions, but he knew everything about Mason. Therefore, he is sure that having lived his whole life, Mason will never reach the top. However, Mason did not agree with him, and his words sounded like a call to action for him. In another world, the sun has already begun to shine. Melanie actively tried to wake up Mason. Mason woke up yawning a little, and Melanie looked out the window and said that it would take about 1 hour to get to their base from here. The streets were teeming with hordes of zombies. Melanie boldly walked along the sheer roof of the former shops, and Mason, holding on to the wall in horror, followed her. After an hour of travel, they stopped at the edge of one of the roofs. Melanie threw a pebble at a nearby building, and from this building, a suspension bridge began to descend. After that, they entered the base along this bridge. Mason said that the base is very well hidden. From the outside, he would never have guessed that there was something here. Melanie boldly moved along the corridors of the base, and Mason silently followed her. She entered the room where the completely bandaged girl was lying. Apparently, she was bitten, and she was covered with spots. The infection had already begun to completely absorb her body. It was her sister Becca, and Melanie immediately gave her a penicillin tablet, happily informing her that she would get better very soon. Mason asked what happened, why her sister looked so bad. Melanie said that she was injured by zombies. She went on a sortie specifically to get the core of a mutant zombie. She could exchange it for penicillin, but was ambushed. Becca asked if she was all right, if she was hurt. Melanie said that she was fine, and she also brought a friend who got them penicillin, and if not for him, they would never have met. Becca did not see Mason. She immediately thanked him for saving him. He was a little uncomfortable, because he got these medicines quite easily. He was amazed how two fragile girls could survive in such a terrible world. Melanie prepared food and handed the plate to Mason. He was very happy about this, because they were on their feet all day. He quickly pounced on the food and began to chew, but he immediately spat out the entire contents into the trash can. Melanie ate the contents of the plate with pleasure, and with surprise asked Mason if he did not like it at all. Mason almost vomited. He asked if they always eat such things here. He even began to cry a little. Melanie again asked if the food she cooked was so tasteless. Mason said that it was enough for them to eat such garbage. Melanie replied that she could hardly fish it all out of the river. Mason started looking through his pockets and asked Melanie to open her mouth. What Mason put in her mouth was just yummy. This rich milky taste is simply divine sweetness. Melanie froze and did not move, even though she had a storm of emotions in her head. Mason waved his hand in front of her face and said that it was an ordinary toffee. Melanie finally came to her senses and said that it was amazing. He was supposed to have another candy, and he immediately began to look for it in his pockets. He put the second candy in Melanie's mouth. Melanie greedily closed her mouth and began to chew directly with Mason's fingers. It was a real treat. Mason was already a little afraid of her. She asked if he could get more of these sweets. Now Mason was careful not to put sweets in her mouth and put everything on the table. Melanie immediately gave one candy to her sister. The candy melted in her mouth and sated her not only with energy but also with positive. She immediately asked where such a treat came from, to which Melanie replied that their friend had given them this candy. The swelling began to slowly subside from Becky's face after she took the pill, and the candy returned happiness and the desire to live in her. Mason felt sorry for these girls. They were happy with such simple things. He could not stand it and dumped on the table all that he had from food. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes. These were the delicious treats she'd read about so often in books. Is that really all for the two of them? Asked Melanie, to which Mason replied that they don't have to worry because he still has a lot of them. She thought for a moment and decided to thank him. She took out a filled bag and handed it to Mason. He asked what was in it. Melanie said that these are all the cores that she managed to collect, and now they belong to him. As soon as she handed him the cores, the seal on her left hand began to burn. Were they somehow connected? Mason agreed to take them, but asked her if she was sure that she wanted to give them all at once. Apparently it was a very valuable thing. The penicillin he gave them saved their lives, and the same food costs a lot more, but in the future she will collect more cores and repay all the debt. Mason took a bag of cannonballs and asked if they had a toilet. Melanie said that it was around the corner. He went into the toilet, which was just a hole in the floor, which was obviously very deep. But nothing else could be expected, so Mason set about implementing the plan. While he is alone, it's time to study how the cores and the program interact in his body. He brought one core to his hand, and it began to be sucked inward. In a second, it completely disappeared. The voice in my head said that the charge was replenished. The transfer possibilities +2. The total number of transfer possibilities is 3. Mason decided that he needed to recharge more. While he replenished the charge over and over again, the nuclei began to spill out of the bag into the toilet. The charge had already been recharged to 9 carry possibilities. Mason decided that 9 were enough for now. But what about the remaining cores? He looked closely at the bag and was surprised where the rest of the cores were. Mason looked into the toilet and understood that all of them had spilled into the toilet, from which a terrible stench was emanating. His face just went pale. Mason came out of the toilet so upset that he looked like a ghost. Melanie immediately asked what happened to him, to which he replied that there were simply problems with digestion. Melanie again put the porridge she had cooked on the table and said that Mason needed to eat to restore his strength. Mason did not understand why they should eat it again because he gave them a lot of delicious food. But Melanie said that it was impossible to eat such valuable food every day, especially since she tried very hard and caught the ingredients from the river. It was impossible to waste good. Mason stopped Melanie and said that there is nothing to save. If necessary, he will bring more. She ate her porridge and said that he gave them all the food he had. She didn't know that he had supplies in the system's storage, and getting more food right now would be very strange. But his supplies would obviously not last the 3 of them for several days, so they had to go back and grab more. Mason came up with a story. He said that he was a merchant and supplies were constantly brought to him for trade. so there would always be enough food. But why didn't he immediately say about it? Mason said that he did not trust Melanie right away, but tomorrow he would go for the goods and bring more food. A new day has come. Mason said that he would go for the goods, but Melanie stopped him. She put the revolver in his hand. But why this revolver is so small? Melanie replied that it did not matter at all. The main thing was that it was suitable for covert killings. Mason thanked her and said that he would be back very soon. Immediately after the door slammed shut, Becca got out of bed. Melanie was pleasantly surprised. She said that the pills that the guy brought worked very well. Becca was removing her bandages and asked Melanie to follow him to see where he went. His behavior and appearance are not like those of the locals, and he also knows very little about our world. The words that he is a merchant are most likely just a lie to distract attention. Although he is extremely generous to them, it is too early to trust him yet. Mason walked through the buildings of the city for a long time. He went into some room, looked around like no one was following him, and it was possible to get down to business. It's time to jump into the real world. He woke up again in the hospital and decided that it was time to leave. Otherwise, he had no money at all for such a long stay in the hospital. This month, he again failed to find a job. His savings were already running out. They were about to run out before it seemed to him that he could get rich. But in fact, he is just a poor man. But now he needed to take valuable food for that world. Food and medicine are highly valued in that world, but he has no customers at all. If he goes to that thug camp, they will just take everything away and kill him. Mason placed a whole bunch of products on the cash register and asked him to calculate it. Although Melanie was quite strong, but in what way she could help him not become food for zombies? She said that there are also peaceful camps. It might be worth starting to trade with them. The total came to $1,000. Mason came to his house with full packages. There was still enough space in the system storage. He needed to grab more change of clothes. For one move, you need half the core. You need to try to save them. He recalled that toilet with regret. He, in fact, should not have saved so much if all the cores had not spilled into it. Melanie peered into the distance and tried to understand where Mason had gone, but he just seemed to have disappeared. Was it really so bad for her to keep surveillance? She stood on the roof of the building and believed that here she had an excellent place for observation. Here she would be able to understand where he went. Mason moved back more prepared. He decided to put some of the things in a backpack so that they would not suspect anything. Last time there were much fewer zombies here, it was better to bypass them anyway. But the further Mason went, the more zombies accompanied him. He was already on the edge of the roof, but there was a whole horde of zombies. It was clearly impossible to pass here. In front of him hung only a few wires, through which it was possible to pass to the next building. He thought it best not to risk it and return. However, some zombies had already climbed onto the roof and followed his juicy, tender body. It was necessary to urgently think of something because the happy zombies ran after him. One of the zombies pushed him off the roof. He began to fall rapidly and the food scattered around the area. However, at the last moment, Mason quickly managed to grab the wires and the zombies just fell down. Mason began to ask to be transferred to the real world. But the program said that the passive ability of climbing is being used at the moment. There is room for improvement. Mason held onto the wires with all his strength. The program said that he had 7 skill points. The cost of upgrading is 1 skill point, and re-upgrading costs 2 points. Mason did not listen to the program at all and twice shouted to improve. Passive climbing ability improved by 2 levels, spent 3 skill points. It was cool. Now Mason could hold on to the wire with one hand, just some kind of miracles. And he could walk on the wire just like on the ground. Maybe now he is a real Spider-Man. He crawled along the wire in a parody of Spider-Man, and Melanie quietly watched him. She then thought that Mason was an ordinary sissy, but in fact he is very dexterous. After all, Becca was right. He is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Mason finally jumped onto the roof of another building. That road was filled with zombies. He decided to climb higher to find another way to the base. He looked around and decided to climb another building. Immediately, Mason began to climb the building's plumb lines. He wondered if there were any other skills in this system. He wanted to try them as soon as possible. On one of the floors, Mason stopped and looked out the window. The building was full of walking office dead. They saw Mason in the window and immediately rushed to attack, but the glass did not allow them to do so. He did not climb higher and decided to look at them closely, being sure that the glass would not let them get it. However, the crowd of office zombies did not think so. Under the weight of their bodies, the glass cracked, and that's when Mason realized that not everything is as wonderful as he thought. The glass shattered and he fell off. He was able to grab onto the edge of the floor and began to fend off the zombies with his other hand. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the zombie's head. His arms became so strong that he could easily blow off a zombie's head with one blow. the second zombie, and immediately the second blow. The head came off, like the first zombie. However, Mason realized that even if he were Edward with scissors, he simply could not cope with such a crowd of zombies. It's time to get out of there quickly. It was a rather dangerous game, because if they pierced even a piece of skin, it would be possible to say goodbye to life. In this world, it was clearly not worth showing off. By the way, it seemed or suddenly became easier for Mason to move around. Where did the bag of food go? The backpack fell along with all the contents. Mason even began to cry why it always happens. He brought nothing at all for this trip. All precious things were lost, but he spent all his hard-earned fortune on them. He was going to save this money for his funeral and could not say goodbye to them so easily. He is simply obliged to return them at any cost. He crawled up to the window again and lured the zombies in with his fresh, tender, meaty hand. Zombies like animals began to jump out of the window in the hope of feasting on his hand. Office zombies finally decided to fly a little. It seems that all the zombies were already in flight. From such a large number, Mason even had a little numb hand, but it seems that the zombies are over. Mason climbed into the building and took his backpack. He thought that they should not be afraid. You just need to cheat correctly. But something was clearly moving fast behind him. He definitely saw a red shadow, or maybe he just imagined it. It wasn't just a shadow, it wasn't even just a zombie, it was a mutant, and very fast and dexterous, who also longed to taste Mason. The mutant hovered over Mason, and he did not know at all what to do. Drops of blood from his mouth started dripping onto Mason's face, and after a second of waiting, the mutant rushed to the attack. Mason flew out of the office from one blow. However, realizing the danger of the situation, he immediately rushed to run. However, this mutant was not so simple. His speed was huge, and Mason for him was another living toy, which is quite possible to dine. He ran with all his might, but the mutant was so fast that Mason did not even see how he was approaching. If he was transferred to the real world, then when he returned, he would be here again, so it was just a waste of cause. The mutant was already very close, and Mason said that he wanted to spend all his remaining points on improvements. All points spent, climbing speed, upgraded to level 6, special skills, bravery and prudence, and firm stride gained. At the same moment, Mason managed to dodge the mutant that had thrown itself. Now he saw all his movements and still had time to dodge attacks. The mutant was still chasing Mason. He spent all the points, and this only equalized them in speed, but he still could not escape from him. Mason hoped that after such a pumping of abilities he would be able to press and destroy him, and he would not be able to run at such a speed for a long time. His strength quickly left him. If you slow down even for 1 second, then he will catch up with him and grab his neck to bite. But something had to be done, and Mason came up with a plan. He stopped abruptly, and the mutant was just waiting for this. Finally, he would feast on fresh flesh. Mason managed to grab a piece of stick and sent it to the flying mutant. Due to the mutant's tremendous speed, the stick entered his body like a knife through butter. She pierced the mutant, screaming in pain through and through. Mason climbed into the mutant's soft skull in search of its core. And fortunately, he was able to get it. She directly shone in his hands, because this was his first well-deserved core. He was exhausted from the fatigue of running, but at the same time glad that all this was not in vain. A few minutes later, Mason left the building with a backpack on his shoulder, and Melanie was watching him from the roof. She knew perfectly well that this building was just infested with zombies, and she could not believe that he managed to get out. Mason did not notice her, and thought that at the moment he is approximately on the same level with Melanie in terms of strength. Following the example of Melanie, he threw a pebble and the entrance to their shelter opened. Mason immediately began to call the girls so that they could look at the new little things that he was able to convey to them with such difficulty. On the threshold, he was met by Becca, who had greatly changed after their last meeting. She was a young girl, dressed in short shorts and a t-shirt that was tight around her huge chest. Mason did not even immediately understand who was standing in front of him, because when she was all bandaged, he did not even see her face. The girl winked at him and introduced herself. Did he really not recognize her? She came close to him and began to touch his body, asking where the blood was on his clothes, how he felt, and if he was injured. Becca pressed her breasts against him and began rubbing against his body. She said she'd better take a full look at him. Mason could not even imagine such a thing. Are his dreams really starting to come true? Such a sweet girl wants to fully examine him and even spend her big breasts. He already began to think that this world is not so bad. She visually examined Mason and said that she did not find any bites, so he was really fine. Took his hand and asked him to go wash with her because he was so dirty. Mason did not immediately understand what Becca wants, he asked again. She really calls him to take a shower together. Becca said that now there are very few sources of water, winked again, and said that they need to save money. Warm water was already pouring over Becky's body. She was the first to go into the shower completely naked. Water flowed down her huge breasts, and she simply lured Mason to join her. He was a virgin, and he could never even dream of such a thing. Becca called Mason over and over again. He asked her if her sister would be against it. But Becca hastened to reassure him, because she and Melanie often bathed together. Mason was still standing in front of the entrance and could not make up his mind to enter. He quickly took off his clothes and said that if you do not enter, it will be a clear display of disrespect, so you should not refuse. He had already approached Becca from behind and wanted to make himself comfortable. Looking at her tender, young, wet body, drool rolled from his mouth. But someone from behind grabbed him by the hair. It was Melanie, who was clearly not happy with his behavior. She rudely asked what else he was doing and pulled his head towards her. Mason said that he really didn't manage to see anything, because since childhood he had -8 eyesight. He couldn't even see anything in front of him. They got out of the bath, and Mason immediately decided to switch the topic of conversation. So as not to test Melanie's patience, he began to get everything that he was able to convey from the real world. For a balanced diet, he even took fruits with him. Melanie immediately forgot about everything that happened before, because she saw bananas only in pictures. Mason unwrapped one banana for her and said that she could eat it right now and not be shy. He began to push the banana into Melanie's mouth. It was slow and tight enough because she actively licked it with her tongue, so that it would go into her mouth more easily. Mason's thoughts were not about the banana at all, and he continued to slowly put it into Melanie's mouth. The banana was already quite wet, but in order to better and more clearly feel its taste, she polished it with her tongue without stopping. Finally, a piece of banana broke and remained in her mouth. She was filled with admiration for its sweet taste. Mason closed his eyes and replayed this moment in his head again and again. A few minutes later, Becca was already out of the shower and, seeing so many products, she thought that she was in a dream. Could Mason give it all to them? It's very expensive. But Mason said that he perfectly understands the value of these things in this world, but he promised to be generous to them if they would protect him. Melanie finally swallowed a slice of banana and thought that now she must definitely keep her promise. Mason said that with his savings he could stock up only once and also figure out a way to get the cause. Melanie asked why he needed money, because now they are just priceless paper. It's even uncomfortable to wipe with them, to which Mason answered that his trade is based on the exchange of rare metals, gold, silver, or something else like that. Melanie looked around and walked away somewhere. She walked over to the table and took something out from under it. On the table at which Mason was sitting, she placed several yellow ingots, which were very similar to gold. They sparkled like real gold bars. Mason stretched out his hands to them and began to touch them. Are these real gold bars? Melanie said that she didn't even remember what it was called. These bars were square, so she decided to put them under the legs of the table so that he would not stagger. If it suits Mason, then she has 5 or 6 more of the same under the table. Mason even sweated a little when he saw so much gold in front of him. And Melanie opened a pack of chips and ate them with great pleasure, saying that they do not use it, and he can take everything. It was already quite dark outside. Mason lay and could not get enough of the fact that now he is truly rich. While he was sleeping, someone entered his room. Mason did not hear this at all, and his dreams were only about how he would now be able to spend his new wealth. However, he did not even suspect that all his dreams, like reality, could end in an instant. Becca was already standing in front of him with a knife raised up. She was already lowering the knife in order to stop Mason's dreams forever. However, Melanie stopped her hand. They quietly asked Becca what she was doing, what had gotten into her. Becca said that if Mason is killed right now, then all his precious things will belong to them. Melanie said that they could not do this because he saved them. If it were not for the penicillin, which he gave them just like that, then they both already made up the company of the dead, who roam the streets aimlessly. Becca reminded Melanie how not so long ago, another guy was able to ingratiate herself with her, and then betrayed them by telling the bandits about their whereabouts. Then everyone from their camp died. Does she really want to repeat? If Melanie had not stopped Mason, he would have lost his lustful eyes in his soul. Melanie insisted on her own because Mason had no reason to spend such a value on them as penicillin. Even if they sell everything they have, they won't even earn 5 penicillin tablets. And Mason gave them a whole pack. He's definitely not a traitor. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Mason himself and asked what they were whispering about. Becca, without thinking for a long time, jumped into his bed and said that she wanted to sleep with him. Mason did not even suspect her intentions. and said that he did not even need to ask about this, because he would gladly take her to his bed. Melanie wanted to save him from death, and said that she also wanted to sleep with him. Mason could not even believe that he was so lucky, and said that there would be enough space for both girls. Mason's happiness knew no bounds. Who would have thought that two pretty young girls would fall asleep with him, because he just brought them some food from the supermarket? Becca lay down, snuggling close to him, and Melanie lay like a tin soldier, not at all sharing Becky's opinion. As soon as Mason fell asleep, Becca took out a sickle from under the blanket. She wanted to end Mason unceremoniously with one blow, but Melanie kicked the sickle out of her hands. Melanie's foot not only knocked the sickle out of Becky's hands, but also hit Mason right in the stomach. He woke up again and asked why Melanie sat on top of him. Melanie said she wanted to sleep with him alone. In this case, she will be able to ensure his safety. If suddenly someone wants to attack him, Mason agreed with her, because safety is above all. And yet the night passed for Mason without injury. Becca sat down next to Mason and asked him how much he had evolved. Mason replied that he was the most ordinary handsome man, and did not evolve at all. Then Becca asked how he managed to climb the skyscraper. Mason immediately asked how she knew that. She said that she had a rather keen sense of smell, and when he came, she smelled everything. She started pretending to be a little shy girl and said that only the strongest evolved people can get out of that building alive, and how Mason did it. So far, he could not be told about the program. He could only lie. He said that he got a little lost yesterday, and only thanks to the revolver that Melanie gave him could he survive. This meant that Mason shoots well. Melanie suggested that he try to shoot at the range. Mason started shooting clumsily, but missed the target more than once. Melanie asked if he was aiming at the target accurately. How could he shoot so badly? He even held the weapon incorrectly. Melanie approached him from behind, took his hand and offered to teach him how to shoot correctly. The first step was to relax the shoulder. There was no need to keep the body in such a tense state. You need to stand still, and now you can only aim. And now the shot. A hit, but not exactly on target. Mason, like a child, was delighted that he could hit the target. The program started working and reported that an improvement was available: possession of ranged weapons. Now it became clear to Mason that there are other skills in the system, but points are needed for improvement. But he didn't have them at all. There was only one core from a red mutant. But these points are better spent on moving. Mason, without thinking for a long time, asked Melanie if there is a place where you can buy mutant cores. Melanie said there's a place where you can exchange valuables for cannonballs. It's 2 kilometers away. Mason was glad to hear and asked her to take him there. A few hours of traveling around the city, and they were already in place. Melanie knocked on the fenced-in area, and they entered at once. One-eyed Alex was sitting there reading a newspaper. It was a local merchant who had almost everything your heart desires, but it cost a lot of money. As soon as they appeared in Alex's field of vision, he immediately pointed his gun at them. He did not immediately recognize Melanie and saw an unfamiliar Mason. She asked him if the old warrior was really afraid of zombies. Alex said that he was not afraid of zombies. He was more afraid of living people. Mason got straight to the point. He asked if Alex could sell him the cores. Alex immediately asked what he would get for these cores. Mason put 3 cans of canned food on the table. Alex couldn't believe his eyes. It was early 21st century canned food, not many left. Alex just wanted to pick them up when Mason intercepted the canned food from him and said that first let him show the cores. The one-eyed one took a puff on his cigarette and said that you couldn't fool him. At first glance he was a fool, but in fact he was smart. Mason said that at the very beginning of the conversation, Alex correctly noted that you should not be afraid of zombies, but of people, so you should always be on your guard. Alex told them to wait. Now he will bring everything they need. He was gone for several minutes, and he put a bag of kernels on the table. He said that these were all the kernels that he had, only 11 pieces. Alex said that for a can of expired meat, he gives 2 cores, but Mason had the highest quality meat, so for one can he will give 4 cores, for a total of 12, but he has 11 pieces, so he offered to make a deal now, and the rest he will give later. Mason said that he didn't have to return anything, and he would also give Alex the 4th jar on top, but he has one request. Mason took out an ingot and asked Alex what kind of metal it was. The old man examined the ingot and said that his eyesight was not the best, but it looked like gold. Great! Mason took the ingot back and said that the old man's eyesight is fine. An additional can of stew is a commission, because Alex probably knows a lot of people and asked to warn everyone to look for gold for him, and in return he will give them stew. Alex said that such a trading plan sounded quite profitable, but he could not understand why he needed gold, because it had long ceased to be profitable. Mason told Alex not to worry about this. The more gold, the better. Finally, Mason was able to replenish the charge and he got 24 skill points. He immediately upgraded his ranged weaponry ability by 4 levels, leaving him with only 9 skill points left, and gained a new ability, Fatal Bullet. Mason decided to test his newfound skill. Now he confidently shot at the target. Every shot he fired was right on target. This is the real level of a skilled shooter. Mason asked the program what kind of new ability the Fatal Bullet is. The program replied that this skill can only be used for free once a day. Mason agreed and asked how he could use this skill. The program said that first you need to utter a cry, a fatal bullet, and then shoot. Mason asked what these stupid rules are. Why, using this skill, he should scream, "He's not a superhero." The program said that people like to use the name of the technique before they perform it. This method has been used for centuries in accordance with human habits. Mason looked around to make sure no one was watching him. He, like a real karateka, began to perform the technique. For a start, he stood up. "Now the gun is up." The fatal bullet shouted the words loudly. Then he immediately fired a shot. Both sisters watched Mason's pirouettes, and it was not entirely clear to them what kind of training he had. Mason looked into the distance. The bullet hit the neighboring building. He looked for several minutes at the place where the bullet hit, but nothing happened. And what then is the difference is not clear. When Mason went inside the shelter, he thought that he should study his skills better. He immediately noticed how the girls put things in order and make room for him. He immediately drew attention to the fact that Melanie herself was carrying 4 huge boxes and said that he was ready to help because they were incredibly heavy. Melanie said that she didn't need help because for the evolved such weight is not a problem at all. Mason immediately asked if all evolved are so incredibly strong. "Almost all," Melanie replied. "In any case, they are much stronger than ordinary survivors, but those who could evolve are very few." Mason got excited about this idea and asked what it takes, how to become evolved. Melanie thought for a moment and said that there are 3 ways to do this. The first way is to experience the infection that entered the bloodstream after a bite. But there were many such cases during the outbreak of the virus. But now you will not find this. The second way was that you can swallow the core, and if you don't get torn apart, then with a 10% chance you will become evolved. The third method needed evolution potions. She had heard that large organizations had such potions. "That's it," Mason was delighted, because he can exchange a lot of food for such potions. Melanie said that she could take him to try his luck in the unification of the mainland buildings. They are not like in the 17th camp. They need a favor, so they might be able to exchange such potions. Mason completely agreed with her and said that they were moving out tomorrow. A new sunny day has come. They were already leaving, and Mason asked why Becca didn't go with them. And lately it began to seem to him that she was looking at him strangely. But Melanie reassured him, saying that she was looking at him like that because of bad eyesight. They walked down the street, and Mason noticed that there were more and more zombies near the base. Melanie said she would have to find time to clear the area of them. Meanwhile, Becca was shooting at the target. She was angry that Melanie didn't let her kill Mason. At some point, the neighboring building began to collapse. She looked at this spectacle with surprise, but why it itself fell apart like a house of cards was not clear. They moved on through the streets of the city. There were a lot of zombies there. It was necessary to act quietly, so as not to attract the attention of the mutants and the rest of the hordes. At some point, they came to the garage. Mason had not been here before. Melanie opened a garage with a nice armored car. She said that she organized another supply point in this garage just in case. Then they would go by car. In about 2 hours, they would arrive at the camp of the Association of Builders of the Mainland. They were driving fast down the highway, and some zombies were trying to keep up with them. Mason warned Melanie that several zombies were chasing them, but Melanie did not care. She was sure that they would break away from them. Melanie asked if Mason was sure of his decision, because even if you use the highest level potion, there is a chance that he will die. Mason said that he wasn't sure, but the main purpose of their trip was to exchange goods. First, you need to see what they have in exchange. According to Melanie, this camp was also something of a trading organization. But there is no guarantee that they will not be killed and all the goods will not be taken. So you need to trade small first and then look at their reaction. While Mason was filled with thoughts about trading, a zombie appeared right in front of his face. It was a whole group of red zombies that quickly overtook their car. Melanie told him to quickly get a gun and shoot. With their powerful, sharp hands, the zombies pierced the car like a sieve. Mason shot non-stop, but could not hit more than one zombie. He did not understand what the problem was. He was a skilled shooter. Melanie said that they were super-fast red zombies that were able to dodge bullets. Melanie told Mason to get behind the wheel and drive as fast as possible. They quickly changed and Melanie was already on the roof of the car. The zombie rushed at her, and she ate the zombie. But at the same time, she had her saw in her hands. After the meeting, the zombies just fell apart. However, there were many mutants, and this will clearly not be an easy walk. Melanie jumped off the car, cutting another mutant in half. She fell to the asphalt after riding a few meters on her back. However, the mutants were just waiting for this. It was incredibly difficult to withstand such a number of powerful mutants. Melanie began to realize that her chances of injury were zero, and before the last attack, she simply closed her eyes. But as soon as she opened them, she saw Mason in front of her. He stood with a gun in his hands, and all the red mutants lay around them. Of course, it was very dangerous. "One more moment and I would not have had time," said Mason. He immediately saw that Melanie fell from the roof of the car and the creatures rushed at her. Mason immediately stopped the car and rushed to help. He had a well-pumped climbing skill, which gave him the opportunity to develop tremendous speed. And if these zombies could easily dodge bullets, then what can they do if the gun is in their face? That's the only way it turned out to put several zombies at once. Melanie realized that Mason is strong. He managed to kill several red zombies at once. He is equal in strength to the first level of the evolved one. At this time, Mason, as a child, began to collect cores from mutants, saying that now he would be able to improve his abilities. He looked for the cores but could not find it. Melanie stopped him. She asked him to look around. Thousands of zombies were moving towards them from all sides. But where did so many of them come from? Probably they were attracted by the shots. They clearly needed to leave as soon as possible. Both of them quickly ran to the car, shooting back at the approaching zombies. Mason did not stop shooting, but Melanie asked him to save the bullets. They would still not be enough to kill everyone. However, now they could not drive either. The car was simply mired in a huge horde of dead, smelly zombies, ready to die for a piece of fresh human meat. The whole machine was surrounded by an incredible number of zombies who wanted only one thing: to get the flesh inside the people. Mason asked Melanie how many bullets she had left. What tea, and answered that not so much as I wanted. The guy took out a magazine from a pistol, and after looking, it turned out that he had only 10 bullets left. This crowd cannot be taken with so many bullets. A guy in such conditions can only use a fatal bullet. Previously, the system said that free fatal bullet can only be used once a day. The guy was alarmed, because he did not know for sure whether he could get this fatal bullet. As it turned out, when buying a fatal bullet for the first time, it cost 1 skill point for each shot, after which he bought 7 shots without hesitation for a long time. The gun sparkled with purple rays, which meant that the guy had acquired bullets. Mason decided that he would leave the remaining 2 skill points for transfer. If 8 shots did not help in any way, then he would move to his own time. But in a split second, he remembered that he was not alone in the car. Melanie was next to him, and she definitely couldn't get out of this hell alone. After all, she will simply die here, purely physically. She will not be able to cope with this crowd of zombies alone. At this time, the girl reported that the car is strong. For some time, they will definitely not be able to penetrate. The girl was furious because she said to save bullets, but in the end, the guy spent all the bullets, and the zombies didn't decrease much, but the guy at that moment just laughed at the girl's words. Melanie said that you should always leave at least 1 bullet just in case, because it might come in handy. But Mason couldn't understand the girl's words, because only 1 bullet can be of any use. The girl began to tell that she always saves the last bullet, would not want to let these creatures bite herself, and then turn into a zombie. The last bullet should be left for herself. In this world, death is at every step. The girl has long been ready to die at any moment. She just doesn't want her death to be so sad. So she advises the guy to always leave at least 1 bullet. The guy did not particularly react to the word of the girl, but only nervously looked at her. No effect. Mason fired 7 fatal bullets, but nothing special happened. The zombies, as they were outside, remained. So in addition, there were more and more of them. Zombies at this time continued to break into the car, with the hope of feasting on the flesh of people. After some time, drops of rain began to make their way onto the zombie's head. It's raining. At least the guy and the girl don't have to worry that they might die of thirst. Now they can only pray that there are other people nearby who would distract the zombies. But there are definitely no such good people. It is clear that the zombies had nothing to do with this rain. The guy noticed that some kind of stench started abruptly, but as it turned out, rotten meat on the body of a zombie gets soaked from the water. Such a stench always stands during the rain. As it turned out, the partners came up with a cunning plan. They put buckets under the hatch in the car so that water would fill there. But the buckets were already full, and the hole in the roof had to be repaired. Pretty heavy rain. For a long time the girl has not seen this. If it continues for another day, then they may see something interesting. The guy could not understand what the girl meant by the word interesting. Zombies themselves are immortal, but water can wash them away. So right now they are watching the process of zombies standing in front of their eyes. When water gets on them, their skin swells, so it seems as if they have become living people again. However, this is only temporary. At this time, the rain was not going to stop. On the contrary, dark, thick clouds with rain gathered around the car and a crowd of zombies. They continue to absorb water. The skin continues to swell, to such an extent that at some point it breaks down and bursts. Zombies still won't die from it. It's just that their appearance will become a little more interesting. The guy asked the girl to recover, because from her story, and in addition to this smell, he will definitely feel sick now, and then both of them will be uncomfortable sitting in the car. But in any case, it's better to sit in the car like that than outside with a crowd of zombies. The girl turned to the guy to look out the window. The girl noticed that all the zombies outside became more like people. This is true. Almost all the zombies had all the outlines and signs of a person. After one zombie, who was a girl, knelt in front of the mirror, the girl noticed that she seemed to eat as much as she did. The girl would still be alive if the world were normal. Melanie's words felt resentment and sadness for what happened to this world, and directly to this girl. The girl was interrupted by Mason, who asked her to complete it if the world were normal. The girl was surprised at such a sudden and difficult question at the same time. The girl did not really think about it. If there were no zombies, if the world was normal, then she would. I would like to become a confectioner. She thought that it was not very suitable for her. Well, the guy had a different opinion. He said that such a profession would suit her. It's not strange because the guy knew better, because he lived and can live in a normal world. A few seconds later, a powerful lightning rang out in the sky, which almost lit up the entire clearing on which the girl and the guy were. The guy can't leave Melanie. There's got to be another way. The guy figured he'd get strong in a day and then try to use the climbing ability to avoid Melanie right over the zombies' heads. In a fraction of a second, the faces of the partners were covered with a powerful flash from lightning, from which they were clearly slightly surprised. What a dense flash! This area was always dry. The girl had never seen here from such weather. But the lightning was not going to stop. On the contrary, it took on an unnatural look and was sent straight into the car with the girl and the guy. The flash was so bright that the main characters already covered themselves from it. In seconds, she nevertheless reached her goal, a comma, and hit the car. In a moment, dozens or even hundreds of zombies were defeated by the same lightning, from which they scattered in all directions. After the guy opened his eyes, he saw dead zombies lying in front of him. Such a picture clearly struck the guy almost to the point of losing consciousness. And oddly enough, the zombies were all dead. Such a powerful discharge of electricity. The girl and the guy still could not believe what had just happened, because for the first time they see that all the zombies around were killed by one lightning strike. Well, even though the zombies were dead, the partner had to clear the road from the zombies, otherwise they wouldn't come by car. When they finished cleaning, it had already cleared up. They were probably still a little in shock at what had happened. The guy was indescribably glad that they were able to survive under such circumstances. But the girl was also incredibly glad. At this time, they reached some huge gates. From above at the post, a man told his partner that a car was approaching, and it was necessary to report to the guard, after which the partner went to report. And at this time, the sentry himself was sleeping sweetly, along with two luxurious girls, and against the background of all this, the man shouted to the sentry to wake up, because the car was dodging. Reluctantly, the sentry, straightening his pants, went out into the street and complained who had come here at such an early hour. The man asked permission to find out everything. Opening a small gap in the mouths, the man told everyone to get out of the car. The main characters approached the gate. The man said that he had not seen them before and asked where they would be from, also adding that they were looking for shelter. Mason said that they were merchants. They came to exchange very valuable things, and the girl at that time just watched and was silent. The guardsmen at that time, putting on their coats, told you to get the goods, and he would look at him. The man provided the guard with the guy's goods for exchange. He looked with interest at the canned food that the guy brought. He unpacked the goods with the hope that he would try it. But the girl was outraged by this behavior of the man, because they had not yet received anything in return. She could not understand why on earth he was already opening her. But Mason interrupted the girl and said that it's okay. As soon as the man tastes the product, he asked to try it and tell him how it is. The man said that the guy is smarter than he seems. The man swallowed a juicy piece of meat comma at this time, One of the men present looked at it all and was clearly hungry. The man decided to try again. He swallowed everything. Because they were not just hungry, but most likely died of hunger. The guy took another spoon. The girl was again outraged by the behavior of the guy. She believed that she had enough of everything because he was close to eating the whole jar. The man did not understand what it was, made a couple of spoons, and it was already over. He said that he could not even taste the goods. But the guy said that he still had nothing to worry about and held out the canned food for the man to try it. A few minutes later, several empty canned goods were already lying on the table, in which there was nothing from the word at all. Was furious about this because the man had already eaten 8 cans, she asked Mason. Or did he know how many good things they could exchange for them? With a swollen belly, the guy said that he had eaten so well. Then she added that he leaves the broth next to the standing men. In a fraction of a second, not in the literal sense of the word, they began to fight for this broth, which looked very strange and ridiculous from the outside. The man said that the canned food is quite tasty. He orders to notify the guy and the girl in the head of the city. He is great to notify the head of the city. The man then ordered him to follow him. After that, he led them to the estate, where there were a lot of people. It seemed that in this place, they did not feel the zombies outside. At this time, someone asked, or people do not want to look. Someone said that they have a top-quality product. Mason asked that people live in these houses, to which he was told that they are all refugees whom the head of the city cordially received. If not for him, sooner or later they would all become victims of zombies. In front of the heroes, a man fell straight to the floor. As it turned out, he fell for a reason. He was beaten by some guy who accused him of stealing medicine and promised that he would get it from him now. As it turned out, this someone was a red-haired girl who asked for mercy on her and said that she would not steal anything anymore. Mason immediately ran up to the guy who was beating the girl and asked him to take it easy. You can calmly discuss everything. He could not understand why he should use his hands. Well, the man was furious. And I'll ask the guy, or at least knows what she did. He said that the girl was stealing medicine from the warehouse. The medicine for all of them is more expensive than food. The unauthorized use of medicines is punishable by death. One has only to order the head of the city, and they will not leave a living place on the girl. The man said that the girl dared to steal so much, but it was good that he managed to catch her. He asked her where she hid the medicine and ordered her to give it quickly. The man told the guy that people from the outside world do not worry about it. The thief will be sentenced accordingly, after which he added that they should follow him further. After that, the man dragged the girl with him into the hall here. The man was wondering what punishment the girls would endure in court. The man said that the head of the city was busy today, so he would not be able to receive them. There was a guest room on the second floor. The man handed over the key and said that tomorrow the head would accept them too. A new sunny day has come. An elderly woman walked around the estate and asked if people had not seen her granddaughter. After the grandmother asked the man again, or he definitely didn't see her, he aggressively told her to get off, also adding that he was late for mining work, after which the grandmother approached some stranger and began to report that her granddaughter had red hair, a small pigtail, and also added that she had been gone since yesterday evening. Mason noticed that the girl who was not seen yesterday must be her granddaughter. But the man said that the guy should not worry because she should be informed about everything. But Mason decided to wait for me and approached my grandmother, after which he told her that her granddaughter had stolen the medicine. So now she is in the building here and advised me to ask around there. It was clear from the expression on the man's face that he was slightly dissatisfied with this. The grandmother began to blame herself, arguing that the girl had stolen the medicine to cure her illness. If anyone needed to be taken into custody, then it was her. She believed that since she was taking these medicines, it was her who should be judged. But the guy's dialogue was interrupted by a man who said that they needed to go, otherwise they would be late for a meeting with the head of the city. The man walked into the building and said in his head that that trader named Mason had arrived. At this time, the head took food and with a full mouth told him to come in. Entering the room, the guy saw in front of him 5 guards, the head of the city, and 2 women sitting near the head, and at that time he was eating. The guy said that he was that merchant. The man said that his principle of trade is that he only exchanges with people he knows. But according to the canned food guard, what the guy brought was very good. The head asked if it was really true. Mason said that he also had fresh canned meat, who did not try it. Everyone liked it. He added that the head could also try it. A few seconds later, canned food was brought on a tray. He slowly, without haste, opened the jar. After that, he immediately threw in all the canned food, and not like the man at the post did, who ate in small pieces with a spoon. The head began to chew. "Well, let's make a strange movement." He instantly grabbed all the canned food at once, which could not but surprise everyone present. After that, having squeezed the canned food, he began to eat them, to be honest, like some kind of pig. After the man lived, he said that it was just overeating. This meat is tens of thousands of times better than what he usually eats. He asked how many more cans the guy has. He takes everything and gives everything he wants in exchange. It is clear that the guy was delighted with such news. He also added that the head understands the product. The man insisted that the guy say what he wants to receive in return. The guy was brief. He said he needed cores, an evolution potion, and more gold. But the corner officer clearly did not understand what gold was, after which a subordinate ran up to him and began to explain what gold really is. After a few seconds, the man with a smile on his face said that of course he would have gold, because in this world this is one of the most unnecessary things. The head ordered the man to go with the guy to the warehouse, pick up the goods, and collect for him what they give in return. But the guy interrupted the chapter and said that he had one more request. It's clear that the head did not understand what request the guy was talking about. Mason began to tell that yesterday a girl stole medicine from his warehouse. Now she is in the building here. The guy said that he would give him 3 times as much medicine as compensation for damages. He only asks to let her go. The head asked the subordinate if it was really true. What happened? What really happened? He also added that the thief had already been taken into custody. The judge sentenced her to prison. The head thought, since the guy is ready to compensate for their losses in a 3-fold amount, then the head remains in the black. After the transaction is completed, the guard will take the guy to the courthouse to free the girl. The guy thanked the head. The subordinate gave the guy a box and said that here is what he asked for in exchange for the goods in an equivalent amount: 10 gold bars of 100 cores and 2 evolution potions. Now the guy has hundreds of cores and he can upgrade a bunch of abilities, but now the first thing to do is to go to his time and exchange this cream for money. Although the guy does not know how much it all costs, but now he is definitely rich. Also, the man provided the guy with a comma and let me know that there was an order to release the girl. He also added that he was taking the guy to the courthouse. But the guy could not understand where Melanie was. He suspected that she was already waiting for him at the entrance. Meanwhile, people gathered in the square and looked at something very alarmed, and fear was visible in their eyes. Hanging legs in the blood were visible to all present. It was clear from the people that they were really scared. The guy could not understand why there were so many people at the entrance to the courthouse. At that time, the man tried to somehow get through among these people. He believed that people had nothing to do. Apparently, they were given little work in the mine. He promised that tomorrow he would definitely tell the head that the worker would add hours to them. Well, some voice said that there was no need to drive anyone away. After some stranger said that it was he who ordered the people to come, the man immediately fell silent and fell into a slight stupor. The stranger said that let the people see what awaits them. Who decides to illegally appropriate the property of the head of the city, everyone present should learn a lesson. Low people who do not belong to the evolved ones can only survive in their world thanks to the generous help of the head of the city. Everything in the city belongs to the head. Using anything unauthorized and without permission is a crime, and also punishable by death. Meanwhile, the same grandmother who was looking for her granddaughter roared with all her might. Intuitively, the guy guessed that the hanging body in the square was the same girl who stole the medicine. The guy instantly became furious with what he saw and from the realization of who was in front of him. At this time, the grandmother did not stop writhing from the incredible pain inside. The guy was even more furious. He could not understand what kind of jokes the stranger had. He was at the peak of his anger. He was ready to tear apart everyone and everything in this square. Mason approached the stranger and grabbed his jacket, after which he asked if human life really meant nothing to him. He also added that the girl stole the medicine to cure her loved one, that's all. The stranger said that this is the first time he sees the guy. He must be a merchant living outside. After that, patience did not get acquainted ended, and he grabbed the guy by the hand. As expected in stranger, he twisted the guy's hand. It was clear from the guy that he was not only unpleasant, it was also painful. In a fraction of a second, the stranger literally dislocated the guy's arm, which could not but hurt. He writhed in pain. I don't get acquainted. I communicate that since the guy is not local, then for the first time he forgives him. As it turned out, this stranger was the supreme judge. The man who was introduced to the guy said that he really was a merchant who came to them from outside. He was here for the first time, so I don't know the rules. He asked to forgive him. The chief judge asked the guy, or whether this girl, that is Mason, had to be with him. The guy saw a bound girl in front of him. Fear was visible in her eyes because she did not know what would happen to her next. The guy was alarmed and a little scared. He asked what they had done with the girl. The Chief Justice began to explain that this girl had sneaked into the prison, but he managed to catch her in time before she did something stupid in his opinion. It seems that the girl is very angry with the Supreme Judge for ordering the girl to be killed, so he's wondering whether to let her go free. After some thought, the Chief Judge said that he thought she should simply be killed. But the man asked the Chief Judge to take pity, because the guy and the girl brought a rather worthwhile treat to the head. If he kills these merchants, then he will no longer be able to enjoy such delicacies. But the man said that in this case it is enough to leave the sound of only one. The guy's patience snapped. He asked the system to use all the cores to charge. The system said that these cores were enough for 3 improvements, after which the guy said that he wanted an improvement. Upgrading completed, level 7 at the moment, but also the system detected the guy's bodily injury. Regeneration cost 50 skill points. After the system asked if the guy wants to use the skill points for healing, he firmly and decisively answered yes. He only had 44 skill points left. The guy believed that the judge would definitely kill Melanie unless he managed to catch her so easily. His strength was more than enough. The fatal bullet might have helped to end him, but then all these people would be hit, which the guy would obviously not want. Now, the best solution is to use super speed to grab the girl from them and run away from this city. The guy climbed 3 levels. The body also feels new strength. He thinks that this is enough to run away. He asked the system to activate the speed climbing ability. After that, in the truest sense of the word, at super speed, he approached the girl to pick her up. All this time, the judge had a very cool and confident face. The guy in a split second snatched the girl from the men, thereby dropping them on the floor, and went to run away. The guy did not hide his joy from what he had just done, and told the girl that they would immediately leave here. The guy easily jumped over the building, which looked more like a tower, thus getting out of the city. The guy liked the fact that he could use his power even longer. The guy told the girl not to worry because soon they would be outside. And in a few seconds, the guy had already jumped over a huge wall around the city. The jump was so high that they stayed in the air for several tens of seconds. The guy landed on the ground in time because he was just the same at the limit. He believes that they are already far away, and they will not be able to track them down. Having recovered, the girl immediately began to apologize to the guy, arguing that she gave him problems. But the guy at that time didn't really listen to her, but only thought about how dangerous it was. But Mason asked the girl not to speak like that. She did everything right. It's his fault that he didn't take care of everything before. He just wasted so much time in vain. But who could have known that they would act so quickly? It was the girl's fault. She was too weak. If only she could gain time. The girl still believed that she was to blame for everything. The guy asked if this supreme judge is strong, to which the girl replied that he must be evolved to the 5th degree. Well, since the guy was not particularly in the subject, he asked if the 5th degree is the most powerful force. It is very difficult to go to the next stage. It took her 10 years to reach the 3rd degree. Each camp has a high degree evolved that is responsible for security, but a 5th degree evolved is rare. It is said that a 10th degree evolved is so strong that it can destroy an entire city with one blow. The guy did not think that there were people with such phenomenal power, but he thought that he could manage this world once he had a system. And at this time, the same judge was approaching his partners, whose intention was clearly not the best. She immediately warned the guy. But the judge was too fast, and the guy did not have time to react, after which the man struck him with a powerful blow from his knee right in the stomach. The man began to beat the guy almost half to death. His blows were not only strong but also accurate. He aimed the guy right in the face, and the girl at that time could not do anything. She just shouted out the guy's name. Defiantly holding the guy's bloodied head in front of him, the man angrily asked if he allowed them to walk. The guy lay covered in blood on the ground. The girl nevertheless decided to somehow help the guy and began to approach the judge. As expected, the judge managed to quickly react to this and hit the girl right in the stomach. A few seconds later, the man held the girl by the throat, and at that moment she begged him to let go. As it turned out, the guy was conscious and began to reach into his pocket for a potion. Then he drank it. Turning around, the room was clear that he was surprised at this action of the guy. Unimaginable things began to happen to the guy. He let go of the flask with the potion. The girl is a little believing that he has spent the potion at this moment. But the man just laughed at this because he was sure that this would not help the guy in any way. After a few seconds, he started laughing even more. The guy's stomach twisted sharply. He writhed in incredibly indescribable pain from drinking the potion. The man said that he had never met people dumber than the guy. He asked her boyfriend really thinks that he will evolve and be able to defeat him. Even if the guy manages to evolve, in the eyes of a man, he will just be a slightly stronger insect. According to the man, the guy will die so soon, which exhausts himself even more. Is it really better to take a mortal risk and try to defeat a man? A guy is like a miserable insect that is about to die, but still tries to fight for life. This is an interesting case as well. At the moment when the guy was writhing in pain, he began to remember his past, how he stood in front of some man who scolded him for always getting into fights. The man was already tired of repeating to the guy that you need to get along with classmates. But the guy said that if he is offended, he will always give back. He remembers how someone hit him right in the face. Most likely it was his dad, who was furious because he told him to stop fighting at school. He ordered his son to stop embarrassing him. The guy explained that he was teased for not having a mother. The man at this time simply remained silent, as if he had not heard anything. He also recalled how once his boss told him that from tomorrow he might not come to work. But the guy could not understand what was the matter and what he had done wrong. But the director said that there is nothing strange in the fact that the boss invites an employee for a cup of coffee. He could not understand why the guy got into their business. It's better for the guy to learn how to do it. The guy also recalled how when he walked along a dark street with his things. At this time, he saw how some hooligans on the street molested his at that time not yet girlfriend Emma. The guy at that time approached them from behind and asked what they were doing here. One of the hooligans told the guy not to mind his own business, after which he pushed him away. A few minutes after the fight, the whole beaten and scratched guy was holding on to the hooligan's leg, and he at one time told him to let him go. They thought that he was like a rabid dog, and one of them offered to leave here, otherwise the police would come running. The last words of the hooligans were that the guy would no longer catch their eye. After that, the girl ran up to the guy and thanked him for helping her. She said that she would take him to the hospital. It seems that he had serious injuries, but he said that there was nothing to worry about. These were just scratches. In the end, the guy only said that Emma hurry home because this area is not safe. The girl ran up to him and stopped him. She noticed that he was with a suitcase, so he had nowhere to live. She also added that her family was just giving an apartment and invited him to come to them. The guy had already agreed to the proposal to the girl. After a few minutes, he was already sitting in the apartment at the table and ate all sorts of things. The girl was obviously glad that the guy came to her, and it was clear from the guy that he was happy. Meanwhile, the man switched from the girl to the guy and put his foot on his hand. The judge called the guy a half-dead dog. He believed that he apparently failed to evolve. But at this time, the guy was somewhere in an indescribable place, and the monotonous voice of the system said that soon the guy would completely lose his mind because he was stuck in a loop, and his endless memories. The chances of evolving with the help of a second-level potion were too small. Apparently, everything was over for this candidate. His data was still not the most outstanding. Now it remains to find a new candidate. All their numerous attempts were unsuccessful. Perhaps they are simply destined to die. Then Emma asked the guy whether it was tasty for him, to which he answered, and that even with the culinary skills of a girl, you can open your own restaurant. A girl will always be happy to cook for a guy as soon as he says so. Those words made the boy a little embarrassed. The girl remembered that in the afternoon, she took a cake from a popular store nearby and stood at the table to bring it. She began to cut off a piece for him, with the words that he should try it. He said that it was very tasty. The girl heard that their confectioner was the owner of an international award, and at this time, the guy remembered that Melanie told him that she wanted to become a confectioner, but she believes that this is not very suitable for her. But the guy was sharply alert. Emma could not understand what happened to the guy because a second ago he was joyful, and now he seemed to have fallen into a stupor. The guy has the feeling that he forgot something and cannot remember it. And at this time, the judge grabbed the girl on his shoulder. She told him if he wants to kill, so let him kill now, but he is stalling for time. But he replied that he would kill her for me. They would scold him if there was not a single merchant of things left, which pleased the head of the city. In addition, according to the man, the girl has a pretty face. You can cut off her limbs and give her head to have fun. Such words are clearly not something that surprised the girl, but she was simply at a loss. At this time, a man was grabbed by the leg by a guy who still managed to evolve. The guy was the liveliest of all. Very strong energy was expressed from him. The man clearly did not expect this. The guy ordered the man to stand. After that, he grabbed him by the coat, and with the help of him, he began to seem to rise to the man. In a fraction of a second, the guy delivered a powerful blow to the man right in the jaw. The impact was indescribably powerful, and on top of that, it's very accurate. The strength of the guy was so strong that the man literally punched the ground with his face. The girl was clearly glad that the guy did not die, so he was also able to save her. The man lay unconscious and covered in blood in fragments of stones. And the guy at that time with bloody fists was kneeling over the man, and Melanie was calling the guy. The guy still managed to evolve, as I said earlier. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand. With a joyful expression on her face, the girl said that she already thought that the guy was dead. But he just laughed at this and added that it was not so easy to kill him. But I rejoice. It did not last long. The lying man plunged his hand into the guy in the literal sense of the word, thereby breaking through him. The girl, you yourself, the guy obviously didn't expect this. It was clear from her look that she was very scared because of the guy. And she was not only alarmed, but frightened. After the man was able to get up, he hung the guy in front of him while continuing to keep his hand in his chest. Taunting the guy, he congratulated him on his successful evolution, and the man, in principle, as always, had a calm and confident look. Let the guy succeed. He is only at the first stage of evolution. He asked if the guy really thinks that this is enough to defeat him. The boy clenched his teeth in anger. It was possible to understand that the guy was preparing for something indescribably powerful. What just happened after a few seconds? The guy shone with a yellow glow. The man could not understand what had just happened to the guy. In his eyes, it was noticeable that for the first time he was really scared. The shining guy literally began to levitate in the air. The man was still at a loss from what he saw. The man could not believe it because it is impossible. This is the energy of the golden core. It is impossible. Only those who have evolved at the 10th step can do this. The man realized that things wouldn't go like that, and he definitely couldn't defeat the guy if he really evolved at the 10th step, and was going to rush away from here with all his might. What he just did in a split second. He really raced at full speed because he did not want to be killed at the hands of a guy whom he recently considered the simplest little man. The guy just evolved. The man could not understand how he managed to use the energy of the golden core, but this one, no doubt, looks just like that time. At this time, the guy was already completely covered with this yellow radiance and directed his hand directly in the direction of the moving man. After the guy pointed his finger in the direction of the man, it shone bright yellow and some kind of magic ball formed. But the man did not suspect anything at that moment because he was only thinking about how to escape. Yellow sounded better than energy in the middle of the forest. He blurted out with him everything that he met on the way. It is clear that in a few seconds the beam reached the man himself. He literally began to disappear from the face of the earth. It was better to put a huge crater behind him. This battle will clearly go down in history. And at this time, the head felt something. He felt the energy of some familiar person 5 kilometers from here. Is it really someone strong heading to his city? At this time, and in the 17th camp, their boss also sensed something. In the climbing aid union, 2 girls also sensed this incredible power. And the guy at this time, exhausted, began to fall to the floor. A girl immediately ran up to him and told the guy to hold on. Also added that she would bandage his wounds. After a few seconds, it turned out that the guy was too big early, and the girl could not stop the bleeding. In a fraction of a second, the guy's body was covered like some kind of shield. It is clear that the girl was surprised by what she saw because the blood stopped abruptly. The girl raised the guy with a comma and said that he should hold on. Now she will take him to the doctor. After which they went, in fact, to the doctor. Meanwhile, the head rushed to the scene where he felt the energy. Well, when he arrived at the place, oddly enough, he did not see anything, and the energy also disappeared abruptly. The head could not understand why such a strong evolved suddenly entered the battle near his city. He hopes he did not come to his soul. Although if you think about it, he is a simple entrepreneur, so he could not cross the path of evolved at the expense of the 4th stage and above. They went somewhere like a warehouse. The girl began to loudly knock on the door and scream for them to open it as soon as possible. She literally broke down the door with her feet and thereby pushed the girl who was standing in front of the door. Oddly enough, the girl fell and thrashed. She was clearly not happy with what the girl had done. The girl said that Melanie would pay for the new door herself. But the girl did not have time to chat, and she said that the girl should help her cure the guy as soon as possible. It was clear from Melanie that she was very worried. It was very strange. Melanie asked the girl what was wrong with the guy. She answered something that her vital signs were very strange. She couldn't say that everything was bad, but she couldn't tell you back either. In any case, first you need to properly bandage his wounds. An X-ray showed that in places of storage his organs were covered with some kind of golden film. We can say that this metal saved his life. Miracles, the girl had never seen such a method of treating wounds. The girl asked if the guy was okay. To which she was told that the doctor could not say for sure. After all, it is very strange. Let the guy stay here for a couple of days, she will watch him. At this time, somewhere in the lane, 3 men stood and listened from some 4th man so that they hit him a couple of times. As it turned out, it was their boss. They could not understand what he was talking about, because after all, he was their boss. As it turned out, it was Logan. He asked his subordinates if they really didn't want to hit him once, because they always get it from him. He said not to be afraid, he would not remind them of this, they could easily beat him. After which he briefly thought, 3 subordinates began to literally beat their boss almost to a pulp. Logan was clearly unhappy with this, because they did not even hesitate for a minute, although he promised them not to remember this, but he had something completely different in his plans. At this time, the guy knocked on the door. As it turned out, Logan was knocking on the door to the same doctor. Now it is clear why he asked to be beaten. He came to the doctor and said that he had hurt himself again, and asked her to cure him as soon as possible. The girl was surprised because this is the 3rd time in a month, something the guy began to get injured too often, to which he replied that there was no other way in their profession. Heard some sounds outside, Melanie went out to see who had come. She instantly remembered how Logan presented a gun to Mason's head, and at that time told the girl how much she had killed his brothers. Logan promised that the next time they met, he would cut her to pieces and feed her to the zombies to avenge his brothers. The girl could not understand what he was doing here, because the 17th camp should have its own infirmary. If Logan knew they were here, he would definitely call his men and surround her. He had to get away before he let the camp know about them. When Logan practically entered the room with the girl and the guy, the doctor stopped him and said that there was already a patient in this room and told him to find her and she would treat him early. Entering Mason's room, the doctor was very surprised by what the girl was doing. She said that the guy should not move now and ordered her to quickly put him back. But the girl did not listen to her and said that they needed to leave here. Melanie heard someone open the door to the ward. Oddly enough, it was Logan himself, who looked ominously at the girl. He immediately took out his and was ready to shoot. He pointed the gun at the girl and the guy. At this time, the doctor attacked him with words about what he was doing, and Melanie grabbed the guy on his back and began to run away. Taxon told the doctor that these 2 had killed a dozen of his boys. He promised them that he would kill them. Logan also said that he had already notified the camp. They were nearby. They definitely would not leave. He also added that he would skin them, but the doctor interrupted him and said that there would be no murders in her infirmary because he was her patient. If a guy even touches them with a finger, he can be, and she has the treatment. The girl was serious. She would not allow anyone to touch her patients. Lowering his head, the guy said that he would not touch her patients, but also asked if it was okay to touch non-patients. The evil guy said that they can stay here for a couple of days. He tells his people to surround the building. He promises them as soon as they leave the infirmary, and there will be no more dead. At this time, the guy's mind was transferred somewhere into the system. He was congratulated on the successful transition to the 1st stage of evolution. He was surprised because he believed that he had died. The system reported that he had spent 3 years of his life to concentrate power and defeat the evolutionary 5th degree. It is clear that the guy could not understand what 3 years of life the system was talking about. The system reported that during the loss of consciousness, the guy relied on his gift of concentration and was able to defeat the enemy. But even during these years of his life, who would have thought that one could evolve with the help of one's own willpower and not underestimated him? The guy could not understand who says this all the time. The guy asked me to answer his question, who they are and why they gave him this system. They hoped that the guy would be able to go to the end. When he reached the finish line, they would definitely meet. The doctor was surprised, because in just 1 day, all his wounds healed, even taking into account the ability of the evolved generation. She had not yet observed such a quick recovery. But the little one could not understand why then the guy would not wake up in any way. But the girl believed that he would wake up very soon. He probably needed a little stimulation. After that, in the truest sense of the word, she charged him in the balls. So the expected guy was instantly, firstly, writhing in pain, and secondly, he woke up. The girl laughed at this, and apparently the guy is already much better. He looks full of energy. Defiantly coughing, the girl told the guy to get dressed. While the guy was dressing, the girl reported what happened while he was out with Logan. The 17th camp had already surrounded this building. The girl began to tell that in the old days, she could easily deal with their boss, who is at the 3rd stage of evolution, but that supreme judge kicked her, damaging her internal organs, so yesterday she could not take risks. Hearing this, the guy became furious and said that he would deal with them now. The girl said that she was going with a guy, but he objected to this, arguing that she needed to heal her wounds. Now he can deal with this bunch of losers in one fell swoop, because he is completely healed and cheerful. At this time, the boss was asked why they couldn't just break in there and finish off these two, to which he replied that it was impossible because he made a promise to the doctor, so they dare not break it. One of the subordinates informed the boss that at the resource point they said that today the doctor would go to them to buy medicine. They could wait a moment, get inside and finish them off, and then just say that they left the infirmary themselves. Then the doctor would not say anything to Logan. It was clear that the guy liked this plan. He just planned to do just that. They decided to kill the guy, take the girl alive. One of the subordinates asked the boss whether he didn't go after the doctor, or he decided to have fun with another girl, which made the guy just laugh and said that the most important thing was that the doctor didn't find out about anything. A few seconds later, a crowd of people saw the silhouette of a man in front of them. The guy was surprised at who was standing in front of them. Oddly enough, it was Mason himself who came in with the words that you should not waste your energy on walking, because he himself came to them. Logan immediately ordered his boyfriend to kill Mason. The guy again shone with some kind of yellow glow. The guy was determined. He wanted to end them once and for all. The digital pad is activated. A crowd of people head towards the guy, hoping that they can easily finish him off. In principle, this whole crowd of people consisted of evolved initial first degree. Some of them had speed 6, and strength was 4. Someone had speed 3, and strength was 6. Someone had speed 5, and strength was 6. But Logan was an evolved initial third degree, which had a speed of as much as 11 and a strength of as much as 50. At the moment, the guy who evolved completely the first degree, which has a speed of 7 and a strength of 20, he activated the ability of high-speed climbing, which increased the probability of winning to 90%. In a fraction of a second, the guy began to torment opponents with indescribable speed. It's clear that he forgot me about Logan. In just a few seconds, this whole crowd of people lay on the floor, immobilized and most likely dead. He only left Logan alive, but even he couldn't figure out how that was even possible. After all, the last time he seemed to him an ordinary person of the lowest rank. He could not understand how the guy could become so strong in such a short time. Mason said that if he also used a weapon, they would all be dead already. But considering that yesterday he still didn't touch them, the guy will give them one more chance to survive. He set conditions for Logan under which he would let them go, only if the boss gets on his knees and starts barking like a dog and then calls him the owner. The merchant Alex rejoiced at what he managed to find and asked Mason to look if there was something worthwhile. The guy immediately replied that this was exactly what he needed and gave him canned food in return. The last word of the guy was that the merchant continued to collect gold, and so that he would not worry about canned food, he would not deprive him. It is clear that in this world, gold is worth nothing. It was because of this that the merchant could not understand what the guy would do with this gold. The cause had long become a new currency, and that guy had 20 ingots. It was very rich. The guy told Melanie that he would go get the goods. He would also bring food and water. She only told him to be careful on the road. After Little did not leave, he began to move in due time. He was transferred to his bed. Just at that time, someone intensively knocked into the room. The guy immediately got out of bed and went to the door to find out who was knocking there. Turns out it was Emma. She immediately threw herself into the guy's arms, and the guy was pleasantly surprised by this. The girl asked the guy what was wrong with him, where he was all this time. She could not get through to him. He immediately began to come up with some excuses. He told her that he had gone somewhere on business, and there the connection did not catch, and asked her forgiveness. It's clear that the girl got a little angry because of this, because the guy had to warn her about the entrance, because he scared her to death. She was already going to the police, asked him never to do that again, and be sure to tell her if she suddenly gets together, go somewhere. Slightly embarrassed, the guy did not say that he would take this into account. The guy said that as an apology, he presents her with a gift. But Emma said that she did not need any gift, because the guy is already a mile away. Why would he need extra spending? But the guy asked the girl not to worry. But his finances, because he just earned a lot on the trip, he said that he would buy her everything she wanted and everything she liked. They came to some very stunning building, which by all appearances showed that it was for the rich. The guy noticed that this place is quite sophisticated, but the girl, on the contrary, told the guy that this is a rather expensive boutique and asked him to look for another place. But the guy told the girl to choose something to her taste, and so that she was sure that he could afford at least 100 of these to buy. In the future, he would earn even more. The girl could not understand how he only managed to earn. The guy turned to the assistant and asked her to show the best jewelry they have, and she asked us to wait for him for just a second. Then she brought an exquisite jewelry, which the guy immediately hung around the girl's neck. The girl had a very strange reaction. She kissed the guy on the lips as a token of gratitude. It is clear that both were embarrassed by this. She said that she really liked it, and most importantly, that this was his gift. The guy told the assistant that they were taking it and asked him to pack it. The guy asked the girl to wait for him here. He goes to take something to the bank. He promised to return soon. Right after that, he went to the bank. Approaching the assistant, he asked if the bank accepts gold. The girl asked how many bars the guy would like to exchange. Then he opened his backpack, from which a mountain of gold literally shone. After the director himself found out who came to their bank, he hurried to see this person. At this time, the guy was sitting on the couch when the man ran in. He immediately began to apologize for the long wait, but the guy said that there were no problems in this. The director asked my catfish if he could take a look at his gold bars, to which he replied that they were in a backpack and he could take a look. After that, the director had exactly the same reaction as the bank staff. The guy said that the director himself can check the samples. There are 12 ingots. He asked how much he could roughly get for them. A few minutes later, the guy was already signing papers on the exchange of ingots. Even the assistant asked the director how much money the guy got for so many ingots. In total, he had 12 bars. The percentage of gold in each was 99%, which amounted to $6,600,000. Returning to the jewelry store, the guy was slightly surprised at what he saw in front of him. He saw how Emma and some stranger quarreled over something incomprehensible. As it turned out, they argued over the necklace, ordered the girl to take it off, but the girl argued that she took this necklace by the fact that Emma had not yet paid. If she had not paid, then it was not her. After the guy asked what happened here, Emma replied that this girl took her necklace. It was clear from the girl that she was very angry with the stranger. The girl handed the money to the seller and said what kind of necklace it was, and even said that she did not need change. But the guy interrupted the girl's conversation and said that he would pay in gold. After he took out this ingot of gold, it was clear to all those present that they were very surprised at this. He said that this piece is enough to make 10 more such necklaces. But the girl did not want to accept the fact that she would now lose the common necklace and began to invent that anyone could see that it was a fake, and for some time repeated that she had paid the first time I ate it. The seller apologized to the girl and said that this necklace already has a reservation. Even if she paid first, this does not give her the right to appropriate it for herself. A few seconds later, the saleswoman packed the necklace and gave it to Emma, and the girl at that time was furious. The stranger promised that the guy and the girl would still pay for it. Sorry, I have no idea how to sign this. Emma suggested that the guy first go to the market for groceries and then go home, to which he politely agreed. The guy was interrupted by a can that flew right into his head. In front of him stood 5 of some hooligans. Apparently their leader spat at that moment. As it turned out, the same girl who was arguing with Emma was standing next to him. The man threatened the couple and asked how they even dared to take the necklace from his woman. Then, as expected, they began to beat them. It is clear that Mason immediately stood in front of the girl. His look showed that he was not scared at all and, in principle, could easily cope with them. And the girl at that time was very frightened and offered the guy just to run away from here. After a few seconds, the girl opened her eyes to see what was happening. But she no longer saw the crowd of a bully in front of her. And the guy said that they needed to go to the market as if nothing had happened. After the girl asked what happened to the hooligans, the guy, joking a little at them, said that they might have had an epileptic attack. A few minutes later, the girl and the guy were already in the market. The saleswoman said that they had $5.50. At this time, a man approached the girl from behind. She was very surprised to see him. As it turned out, it was her uncle. She could not understand how her uncle knew that she was with her, but about the fact that he installed a surveillance application on her phone. But he reminded the girl of what she promised her father, also rudely adding that they were going home. But the guy stood up for the girl and said that she did not want to go with him, so he only had to go alone. But the man is already tired of repeating the guy, such as he is completely uneven. Theirs to Emma. Her father is already looking for a suitable groom who will meet her needs, and when she goes, they will immediately play a wedding. The man asked the girl if she remembers her father's words about what he would do if she did not obey him. If she obeys her father, then this guy will be cut off his limbs and thrown into the river. After these words, it was clear from the girl that she was frightened and a little nervous. I realized all the scenarios in my head. The girl decided that she would still go with a man, because it would be at least better for Mason himself. Following the departing relatives, the guy shouted for them to stop. He asked if they would let Emma go with him if he said he got a lot richer. The man asked if the guy really wants to say that he has more than 6 million in his account. Apparently, this was the very condition under which they would allow to somehow approach the guy to the girl. The man asked the guy to come down from heaven to earth. Let him first try to earn 600 million in a year, then they will talk. Such words clearly shook the guy. 600 million. The guy could see that he was slightly furious after such words. The guy agreed with the conditions of the man. He was very unhappy with this whole situation, and it was clear from his eyes that he really was determined about the girl. The guy asked the girl to wait for him. He will definitely earn these 600 million and take her away. The action moved to the base. So the time the two men were discussing something, one of them asked if they could find something, to which he replied that it was at the unification of the buildings of the mainland, where the main characters just visited. They want 1,000 zombie cores for him. And the man was furious with such an amount because all his property costs exactly the same amount. A bunch of charlatans just want to rip him to the skin. They conveyed that there will always be a buyer for this product, so it's up to the man. After which he began to think. Their cost directly goes beyond all limits. But if he buys this thing and gives it to him, then he will certainly agree to cooperate. The main thing is to get his help. Then not only 1,000 cores, but the entire base will be men. The man ordered to go and bring him this thing because he needs it too much. The joyful guy was holding some bags and a bunch of bags in his hands and announced that he had returned. Melanie was surprised because there are many times more here than he brought last time. Rice flour, meat, eggs, milk are all there, the guy said. But the girl could not understand only one thing, why the guy brought so much flour this time. The guy argued that the girl could bake. He remembers that she said that she would like to become a confectioner. From such an action on the girl, it was clear that she was embarrassed. But the girl could not understand what the guy was talking about, because her main task was to protect him and how he would have time for baking. But the girls haven't lit it yet. The guy thinks she doesn't need to accompany him next time. It's better that she stays at the base and will rest. Sister Melanie BK told the guy that then she could go with him. He was glad about this, because help would not hurt him at all. But Little objected to this. Melanie asked what the girl was up to again. She was not going to quietly finish off the guy on the way. But Baker said that her little sister could do something so insidious. She's kind of embarrassed that she's sitting on their neck, so she'll go with the guy and protect him with all her might. The girls have nothing to worry about. The action moved to the base. The guy could not understand why the entrance to the base is so narrow. The girl began to explain to him in order to make it more impregnable, so the base is protected from zombies and people. But the base was still huge and seemingly powerful. Two men were carrying some kind of box as they were carrying it. It was clear that something valuable was lying there. After a fraction of a second, they lowered the case. The man asked if the treasure was inside. He ordered them to give him a look as soon as possible. It was clear from his eyes that something really valuable lay there. The man opened the box. There lay some kind of stone staff, which did not really look like some kind of treasure. Even the man himself did not believe that this was exactly it, because it looked like an ordinary stone staff. He asked if they could not slip a fake. When the man almost touched this staff, he was abruptly stopped. As it turned out, the cadaveric poison on the staff, even the evolved ones, the risk of infection from touching it is not ruled out. The evolved 5th degree will be able to hold the staff in his hands for only 15 minutes. The man was surprised that this staff has such a concentration of poison. It is not surprising that he needs this staff so much. The man asked, or a subordinate was checking if this staff was real. He reported that non-evolved people without any injuries or diseases were taken for the experiment. They all became zombies immediately after one touch. The man thanked the subordinate for the excellent work. He is always calm when he gets down to business. At this time, the dialogue was interrupted by a guy who entered the room and turned to the commander. He said that 2 merchants had arrived. They wanted to exchange goods. They have a huge backpack full of canned food. At first glance, they are rich people. After such words, it was clear from the man that he was surprised. The man was very happy about this because he had just run out of food. And here the delicacy was brought right to his door. He wanted to look at this meat with pleasure. At this time, Baker said that, to tell the truth, she and her sister did not particularly cooperate with this base. So first you need to test the ground. Well, the guy said that he needed to get rich as soon as possible. The girl seemed to say that here you can meet a maximum of evolved 3rd degree. He told the girl not to worry. He promises if they get out of here safe. Just the same, when the guy finished talking, the commander burst into the room. He had a very joyful and high spirits. He immediately apologized for such a long wait. The man said that he had heard that they had brought a very good item for exchange and asked to take a look at it. The guy showed backpacks fully stuffed with canned food. The man was very surprised at this because such a jar costs a lot, and here probably there are more than 100 of them. The man immediately gave some kind of sign to his subordinate, after which he nodded to him. The man asked what they wanted in return. The girl replied that they needed cores, as well as gold or other jewelry. But at that moment, the door to the room slammed shut. It is clear that such an action confused the sellers present. With a malicious smile on his face, the man said that it was nothing. They didn't just want to calmly discuss the price. Oddly enough, the man after a few seconds ordered to fix it for us to take them. The girl immediately began to run away, but she was surprised that the guy stood like a stone and was not at all going to move somewhere. The guy sighed and asked why in this world all people are the same. He just wants to quietly make a deal with them. And here is the time the two fighters almost crept up to the guy. The guy for some time already shone with a yellow glow. It is clear that such actions very much embarrassed the men. The guy activated the ability of high-speed climbing. The use of abilities makes his fingers much stronger, which allows him to stick them into a hard surface like a stone. At the same time, the strength in the legs increases, increasing the skill of jumping, and therefore a person can move much faster. Finally, the overall accuracy of the movement of all limbs is increased, due to which a person is able to deliver accurate and high-speed strikes. What the guy was doing just like that, he kicked the ass of his opponents. Thus, the ability allows you to defeat an opponent in a very short time. There was only one man left in front of the guy, and all his remaining subordinates were lying on the floor after the battle with the guy. The sister was very surprised by this, because she did not expect that the guy was incredibly strong. The man immediately began to make excuses and says that this is just a misunderstanding and that they misunderstood everything. From the room came the most severe cries of pain. The man with all his might begged the guy not to beat him. He even agreed that he was wrong. The guy asked if it was really necessary to force him, The guy himself does not like violence. The man promised that he would give them what they wanted in return and would not offend them with the goods. The girl was furious because the man wanted to kill them and take the goods for himself. He really thinks that they will cooperate with a dirty merchant like him. But the guy with the hand upset the girl after he said that they would be happy to cooperate with him. It is clear that the girl could not understand the guy's decision. How can you even believe a man? Someday he will definitely plunge a knife into their backs. The guy already understood that trade is also involved in the post-apocalyptic world. You can stumble upon predatory people, but if you let them know what awaits them, if you use dirty tricks, then trade will become much more pleasant and fruitful. The man said that it was not too late for them to show respect to such a strong man as a guy. Moreover, they would not even dare to think about dirty tricks. The man told the girl and the guy to follow him. He will show the goods they need. After that, he brought them to the room where the same box lay, and showed his hand to him, and said that this was exactly the product. But the guy thought that it was just a broken stick, and said that he did not need this. The man began to tell that even though the guy did not know, but in truth, he sold almost all of his property to buy this staff, which is why, out of desperation, he wanted to take away their goods. A hard life began for them. And this is far from a broken stick. It is a very rare and valuable weapon, but it increases your damage. They say with this staff, you can even defeat someone who is above you on an evolutionary level. If the guy does not believe, he can try it himself. It is clear that the guy was surprised by such information. He did not expect that this stick, according to him, is so cool. It is clear that the man provoked all this, and now the guy should hold after some 5 seconds in his hands as the Tomane will turn him into a zombie. According to the man, the guy has come to an end. The guy abruptly changed his mind and said that the man should try better. The man began to make excuses that after all, weapons are such a thing. It's better to try it yourself. But the guy does not want to. It is better for a man to try. He will see how strong this staff is. The room could be seen that he was very nervous. He even began to stutter. But the guy in a rough voice said that he still tried the staff. Taking the staff in his hand, but first wrapping it in a rag, he handed it to the man. The room could be seen that he was very much frightened. The guy repeated once again that the man took the staff in his hands. Then the actual staff fell to the floor. The man almost got a heart attack from this. The guy asked if the man really thought he hadn't figured out what the catch was. The guy was waiting for him another chance for cooperation, but he did not appreciate it. He said that the man himself made his choice. At this time, the girl told the guy that he needed to kill the man. What he just did begin to do after a few seconds, He grabbed him with his most powerful fist and began to choke him. The man writhed from the incredible pain he was experiencing, and at this time he begged not to kill him. The hanging body of a girl in front of him, who just stole a little medicine. From such memories, the guy's anger stopped even more, respectively, and the force with which he strangled the man also became greater. He remembered the words of the judge, which he asked, "Or is it really nice to feel that someone's life is in your hands?" After that, the guy immediately jumped, and he immediately released the man. After that, the guy just started to leave and told the girl to take their things. And because they were leaving, the girl and she were perplexed by what she saw, because she hoped that the guy was about to kill the man for what he did to them. The girl could not understand, or they would really just leave. A minute ago, the man wanted to kill them. Why shouldn't they do the same? But the girl believed that she understood the guy. She thought that he did not want to watch the man die painfully. Then you can use poison or cut off his head with one blow of a knife. There are many more ways to make him suffer for a short time. But the guy asked the girl to stop. The guy decided that he would probably take the staff, come down for compensation. For a while, the girl thought about the fact that the guy is just hard work. He has such abilities, and he poses himself as a miserable Mother Teresa. Such a person is definitely not able to protect his sister, according to the girl. Following the departing couple, the man asked them to stop. Very unexpectedly, but for some reason the man asked the guy to help their base. The girl became even more furious at this. She asked if they, in the opinion of the man, were some kind of charitable organization. But the man begged them to agree. If they agree, then when everything is over, he will give them all the valuable things that he has at the base. He argued his appeal by the fact that they are in complete despair. If no one helps them, then the base will soon come to an end. The girl asked if this was dirty tricks again. Apparently the man was tired of living straight. But the man began to tell that they sent a huge amount of things to the 5th degree evolved to help him. But he still asked for even more. Now they are simply forced to go on robberies. The man asked to follow him. When they see it themselves, they will understand everything. He asked them to look at the hole below. He asked if the corpses see you. To be honest, it's hard not to see them even from afar. The man explained that these were people who were killed in just one day. It is clear that the guy could not understand why there were so many corpses and who did it at all. Every day, several dozen people die at their base, and this is not the work of outsiders. As it turned out, the head of their base was to blame. In order to prevent infection every day, they burn corpses. Approaching their base, anyone will smell this nauseating smell of burning meat. The girl could not understand if their head had really gone crazy, if he continued to kill so many people every day. Very soon there would be no one left at their base at all. The man said that the girl was right, which is why he decided to overthrow the head and lock him in prison. The guy asked if this was the reason why he sold everything to get the help of the evolving 5th stage, to which the man replied that the guy was right. But one such evolving one will not be enough. You need at least 3 strong fighters, because their leader evolved 7th degree. At this time, the man remembered what kind of head with 1 movement and 2 fingers literally hit the head of some man, and of course he died from this. At the same time, a stranger ran by. In a fraction of a second, the stranger was already lying on the floor, bloodied and oddly enough killed, and the head kept repeating that they must all die. At this time, some big guy and a slightly less tall guy with glasses stood and looked at the man with some kind of condemning look. The man approached them and was delighted because he had finally found them. The big man began to slightly rudely inform the man that even if they agreed to help him, but let him not forget about their conditions, they will only take effect if at least evolved 5th degrees gather. Well, what is there a man does not feel that among all those present there was that same 3rd fighter? The man asked if the commander was trying to trick them. The man began to explain everything. Among them there is no evolving 5th degree, but he found someone who knows how to increase his degree. It is clear that the man could not understand what the commander was talking about. The man immediately asked the subordinate if it was him. He felt that he had the 4th degree. He asked him how he could improve it and defeat him. But the subordinate said that the man was mistaken. It was not him at all. A few seconds later, Mason appeared behind the man. The commander introduced him and said that this is the one he was talking about, also adding that the guy has outstanding strength. The man was a little surprised with the guy. The man said that the guy apparently evolved the 1st degree. He asked if the guy could increase the degree to defeat the evolved 5th degree. The guy said that this would not give him any difficulty because he had already won once. After these words, the man began to laugh out loud, almost to the entire base, also adding that the guy was definitely mistaken. The man also told the commander that the guy was deceiving him. The man began to tell that there is no one in the world who would be able to step over 3 degrees at once, and the guy says that he can step over 4, but it just sounds ridiculous. The guy said that the man was right, because the last time he was very lucky, that's why he was able to defeat the evolving and the 5th degree. So he himself does not know how much his strength can increase, which is why he decided to wait for them. He offered to fight and compare their powers. The guy also added that if he loses this battle, then he leaves, and also gives them to her with canned food as compensation. Anti-toxic gloves made of a special material protect the skin from the penetration of poison. The man began to disassemble them, arguing that so that forces would not be resorted to, and there was no need to check who is stronger. The man said that if the guy proves that he can rise to 4 degrees, then he leaves to defeat the evolving 7th degree. They need to understand the situation well. He is not going to charge his life into the hands of anyone. The guy agreed with the commander. It's just sparring, no one should get hurt. The man asked the guy to calm down, also adding that he was not going to kill anyone. A man and a guy were standing in the middle of the square preparing to spar. At this time, someone there waved a red flag, which meant the beginning of sparring. The man immediately began to attack, but the guy managed to react and fought off the blow with the staff. The guy was clearly lucky that he had this staff in sparring with such a strong opponent. From the impact of the man on the staff, the vibration went away. Even the guy himself was surprised how much power in one blow. His hands were trembling. He also noticed that the man is too fast. From the very beginning of the battle, he has to act at the limit of his capabilities. The man was surprised that the guy was able to dodge all of his blows, and yet agreed that the guy still knows how to do something. But the man believed that the guy did not have enough strength to jump over as many as 4 degrees. The guy was very surprised after the man broke through the stone with one blow. All 5-degree evolved are so fierce. The guy began to run away. It's clear that the man couldn't understand where he ran. What's the point of always dodging? But the guy said that he would refuse otherwise to go straight to heaven. He just had to run. Well, the guy was still able to catch up with the man. The guy had the perfect plan. In his opinion, he was going to pierce the chest of a man with this staff. After that, the guy stopped abruptly and struck the man right below the groin, so the blow was so strong that it is difficult to describe in words. Very strange, but the expression on the man's face did not change at all. The guy believed that the man could not say a word from the pain. He said that this was his signature blow and the abortion technique. The guy still hasn't just removed it from the man's penis. The commander noticed that the guy hit the bullseye, after which he jokingly asked the guy standing next to him or his friend managed to get a wife. But the guy said that it was nothing to worry about. His special ability to make the body harden, he could handle such a minor attack quite well. But the man informed her that she was a staff and asked if his friend would be able to resist its effect. At this time, the man shone in a blue radiance, and then he threw the guy a few meters away from himself, so much so that the staff flew out of his hands. The guy, to put it mildly, rolled on the ground. After that, without a break, the man began to attack the guy, and he dealt a powerful blow to almost a guy in the head. The blow was so strong that a stone lying next to him cracked. After that, the man stood over the guy and said that the guy had lost. The man said that the guy is really strong, only at the first stage, but already has such high speed and accuracy. He thinks the guy would have no problem coping with the evolved 3rd degree or the weaklings of the 4th degree. But in battle, he relies only on his strength without any strategy. He had better go home and train properly. He said that they were leaving. The commander asked if they would return, but the man told the commander not to worry. They wouldn't work out everything he paid them. When the commander finds a worthy evolving 5th degree, they won't come again. This guy is not strong enough. He has no chance against their crazy head. They will immediately kill him. At this time, some zombie reported that it was true. Coming out of the shadows, he said that this guy was no good. He also added that he would be much better suited for this role, but the guy was only surprised that his staff and gloves were in the hands of a stranger. The stranger apologized for stealing, but he also said that the guy had misused the staff. But the guy was most embarrassed by the fact that zombies can talk. Of course, such words do not get acquainted with the mother. He said that he was a man. The guy immediately apologized, but the stranger got out so suddenly that it seemed to him that it was a corpse. And the commander, on the contrary, was delighted with the stranger. He asked if he had finally agreed to help them. But then he said that he had come not for their sake. For the sake of the staff, he had been looking for it for so long, so they finally met. But the guy was indignant and said that the commander gave this staff to him. The stranger asked the commander if this guy is really telling the truth. The commander said that this staff was originally intended for a man, He gave a lot to get it. He only asked to help them, and he would give him the staff as a gift. The man laughed at this. He defiantly covered his mouth with his hand and laughed. I asked the guy not to be angry for help because I had a choice. He offered to stay with them. Then, when everything is over, he gives them weapons even cooler. The guy told the man that he agreed to help them, but he had one condition. When it's all over, they will only exchange things with him. He will become their sole supplier. It is clear that the man was a little surprised by such a condition. He asked the guy if he had enough products because they mainly take medicines and food, to which he replied that his sources allow. Besides, his prices are quite low. He just need gold or other valuables. The man said that he agreed to the terms of the guy. The guy with glasses asked his brother how he felt after such a powerful blow, but that he replied that everything was fine. He would just fix it a bit. All those present gathered in a small room and discussed something. The man thanked them for their desire to help, and now he wants to tell them the plan in detail. For comfortable communication in the future, the man asks them to briefly introduce themselves and tell about themselves. The big man introduced himself. As it turns out, his name is James. He evolved the 5th degree of the final stage. His special ability to harden the body, ordinary bullets can pass through him. The guy with the glasses was called Robertson. He evolved the 5th degree of the initial stage, the special ability to freeze everything that he touches with one touch. The man's name, which looks like zombie ears, was called Oscar. He did not reveal a special ability that evolved to the 5th degree, but only said that others could guess. Mason introduced himself that he evolved the 1st stage of the initial stage of the special ability of concentration, and the girl introduced herself as Becca. She evolved the 2nd stage of the final stage. The special ability could be able to calculate like a supercomputer, after which the girl was surprised at why each of them appeared with them signs like profiles on a dating site. But the guy did not answer that he had no idea what it was better not to ask at all. After everyone finally introduced themselves, the men began to tell their plan. The head of their base evolved the 7th degree in the final stage. The special ability of his body becomes liquid. This is a big problem for them. It will be difficult to catch him, but a careless movement and he will kill them. According to his plan, you first need to take him to a secret room. Then Oscar poison him to paralyze his nervous system and their fighters will capture him. And Robertson will wait for the right moments to freeze him. And with the help of a mechanism, they will not lock him in a capsular cage. James said that the plan was really good and asked when they would begin to act. But Oscar at that time just laughed because now everyone knows about his special ability. The commander said that people should not be allowed to continue to die. Tomorrow, they will already carry out a plan to capture. The commander went down somewhere in the basement. Right next to him was the same head of the base. It is clear that even though the man had a plan, it still inspired some fear in him. The head of the Mysterious asked if the commander was really going to kill him and end all these deaths. At this time, the head of the practically commander with a very strong jet of water, but at this time James covers him, who did not care because he knows how to harden. James stood in front of the commander and ordered him to step back a comma and was ready to cling to a fight with the head. From the look of the head, it was clear that he did not understand what would happen, but he was also ready for anything and for everyone who might come now. And at this time, as planned according to the plan, Oscar flew with a staff on the head and was about ready to poison him with a staff. But it was not there. While Oscar was trying to hit the head, he calculated everything and practically hit him with a jet of water. But Mason noticed it in time and picked up Oscar. The man laughed and was glad that my son was sleeping. He said that if it weren't for the guy, he would already be finished, and at that time stroked his cheek with his hands. Well, James didn't have time for any jokes. He was serious about winning. Well, as it turned out in the struggle, somehow not in his own image, the head was able to inflict scratches, yes, small ones. But still, these are scratches on a person who has the ability to freeze. In a fraction of a second, he completely hit him right in the ribs. It is clear that the man was surprised at this. I could not understand how the head could pierce his hard body, but the man said that a liquid with high pressure and a high rotation speed is able to break through something very solid. Meanwhile, Robertson came running to help his brother. He began to freeze water. This, after all, but still helped. The head even took a step back. It was obvious that he was unhappy with all this. And it was also evident from the guy that he was a little in thought too. He should do now. But again, once again, Mason manages to take away from the head of his ally in time. And at this time, while the head was focused on how Mason was taken away by an ally, the day before James was ready to deliver a final powerful blow to him. what he just did in a split second. The man shouted to the whole room that he had broken the shape of the head, and this meant that now the exit of Roberts, which should freeze him. In principle, Robertson began to carry out his task in a few seconds. Well, something apparently did not go according to plan, and this collection of water turned into some kind of hurricane, and it was because of this that Roberts was thrown back. After my son asked or the head died, he was told that he dissipated so that the guy could not freeze him. The commander ordered to guard all the openings at the entrances and exits. He must not be allowed to leave. And the head at that time began to take on the image of a man. Well, now the image of a person was slightly strange, because the water was not blue as we are all used to seeing it, but a dark black dot. Even Roberts, he couldn't understand what the head was trying to do. And the commander said that things were bad. The point was that he was going to use the same technique. After that, the commander ordered everyone to get their shields and stand behind the screen with scores. And the head apparently has already begun to use some kind of technique. After 2 seconds, he began to thrust a stream of water into everyone's chest before punching this one. He even managed to stab the commander. The head even tried to pierce James, but to no avail. James told everyone to stand behind him. As it turned out, the head increased the number of water jets, so their strength became less. Now his body can handle it. And the head apparently did not intend to stop. The commander yelled out that he is still and let everyone attack now. After this technique, he becomes weaker for a while. Within 10 seconds, the water will again be in the state it was in at the very beginning. He punished Oscar and freeze him as soon as possible, after which you asked Mason to push him. They were already practically in this water balloon, so to speak. Well, the man at that time did not see anything, did not hear anything. The guy has to have time to completely freeze it in these 10 seconds, which can be punished by someone with an incredibly difficult action. The man still did not feel anything, but it was already clear that ice stones were floating around his face, so to speak. It felt like the guy was about to finish. Mason shouted that everything worked out. Well, apparently Robertson himself did not think so. It was clear from his look that he was nervous. Although this dome of water was really already covered in ice, Robertson reported that things were bad. The man accelerated the circulation of water, so the freezing slowed down. Robertson was at a loss what to do now. Oscar told him not to worry, and he would help. He couldn't escape. After which, the man began to direct some of his energy into the icy ball. The liquid disperses quickly, so his poison cannot spread throughout his body, and now the situation is ideal. This self does not make him fall asleep forever, and without its antidote, no one can save him. After a few seconds, the man had already finished instilling poison into the man. He sighed at the commander, clearly glad that they were finally able to defeat the barbarian. And now no one will threaten their city or anything around it. All those present decided to gather and celebrate this great victory. The commanders began to thank everyone taking part in this for their help. As a thank you, they prepared these delicious dishes for them. Mine clearly didn't like them. And of course, what would a dinner party be without a group of girls? After which the commander told the girls to come in. All the men looked at the girls with caution at first. The girls were truly all incredibly beautiful. In a split second, the man literally swam away from these girls, and they were already arguing about who would be who. Robertson and Oscar immediately began flirting with the girls. A stranger asked my son if he was an extra hero. She also called him young, and such a guy was slightly embarrassed. And Baker at this time was clearly unhappy with all this. As expected, men are simply disgusting. After some certain amount of time, all the men were practically unconscious, which is why the commander decided that the girls should be taken to their rooms. My wife was taken into the room by 2 girls. One of the girls was surprised at how cute the guy was. He drank everything and was already drunk. And the other girl said that he was her type. They noticed that it was probably unpleasant to sleep so sweaty. They needed to wipe it off. For some time, Robert also flirted with 2 girls. And in a split second, their things scattered across the room. And Oscar told the girls that they were very pretty, just his type. But the girls, on the contrary, were afraid of him. But he asked them not to be afraid because he would not do anything bad. And at this time, 2 girls were thrown out the door. As it turned out, it was James, who thanked them for seeing them off, but asked them to return to his place. To be honest, it was expected that James would not play at least dirty games, because he shows that he is a very serious and purposeful person. Then he slammed the door right in the girls' faces, and at that time the girls were really squeezing the floor out of the guy. They believed that he would sleep until the morning. The commander told them to provide him with a good rest, but he sleeps heavily, so they will not be able to take care of him. They concluded that they would just wipe it off and move on. One of the girls didn't think it was possible to sleep so restlessly. It seems they won't return to their place today. After some time, my dignitaries loaded the bream right in the face. It is clear that he immediately deteriorated from such, firstly, more, and secondly, shock. He immediately asked who did it at all. As it turned out, it was Becca who was unhappy. She asked if he had a good time that night. He was so tired that he slept until noon. She also asked how long he was going to hang around in this place. She called the guy a pervert. She began to pull him by the ears and ordered him to get up alive. The guy could not understand why she suddenly became so angry. At first, she called him Brother Mason. Meanwhile, James and Robertson were walking around the morning base. Zhenya asked his partner whether everything was okay with them, because he was walking all the time and holding his back, and ended up slightly in pain. Raising his finger up, he said that everything was fine. The commander asked everyone if they were leaving so quickly, and also invited them to stay for a couple of days. James said that they couldn't, and they still had a lot of other things to do. They needed to return to their organization as soon as possible and report on the work done. Mason wrote down all the goods needed at their base, so now he needs to go get them. In about 3 days, he will send them everything. Oscar informed my messages that I was engaged in trading. He was simply wasting his talent. He invited him to join me. He sees that he has potential. If he goes with him, he will teach him a quick way to evolve further. His family has a secret technique that will help him make a breakthrough quickly. But Robertson said that my son should not believe him. If he really had such a technique, would he still be at such a low rank? As it turned out, the man had already taken a young guy to his place, and no one had yet knows where he is now. Despite this conversation, James tossed the guy a walkie-talkie. Well, for some reason, even though Mason was from normal time, he still asked what it was. James said that this is a walkie-talkie with which he can contact him at any time. Their organization needs people like him. If the guy decides to join them, just let him contact him and he will tell them their location. After these words, he simply said goodbye. 3 days later, a man was running around the base, clearly in a hurry to get somewhere. He ran slightly out of breath into some room. The man said that Mason had arrived. The commander was surprised that the guy got everything he needed so quickly. The man asked him to quickly go out and see for himself. After all, as it turned out, his goods were on as many as 3 trucks, which cannot but surprise. As it turned out, the man then had too much to drink and babbled a whole list of things to the guy, and he brought everything directly to him, also in just 3 days. Mason told the commander that the truck was everything he asked for, and also added that it was time to unload it all. After some time, the people at the base had already finished unloading it all. It was really the first time they had seen so much food. Now they have so many seeds and fertilizers. Their supply system itself will be just perfect. How great, you just need to grow it. And then in a year, the people of their base will no longer have to starve. The commander or some celestial guy asked where he got so many things, also of excellent quality. It's really incredible. It is clear that the guy will tell you that he cannot say this. Well, as for seeds, food, and other things, he will bring as much as they ask. The main thing for him is to get his payment for it. The commander pulled out a bag of jewelry in front of the guy and said that this was his payment, which they agreed on. Well, the guy was very indignant. There really was very little here. He didn't bring as many as 3 trucks, he asked, or the commander was trying to deceive him. But the man could not understand why the guy was so angry. Because this is a whole bag of crystals, he asked, or the guy had not heard of such a thing. It is several times more expensive than the cores that he initially promised him. As it turned out, 1 crystal contains 100 skill points. The guy was surprised that such a tiny feeder contains 100 skill points. It is 50 times more expensive than the core, and it's just an amazing thing. But then the man remembered what he promised the guy and asked him to follow him. In truth, they weren't able to find much gold at the base. They turned over the entire storeroom and finally found something. The man pulled the guy out with a whole box of gold bars. He said that this is all they have, beautiful enough for this. The guy's eyes lit up at what he saw. He said that this was more than enough and thanked the man. The guy told the girls that he needed to go away on business. He would return in a couple of days. The girl asked whether he would bring another white rabbit. Otherwise, she had already eaten everything. The guy was already sitting with this box of gold in his room. He noticed that this box was even heavier than usual. And of course, even from it, it was clear that it was more massive than the previous one. The guy noticed that there was some kind of picture printed on the lid. Well, it doesn't look like a seal. It looks like they made a cover out of a real painting. There's even a signature. As it turned out, it was a painting by Picasso himself. But the guy didn't recognize the name and thought it was a very strange name. But he really liked the painting. Out of illiteracy, and in order to sell a painting by a great artist, I simply decided to hang it in my room for interior decoration. And at this time, some man with a Cuban cigar in his mouth reports that this is a painting by Picasso and is truly mesmerizing. It is definitely worth the 200 million spent. A subordinate said that tonight there will be a meeting between Emma and the candidate for grooms whom the man has chosen. In principle, as is already clear, it was Emma's father. He asked his subordinate to make sure that everything went well, even if he didn't allow anything to be thrown away. The man asked what to do with Mason. They never found out where he got hold of 20 bars of gold, which he recently exchanged in their bank. If they report everything to the police, they will no longer be able to investigate this matter themselves. But the man said that I needed to inform the police. He told the employees to approve the operation for me. Since he was able to get so much gold in such a short time, then he obviously has his own sources. There is currently a shortage of gold at his enterprise, so they don't. They will touch him for a while, but he and Emma will definitely not be together, according to his father. He believed that only a capable person could be her husband. And at this time, the girl and the guy had already met. He said that he did not know whether she would like the restaurant he had chosen, to which she coldly replied that she would not. The guy said that he was informed that the girl had been constantly sitting at home lately and asked if she wanted to go to Ostrovok with their family for a couple of days. It was very beautiful there. But she again refused the guy and said that she was not interested. But the guy continued to insist. He asked where she would like to go. He often goes on business trips and will make meetings for me, so I know my way around abroad quite well. But again, she told him that she would not want to go anywhere. But the girl could no longer stand it and decided to tell it like it is. It was her father who told her to meet the guy. She doesn't plan to continue communicating with the guy in the future. Moreover, there are rumors that the guy likes to play and quit, so he does not need to build a gentleman at his place. Since they have already had dinner, she suggests no more wasting time, after which I said goodbye to the guy. He gave her disapproving glances and called her ungrateful. After some time, the girl came into the house. The father said that he knew how their dinner went. She was instantly surprised by her father's presence in her home. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked whether she would not even call him dad. The girl ordered her father to leave if he had nothing to say. This is her apartment. If next time he also comes without warning, she will call the police. The father said that if the girl continues to resist him, then all the candidates he carefully selected will simply understand in horror, and her dad will have a hard time. The girl was furious. Her father treats her like a thing that can be exchanged for something valuable because he knows perfectly well that she likes someone else. And you said that my son is not at all outstanding. He will not make her happy. He will not dare to transfer his business to him. Sooner or later, he will be gone, so you need to choose a worthy successor. But the girl could not understand why my father decided that my dreams were not worthy. He, too, was not an outstanding person in his youth. She doesn't care who he wants to pass on his inheritance to. She wants to get out of this, whoever she chooses. He asked if it was really necessary for Mason to die. He had already told her that he would disappear forever if she did not obey him. Let her just do as he says. He is trying for the sake of her future. The girl believed that her father wanted to kill her, just like her mother. She told him that this was his true goal. He wanted the girl to hang herself too. And such words made the man not only bewildered, but also furious. He ordered her to shut up. The girl began to blame her father for making her mother crazy. After such words, the man clearly could not stand it and prescribed bream for the girl, after which there was deathly silence between them. And at this time, the guy in his room was making a list of what he needed to buy tomorrow. It seemed like he had already compiled everything, but he remembered about the white rabbit. At this time, someone found him an apartment. The guy was surprised who could come to him at such a late time. As it turned out, it was Emma. The guy asked the girl why she didn't answer the phone when he called her. He wanted to go to her tomorrow. He also added, so that the girl would not worry, he would need less than a year. He would earn enough money, and then her father would definitely accept him. But the girl didn't really listen to the guy, after which she kissed him passionately. After which she began to take off his t-shirt, but the guy stopped her. The guy noticed that the girl had a strange expression on her face. He asked whether something had happened to her, or whether it was connected with her father. But the girl asked not to discuss this, just let the guy keep his eyes on her today. The girl said that although they had not seen each other for only a couple of days, but she missed the guy so much, she asked to hug her tightly. It's clear that everything went towards sex. The girl said that she wanted to remember the guy's smell. The guy could not believe that today the day would come when he would say goodbye to the status of a virgin. In addition, this would happen to his loved one. Emma asked the guy to unbutton his dress too, which he basically did a few seconds later. She thanked him for this. Both Emmy's face and figure are simply stunning. Her character is kind and gentle. The guy's name is Mason. He has never had such a thing that in all 20-odd years of his life, she will never be the same again. Because now he has Emma, she is kind and sweet, and she also treats the guy better than anyone in the world. He was so happy that she fell in love with such an ordinary guy like him. Today, he will protect her and make her happy. Well, in some unimaginable and incomprehensible way, Emma simply disappeared. As it turned out, she left a letter on the bed. It said that the girl needed to go very far, but she couldn't say where. She wanted to get rid of her father's shackles, but didn't want him to take out his anger on the guy. So they needed to separate for a while. But the girl will not run away from her loved one. She needs to gain strength to be able to overcome her father. Then she will definitely return so that the guy does not forget her. Yesterday she took the initiative. It was simply unforgettable. She asked him not to withdraw from anyone while she was in departure, and be sure to wait for her. It is clear that the guy did not sleep in a stupor after this. After some time, it was as if the dead guy arrived back. It's clear that they immediately ran up to him and started asking what happened, why he had such an expression on his face. The guy said that in the backpack there was everything he got, and also food from the last time. So there would be enough food for them for a couple of months for sure. He would be gone all this time. He asked to protect himself. The girl asked if the guy shouldn't go and exchange it all. He wanted to exchange it all for gold or something like that. The guy said that his heart was broken, so there is no mood for this, and he no longer needs gold. It is clear that after the words of a broken heart, the two girls were shocked. But I didn't immediately understand that the guy still had a girlfriend. The guy said that he no longer had a girlfriend because they didn't even really meet, and she left. She didn't even say goodbye normally. She also deleted the number, and now the guy doesn't know where to look for her. After the guy shared his mood, he left. But Becca couldn't understand what was wrong with the guy. She couldn't understand why she should take everything so seriously. She just needed to find another girl, and that's it. But the guy said that she couldn't understand. He just had his heart broken and is in no mood to go look for a new one. The girl grabbed the guy's hand, after which we literally put his hand on her chest, saying that all the guys like it. Let the guy think it's gratitude for the fact that he accepted her white rabbit. The guy had strange sensations. His face is typical of Becca, but her form is impressive. The girl said that her husband's time was up. The guy was surprised why so quickly. The girl was embarrassed by the guy's words because a whole minute had passed. The guy made a face, and let me tell you that his mood did not improve at all. Then Melanie decided to act. She asked what the guy's idea was about 1 more minute from her, although she had a smaller size. He clarified, or he can choose another place. After that, the girl asked about which place he was talking about. He pointed to the girl's ass, after which he began to touch the girl's intimate part. The girl just asked the guy to hit him easier. The subordinate clarified the commander, or he is sure that it is necessary to do just that. After all, melting this huge ice ball in order to extract the core can be dangerous. If during the defrosting process it suddenly wakes up, the consequences will be terrible. But the commander said that the nearest base did not touch them, because the notoriety frightened everyone around. But now they know that he is locked up. If they do not remove the source of his power for their own good, you will simply tear their base apart, like and many others. The commander ordered to find Mason and inform him that he had already prepared everything. After that, the subordinate began to carry out the order. The commander didn't even know what his head had to go through to become such a psycho, but he went crazy just in time. For so many years, he was against the expansion of territory, content with what he had. But with this power, he could lead the entire base surrounding them. He is indecisive, and therefore is not suitable for the role of a pro driver. So now he should give his power as a commander. With the help of force, he will lead all these lands and set them on fire for himself. At this time, the girl said that time was up, and the guy heard some sounds coming from his backpack. The girls could not understand what kind of sound was coming from the backpack. The guy began to examine the backpack. As it turned out, it was the walkie-talkie that James gave the guy. But for some reason, Becca revived very angrily and punished the guy not to answer the call. After all, if he answers, they can intercept the signal and find out their location. But the guy decided that he would pick up the phone, just move away and answer. A split second later, the creature sped away at the speed of light. He ran a certain number of kilometers and reached the top of some building. In his opinion, this distance was enough. After the guy did not answer James, he apologized because he had not yet properly thought through their offer to join the organization. The man said that this is not why he is calling him. He needs his help, of course. For it he will receive an appropriate reward. Something happened to them here, and therefore his immediate help is required. A huge heap of zombies surrounded their food, and indeed it was in the streets hundreds or even thousands of zombies swarmed. There were an incredible number of them. The man said that the guy came as soon as possible, also added that they were at the intersection of X and Y streets. The guy quickly figured out where he needed to go. At this time, a group of people were surrounded by zombies. They were already running out of ammunition. Then one of them told the others not to worry. Everyone from the base reported that they had already requested help, and everything would be fine. And the guy at that time accelerated so much that he could barely brake on the fallen bridge. Arriving at the place, the guy could not understand why there was not a soul here, because it should be here. In a fraction of a second, he was pressed to the ground with a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that the guy literally stuck into the ground. Some muscular woman reported that the boy whom James called had just zero reaction. But Robertson asked her not to look at the fact that he was a beginner. At the decisive moment, he would show his strength, because they saw everything with their own eyes. The woman said that they would find out whether the guy was a donkey or a thoroughbred horse. The driver told the commander that today they had a big catch. Who would have thought that they would only find medicine? The head of the city would definitely be happy about this. Since the Kitch died, the position of the supreme judge has been empty. The driver believed that it was possible that when they returned, the commander could become the supreme judge. But he said that he was just doing his job, and he would have the rest. As long as they were driving and having a conversation, they didn't crash into some car. The blow was really strong, because the partners almost jumped from the car. The driver said that things were bad, because they were surrounded by red zombies. They immediately got out with the car and opened fire on the zombies. But they were quite difficult to hit. They dodged all bullets. After that, the driver, in some unimaginable way, stretched his arm so that he could completely wrap around two zombies. He said that now they were not going anywhere and ordered everyone to shoot at them. They were able to kill them. They were lucky that the commanders were with them. But as it turned out, these zombies made a hole in the tank of the car. The commander said that there was nothing wrong with this. He ordered that all the things from this car be transferred to the others, and everything would fit. But they needed to hurry in order to be in time for the unification of the structure of the mainland before tomorrow night. As it turned out, a crowd of zombies were practically next to them, 800 meters from here, and indeed a horde of zombies was approaching them with bad intentions. The commander ordered to quickly put all the medicines at the car and go, but one of them said that there were still some left. But they will not have time. If the zombies get to them, they definitely won't survive. They decided to deal with gasoline later. The driver told the commander that the fuel was about to run out, after which the man ordered the car to be stopped. After all the people got out of the car, they put in some sort of line. The commander was preparing to tell them. The commander asked how much fuel was enough in their cars, to which he was told that some had 10 kilometers and others 15. The commander said that he knows that they all haven't rested for several days and nights in a row, but now they can't relax. The formation is 30 kilometers from here, so they need to get fuel. It should be 5 kilometers from them in another direction. The deputy commander will lead the smaller group to find fuel, and the commander from the other group will carry supplies further. When the group is finished, she should catch up with them. After which they began to carry out the commander's orders. They began to walk around the abandoned city and drain gasoline from the cars parked there. In principle, they are almost finished. They think that this is quite enough. He also needed to catch up with the second group. But suddenly seconds passed and a crowd of zombies attacked them. They immediately opened fire on the monsters and tried with all their might to escape. Some of the fighters had already been bitten, but others did not have time for this. They had to run. Well, as it turned out, just the same in the direction that the group of people headed were also zombies. They surrounded them from all sides. They decided that they would run upstairs. They didn't need to shoot. The sound might attract even more zombies. They simultaneously offended and tried to shoot back from the zombie invasion. They wouldn't be able to get into the back for some time. The guys needed to catch their breath while they could. But at this time, the zombies had already discovered them and began knocking on the buildings. And in addition, they had run out of bullets. Everyone was in a very depressed mood, and they were determined to die. And the zombies at this time were ready to tear them to pieces in a split second. The man told others not to worry. The whole basic message was that they had already asked for help, and everything would be fine. James began to explain the plan to distract the zombies so they could help the group. James said that he and Mason would go together, and as soon as the path was clear, get them out of there. Some music started playing from the speakers about how someone loves the vast expanses where flowers grow at the foot of the mountain. The driver jokingly said that the zombies should catch the rhythm. It's impossible to resist the melodies, and the song does not go out of my head. Still, they managed to distract the zombies. Now it was Mason and James's turn. The guy couldn't understand why there was still a bunch of zombies left here. But as it turned out, some zombies are deaf. They have a lot of episodes there, or something like that. James said that he was holding back the zombies, and the guy had to save people, after which he began to open the gates to the building. The guy began to say that they had come to their aid, and that they would help you open it as soon as possible. The guy opened the gate and saw the silhouette of a man in front of him. The guy was very surprised that there was only one commander. He asked whether there shouldn't be more than 10 people here, and why is he even here alone? Meanwhile, another group reached the roof of the building. Robertson complained that it was close. They would not have returned a little longer. Being bait was very dangerous. The guy also couldn't understand why there was only one commander, he asked, or the others couldn't be saved. The commander began to say that they were transferring supplies, and on the way they were ambushed by the JO4 base. Only the commanders survived from their group, and the rest were killed. He ran away from them and ended up falling straight into the clutches of zombies. Robertson was very confused by the fact that initially only the commander needed to be saved, and there were no supplies with him. If they had known, they would not have moved so much force. One man would have been enough to save them. Well, to tell the truth, a small group of their squad went in search of fuel 5 miles away. But they were also surrounded by zombies. I hope they can save them. But the head of the association paid them only for one rescue operation. An additional payment is required for one more caress. The commander was very indignant because the situation is critical. If they are not saved, then they definitely will not survive, he asks them. He will pay for his own food supplies as much as needed. At this time, my son said that he would help the commander, but Robertson interrupted him and told him to speak for himself, because they did not agree to anything. Well, the guy decided to remind him that Robertson said that he would now be in debt to the guy. If they all saved those people together, they would be even. Robertson sighed and said that he didn't even know whether the guy was a cunning person or just a good person. Besides, it's only the guy who owes him. It's unlikely that the rest will either. But James interrupted him and said that he understood everything, and now they were going to save people. The guy couldn't understand why James suddenly agreed, because every such operation is a huge risk. He asked whether the man understood what danger they would face. Well, this entire dialogue was interrupted by zombies who landed on the edge of the building. Robertson noticed him immediately. At least 2 zombies stood and looked at the group of people and were clearly ready to attack them. But the woman and the man in the strange hat were not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, their gaze was very confident and calm. James couldn't understand where so many red zombies came from here. Well, the woman is very epic and easily grabbed one of the zombies by the hair with one hand. Then she dealt a powerful blow to the second zombie with her second hand. Her face immediately turned red from the blood. Of course, they appear in unusual groups, but in such a crowd, it is very strange. It is better for them not to waste energy. To quickly run the bus, there is no need to fight with them. The commander in principle easily dealt with them at this time. She and Mason didn't feel them either, but they won't be able to get down because the car is surrounded by zombies. Robertson was very surprised by this, because they had taken the zombies in the other direction. But it turns out they are back. There are now several times more. James asked no one to panic. Low-level zombies cannot climb to such a height. First you need to deal with the red zombies, and then they will look. Some of them even fought with their hands, literally cutting off their heads with their hands. Mason asked if they were finished, to which they replied that now they were all dead. All that was left was to figure out how to prevent these zombies from surrounding them. Well, as it turned out, they didn't get rid of it for long, at which time the red zombies began to climb the building. You noticed my son and told everyone. He had already seen them. These are the giant zombies that he encountered when he first got here. Giant zombies also appeared in droves. They had never seen anything like this before. Robertson immediately began to panic. He said that now they would all die, and this time for sure, James noticed that there were 6 of them. The women said that this is all strange because first they were attacked by red zombies of the 3rd level, then the crowd that they had taken away returned. Now suddenly several giant zombies of the 3rd level appeared. Usually zombies of such equations are not a hindrance for them. But now it's as if there is a battle of exhaustion going on, rather than surround them at the same time, forcing them to waste their strength. The commander noticed that this whole crowd of zombies looked like some kind of attack. And James noticed that this was a reasonable attack, even if the ravine was a planned attack. But a man is simpler, because most likely there is only one answer. Mason asked what the man meant. My time told everyone to look into the distance. He asked, or else it seems to me that there is some kind of thing curling around this building. As it turned out, it was really visible that some kind of gathering of wind was swirling around the building. As it turned out, at the very beginning of the outbreak of the disease, many people managed to defeat the virus thanks to their strong will and desire to live, thanks to which they evolved and became a new species of man, while a small part turned into the monster of the Corpse King. Some studies show that the monster is formed from people full of hatred for the suffering they had to endure. The man immediately appeared to run away. They still had time to get away. Tajik James was alarmed, because this is a Corpse King of the 3rd degree, and he is very close. They quickly need to run away. What in principle Roberts and the woman began to do. They couldn't understand how the zombies got in so quickly. They had to figure out which ones to escape, and the girl would detain them. They're all on the roof already. They can't just leave a woman like that. Thanks to the guy's ability, he will probably be able to jump to that skyscraper. Robertson asked to move them, and they will not be able to escape from the giant zombies. The guy thinks it should work, but he can only carry one person at a time, otherwise it will be too hard. He told the commander that they were counting on him, and he would be the first. And at this time, the Corpse King was getting closer and closer to the building. The guy asked the commander to hold on tight. The roof was getting closer and closer every second. The guy got ready to jump, but my king was so stupid, he began to emit some powerful sound waves. These sound waves instantly knocked my son and commander off their feet. As it turned out, the guy couldn't even use the ability. And at this time, the woman will come to the ground. It was a similar situation with Robertson and the man in the hat. The guy noticed that no one could use the ability. It was bad. They needed to come up with something. The guy instantly realized about the fatal bullet and asked the system to use the fatal bullet. Well, as it turned out, since the distance is too great, the bullet will only hit the surrounding area. This means there is only one way left. The guy asked the system to spend all the crystals and cores on improvement. The guy didn't have any time to chat, so he asked the system to start improving faster. At this time, Robertson was thrown from side to side as if he were playing with some kind of toy. And my son improved very quickly and significantly during this time. The woman was angry with James, who was holding her back. She asked with all her might to let her come to them. Well, as it turned out, some kind of error appeared in the system, and the evolution processes were started again. The guy got very angry about this and asked the system to be sharper. The system reported that the revolution is completed. A new skill has been acquired. The surface of the water is smooth. The state of concentration towards the still surface of the water, mindfulness is greatly increased. The guy never feels. It seems he has now figured out how best to use the abilities he has. And at that time, Robertson begged to be saved to see that he still wanted to have fun with many beauties. The man with the hat was practically eaten alive, but Mason got to him in time and grabbed the zombie from behind, with such force that he tore off the head of a zombie in the truest sense of the word, thereby saving a man. Opor couldn't believe that he hadn't died as it was possible, looking at the fallen zombie in front of him, who a few minutes ago was ready to eat him alive. The guy would have managed a little more, and it would have been too late. The man with the hat was lucky that he had a hard head. It was at this time that the Corpse King released a new wave of sounds, after which he pointed his index finger directly at a group of people. This clearly meant that something bad was about to happen. The first person to notice this was Mason, who understood that they needed to prepare for something. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happened to all the zombies around. They began to either writhe in pain or simply writhe from something incomprehensible. Even on the callback, some new types of zombies appeared, with wings just like bats. These same zombies began to take off and fly towards the building, but the ground zombies continued to try to climb the building. I understand why ordinary zombies learned to jump so high and their speed became higher. Well, as it turned out, the Corpse King's ability number 3, Madness. The ability makes ordinary zombies insane. In a short time, their physical strength increases, then they explode and die. Zombies with wings began to approach very quickly. The woman told everyone to be careful, because they need to prepare to fight back. Zombies had already filled the space on the roof, but Robertson was slightly surprised by their movement. And so the zombies simply didn't care about them. After all, they were all heading straight to Mason, who at that time was standing in the middle of what could be called a desert, and looking at the monsters in front of him. Well, it was clear from the guy that we weren't going to scare him at all. On the contrary, my gaze was confident and calm. After some time, several dozen zombies attacked mine, thereby forming a kind of dome of themselves. But after a split second, a bright yellow light began to glow around this dome, which was about to break through them. That just like that happened in a split second. My son scattered his forces, and thereby killed the zombies that were near him and on him. The guy thought he was going to die. These zombies rushed at him in such a crowd that you were scared. He used the ability only at the last moment. And all this time those present were surprised that the guy finished them off with one blow. They could not understand when he managed to upgrade, because he had just blown them all up, and his ability was super speed. It seems that James has now noticed whether he asked the guy or the guy at the 4th stage of evolution, to which the guy gave him a positive answer. And by the way, his ability is not super speed at all. It's just a skill that the system has endowed him with, his ability to concentrate. Concentration. The energy mix is concentrated in explosions, causing enormous damage. Using the smooth surface of water skill, the damage can double. Robertson still couldn't understand all this, because some time ago he remembers the guy was only at the 1st stage. Had he really been hiding his true power from them all this time? Well, since they didn't have time, he said that they would discuss this later, but now they need to escape from here. He said that he would detain the difficult king. The woman asked if he could handle it alone because they could stay. The guy said that if they stayed, then on the contrary, they would interfere with him. Because he would worry about their insecurity, he asked not to worry about him. He also added that she has a secret way to escape if something happens. He definitely won't die. If he doesn't manage to defeat them at all, then he will simply return to his world using transference. And at this time, powerful and huge explosions were heard on the building. As it turned out, the guy had been fighting with them for 2 hours already. They kept climbing and climbing, but he was lucky that his endurance also increased several times. For such a long time, he was not even tired. The guy hoped that the others had already run far away, so that this gang of zombies does not get to them, but all this time he fought them to the point of exhaustion, wasting his strength. Now get down to business seriously. The guy pointed his index finger at the Pipe King just like he did before pointing his subordinates at them. He asked him, or the 3rd degree. He believed all these low-level zombies would attack him. He asked or he couldn't stand him. He asked to call his friends as much as he wanted. They still couldn't kill him. He himself had to join the fight. As expected in principle, the Corpse King really began to approach the guy at the speed of light. Basically, as a guy, I thought this thing heard and understood him. Now he's pissed him off. In addition, he also destroyed the building with one blow. If you don't dodge at least once, all the fun will definitely end. As it turned out, he also had a huge speed. I fell, I appeared, and evicted just to escape. If such a zombie is only at the 3rd stage, and if it evolves further, it can't even be dealt with, you need to quickly finish off the transfer of a large king. He began to remember that when he fought with the psychotic leader, he concentrated water at one point to create a kind of blade out of water. Perhaps if the guy also used his smooth water skill, he would succeed. The guy tried his best, and she really started to succeed. And in the end, everything worked out for the guy. At this time, the head suggested being imprisoned from the outside world. The commander and Oscar built some kind of dome especially for him. The secret extract will soon completely penetrate the head, and within 3 days, it will be possible to extract its power. Oscar asked not to worry. He had already carried out this procedure several times. Everything was successful, of course. This is the first time he is doing this with someone who has evolved to such a high degree. 3 days will be enough. The commander didn't know why, but he was very surprised. Mason also took the time to call James and ask how they were. As it turned out, everything was fine. I shouldn't have saved another group of people. Perhaps it was because the Pipe King told all the zombies to attack the guy. But when they arrived as a group, there were practically no zombies in the area. The guy was already scared that something had happened to them, and that's why they weren't answering. He didn't think that they would cope so quickly. Robertson asked not to worry, but to their guards he called him a really rich guy. He relaxed them with so many medications. There was practically no cadaveric poison left in their bodies. Zhenya said that they would handle it, but here he asked how the situation was generally there. But Robertson thought logically. There was time to chat with him about anything, of course. He had already finished the matter a long time ago. And the guy himself confirmed that everything here is already normal for him. Then they need to meet. The guy was holding in his hands the core of the Corpse King, which had 10,000 skill points in it. He just wanted to use new cores, but he had already run out of everything. Who could have known that inside this monster there would be as many as 10,000 skill points? Lucky, so lucky. After some time, the guy began to cough and his vision began to darken. A split second later, the guy fell to the floor. The system reported that the body was exhausted and a coma ensued. For some time, the woman who was traveling with the commander was either offended by something or dissatisfied with something. She couldn't understand where the man was taking them, because the unification of the buildings of the mainland was on the other side. To which the man replied that they use this road to transport food. It is longer and there are few zombies here, so it is safe. As it turned out, at that time, right above you were passing next to me, and below the car there was some kind of psycho with an RPG in his hands. As was expected in principle, a split second later he fired a projectile directly at the car, and after some time he fired a second shell. It's clear that the car couldn't stand it. The woman's body was hanging from the car, directly above the burning fire from below. But as it turned out, the commander was able to get his people out of the car, although he coughed slightly, which in principle is not strange. As it turned out, the fire did not harm him, but fragments still came from it, and they would have blown him up a little more. As it's not difficult to guess, this group of people was with him. They immediately began to apologize, but they simply had no choice. After all, these four are so difficult to catch. If you boil them all at once, you can avoid a fight with them. In any case, the commander thanked them. It was possible thanks to them, he ordered them to return to Camp 17. And all this time, the guy continued to lie on the rocks. After some time, two people approached him. As it turned out, it was two girls. One of them was very surprised that he killed the corpse king of the 3rd degree. It's dangerous to sleep in such a place. The guy needs to be taken away from here too. A very angry guy woke up with words about letting the man sleep, and he couldn't understand why they suddenly burst into anger. The two children were really scared of the guy and started running away from him. It's clear that the guy was perplexed and couldn't understand where he ended up. As it turned out, the guy slept for 10 whole days. The girl said that this was a union for helping climbers, and she was his head, Alex. She said that they confiscated it gladly because communications cannot be used at the base. But he insistently asked for the radio to be returned to him and also added that he would contact them after he left their base. The girl said that it hurt, such an attitude towards those who saved his life. The guy couldn't understand how he could forget about it, of course. He was obliged to thank them for saving him. He asked what things they needed. He would get anything in any quantity. He asked maybe they needed a truckload of food. The girl thanked the guy for such generosity, but now what they need most is something else. They need a strong warrior like the guy, so their union would like to ask him for something. He said that if something is needed, let them apply, but first he needs to make sure that his friends are not in danger because he is worried. The girl said that he ordered to take him outside. Then they would give him a walkie-talkie so that he could contact his friends. When the guy was taken outside, he noticed that no one was answering. The girl standing next to him suggested that they could change the radio or were simply not nearby. In general, they need to return to the Union. The head is waiting for them. And the guy silently thought to himself that if this continues, he will never leave here. As it turned out, all this time they were standing near the legendary Eiffel Tower in Paris. Well, the guy couldn't understand where the girl was taking him. Shouldn't they have gone in the other direction? The girl wanted to say, or the guy doesn't want to clean himself up a little before going to the head. After all, the guy hasn't washed for 10 days, and the smell from him is terrible. She asked to take a shower first. The girl said that when the guy is raised to the left, he will see the bathhouse. She will wait for him here. The guy went in search of a shower. After the guy smelled his head on his t-shirt, he asked himself whether the smell was just that terrible, and why he didn't feel it then. Bunny in the soul, he saw a girl in front of him who began to undress. It's clear that the guy was surprised to see in front of him. He immediately began to apologize and said that he was in the wrong room, after which he went into what he thought was a men's shower and began to take it. So much had happened in these few days that he didn't even remember their parting. It was probably better to keep himself busy with something. Now all his attention needs to be focused on making money. Who knows, maybe if he helps the Climbers Union, a new buyer will open up for him. And at this time, while the guy was taking a bath, someone's female legs began to move near him. A crowd of practically naked women entered the room. It's clear that the guy was instantly embarrassed by what he saw. I couldn't understand what was happening, and why there were only girls here. A girl passed by him, probably didn't notice him. I started to crawl out of the bathhouse. It seemed like no one was looking here. I needed to get out right now. But before he could get out, the girl next to him said that the water was so hot. And at this time, behind the guy, the girls began to have fun. Some girl came into the room and said that their mission to the block was successful, and only thanks to their pipe and hard training, the brave spirit of the climbers helped them to stay stronger day by day. She wants to take advantage of the opportunity because they gathered in the bathhouse together, where everyone is friendless trust. She suggests they fight naked to see how they can take on their opponent without using any equipment. The snake and the girl said that they would not be able to escape. After all, she locked the door with a key, and in order to get out, one of them will need to win and conquer the key. Whoever holds on until the end, you will be able to get out of here. She said that they had 3 minutes to find one partner. The two girls instantly jumped up to the captain. It's understandable that they saw a strong ally in her. The girls immediately united and began to come up with a plan to defeat everyone. One of the girls just fell to the floor and started screaming that she had not found anyone, and begging the captain not to participate in this. Well, the captain noticed that there was a girl standing there without a partner. It is clear that she pointed her finger at Mason. The captain asked him to go to them. It's clear that the guy was very confused and didn't know what to do. But when they turned around and not in front of them, they saw some stunning girl. As it turned out, Mason was transformed in a matter of minutes. The captain was informed that this girl was not from their squad. The guy asked someone there to help them, then they had a shortage in the team. The commander reminded that during fights it would be impossible to use a special ability. And the sparring began. The girls fought better than most of the men. During fights, they didn't take out all their anger on each other. The guy herself couldn't understand why no one was fighting them. They probably didn't think that they were the weakest team, and they wanted to leave them until the very end. At this time, the girl who was with the captain was fawning over her and said that she was so strong, and she was glad to be on her team. Several girls were already defeated and were lying on the floor. 3 teams left, Deputy Captain. The captain asked which team the deputy captain wanted to fight with. It is clear that this was expected, and she hinted with gestures that the captain would approach her. The captain took a fighting stance, and they started fighting. The captain even managed to catch the right moment and throw the deputy not only into a bend, but simply over himself. But the deputy was also skillful, and instead of falling off his feet, he stood firmly on his feet. Even the guy was surprised by this. The deputy began to attack. She even made the noise of striking the captain for the first time in a long time, after which everyone present shouted or the captain was okay. The captain accepted that she had lost. If the deputy had put full force into the last blow, she would have definitely fallen into a state of shock. The deputy was slightly exhausted by this fight and did not answer the captain. And the captain said that there were 2 people left. She just had to defeat them, and then she would be the only winner. Mason's partner said that she couldn't do it and suggested that he start first. A split second later, Mine immediately raised his hand and said that he was giving up. The partner could not understand why he did this because they didn't even try, and he was already giving up. But he argued this by saying that he does not know how to fight, because if he tries to fight with them, he will immediately give himself away. Then my partner decided to attack alone. She had just learned a lot of good techniques lately. But without giving me one blow, the girl simply fell on the floor and began to cry, saying that the deputy captain had offended her. And at this time, the captain laid the key on the floor. The deputy captain told the girl that she still had to train and train. A split second later, the girls were finally released. After all these fights, they were all very hungry and decided to go eat. The captain said that the captain lost to her on purpose, because it was not like her usual level. The woman asked why she did that. She didn't give in to her. The captain said, stroking the girl on the head, that even though she had become stronger, she still did not believe in herself, and also added that everyone respected her very much. The guy decided that now they would leave, and then he himself would come out. At this time, the girl noticed that a thread was sticking out of the guy's towel. It's clear that after she pulled this thread, the towel fell off of him, and she saw who he really was. The guy immediately covered himself with his hands, but this did not completely save the situation. The girl saw the shadow of the guy's genitals on herself. The girl immediately began to call the captain into the room, but as soon as the 2 women turned their heads back, Mason instantly grabbed the girl and ran somewhere with her. And the captain actually heard that someone was calling her, but the deputy captain said that it didn't matter. They needed to go eat. I covered the girl's mouth with my hand. He asked her not to shout and let him explain. He didn't come to them on purpose. The girl didn't care and continued to jerk her legs, but the guy said that the girls had better calm down and listen to him. Nevertheless, in the end, the girl was able to calm down, and now the guy asked to listen to her. He said that in fact he was some kind of pervert to me and began to tell how it all happened. Week before that, Becca asked Melanie where they were going somewhere, answered something that she would look for Mason because there had been no news from him for 3 days. Becca said that if Little did not go looking for him alone, then nothing would come of it, and she would go with her. The action is transferred to Baz at Joe 4. The story said that the base might know where Mason is now, because since he spoke on the radio and left, he never returned. And James, who gave him this radio, and the others, helped the base. So even if this base doesn't know where he is, they can't ask them how to contact James. The commander heard that they were looking for Mason from the girl, but he honestly doesn't know where he is now. Well, it will be bad if something happens to him. He is an important supplier of food for their base. He immediately orders to organize a detachment that will go with the girls to search for him. She did not thank the commander for such help, and within a fraction of a second, they began to leave the coffee. The kid is beautiful what is happening with Becca, because she has a strange expression on her face, but she doesn't even know. She just doesn't like it. The commander is not the same as he seemed to her last time. The energy fluctuations around him are very strong. His look is also different. In general, they need to find out how to contact James and immediately leave. Meanwhile, someone's handcuffed hands were holding the cell rail. As it turned out, all 4 people were locked up. The woman said that apparently this commander had been keeping them here for a week. They were only fed and nothing was explained. And maybe he would finally say what he needed. A man with chupa chups in his mouth said that the woman was just as hot-tempered. How many times should I tell her, if there is a problem, you can always calmly discuss it? With these words, everyone present was a little in a stupor because what he was doing was not discussing it calmly, but simply locked them in a cell. As it turned out, their own boss stood up in front of them. Meanwhile, Mallow and her sister escaped from the base. While she said that the watchmen were turning around, he quickly needed to run. At this time, Oscar asked whether the commander would just let them leave. If they forced them to stay, it would only raise more suspicions. Besides, he really hopes that my son is not in danger, since he can get so much food in a short time. Then he definitely has many abundant sources as long as he supplies them products. They will not depend on the unification of the buildings of the mainland. Moreover, the commander has already ordered their people to follow the girls. If something interesting happens, they will be informed about it. At this time, the girls began to move further and further away. The girls got over the car and started going somewhere. Becca told her sister to rest because she had been driving all night, and even Melanie herself agreed with this. While sipping on noodles, the girl said that these noodles are just delicious. If not for my son, Melanie would not even know that there are so many delicious things. How abruptly, out of nowhere, the girl asked whether her sister still feels something for him or she likes him. But she herself doesn't know. Doesn't know what it's like when someone likes. Since childhood, she only cared about one thing, and the safety and survival of her sister. But since Mason appeared, they no longer need to risk their lives in search of food. I am very grateful to him when he is near. All the tension and anxiety evaporates, and she somehow calms down imperceptibly. There had been no news from him for so many days. One had only to think about what he had in mind, or else he was tired of them, and he himself decided to leave. Be that as it may, the girl wants to see him again. The girl asked her sister why her attitude towards the guy suddenly changed, because at first she actually wanted to kill him. My sister said that my dream is not a bad person, that's all. Then they will find him, and she will be kinder to him from now on. Mason really appreciates Melanie. He often tells Becca that she's cute, and her sister herself thinks so too, but Soap doesn't see anything so cute in herself. As it turned out, their car broke down, but these parts cannot be repaired, and they don't have a new one to replace it. They need to look for it in other cars along the road. It's only 10 kilometers to the camp, and the rest, this car always breaks down at the wrong time. But she wasn't happy with it yet because it's her favorite car. They began to walk through the rows and look for parts, but there were none nearby, and on top of that, it was hot. Melanie suggested it was better to go on foot, but Becca didn't hear her at that time because she had found some high-quality part and decided to take it. After the girl saw that some kind of car was approaching them, she immediately grabbed the gun in her hands. Getting out of the car told the girls not to be afraid, and he attacks me on the girls. On the contrary, he asked where they wanted to go. Well, as it turned out, it was the same boss who locked the 4 fighters locked up, but despite this, he still found out that they needed James. But he also said that he was not in the camp now. He was just going to pick him up and the others. And 2 girls are really violent on the trailer in the car. The girl said that it was not good to get into a car with a stranger like that. Probably saw the others too. This is true, but still one cannot say for sure that the man is a good person. But they decided that if it turned out that he had dialed and not just kill him, the girl said that this was a good idea, and the sister became smart. Camp 17, Eastern Part. Some blue-haired guy was yelling with all his might, asking when this bastard would arrive because they had already waited half a day. A guy ran up to him and began to report that he might come in the evening, or maybe he wouldn't come at all, he asked. Or the guy was mocking him, because it was already evening. One of those present asked not to be nervous, because they will discuss cooperation. Patience is needed here. But the blue-haired guy said that if the guy who reported continues to talk nonsense, he will tear out all his hairs. The man said that Camp 17 was already close, asked him to wait here. He would pick up James and the others, and then immediately to them. He also added that if tomorrow does not come back for them, then they can no longer wait for him. One of the guys must know that Michael is already here. He immediately apologized for being late because he was stuck in a traffic jam for a bit. Well, the boss asked him not to apologize because they were already glad that he was able to come. He asked him to pass, also added that he then ordered his people to cook something. He suggested that he discuss everything at dinner, but Michael asked without polite phrases because he kidnapped his people to force him to come here. To be honest, he has no appetite to eat here with him. If there is something to say, it is better to start. Take advantage of the fact that Michael still has a modicum of patience to listen to his nonsense. The man decided to say directly, he knows that the main thing for them is to pay good money. Then they will take on any business. But he wants Michael to promise him one thing. From this day on, they will not send their people on behalf of the JO4 base. No matter what, they didn't offer them money for this, because they intend to gobble up this base. The girl asked why they didn't stay to wait for Michael where he said, and answered something that suddenly she and James had already left, and then they wouldn't be able to find them. They don't yet know whether he really knows James or not. It would be too dangerous to stay there and wait for them. They need to hide somewhere higher. They won't definitely see them when they come out. At this time, 2 girls were in the sniper's sights. He had already taken aim and was ready to fire. But before he could fully pull the trigger, he was knocked down by someone from behind. A man appeared in front of the girls and said that they should not go further. After all, members of the 17th camp were patrolling on this hill. If they went further, he would no longer be able to help them. BC noticed that the man from the JO4 base, she asked if he had been following them all this time. The woman asked Michael what he was doing here, and where are you guys from the 17th camp? And Robertson asked if the man did not go over to their side. But he told you to come out, and they will discuss everything later, because there are 2 more girls waiting for them outside. The girls and men noticed how Michael's car began to leave the base. This is not a tractor, but a 3-wheeled electric vehicle. Robertson was wondering when the boss managed to exchange something for this tractor, but James said that the car was left to him from his wife. He would not exchange it with anyone. At this time, Little ran out right in front of the car. They met James. He picked up the walkie-talkie and told him that no one was answering. And then Melanie began to wonder whether Mason was really in trouble. But the guy didn't believe it, because the forces he had to protect himself were a piece of cake. And besides, before they were caught, they agreed with Mason that he would definitely find them. James said that he and his brother would stay and help them with the search. First, they need to go to where the Corpse King appeared. They might be able to find it. From here to that area, it's 3 days' journey. They better hurry up. 3 days later, they finally got to this place. The guy said that the pipes had been laid out. It was probably my son who killed them 10 days ago. The proof is before your eyes. But it's still hard to believe. Mason single-handedly dealt with the 3rd-degree Corpse King. Becca couldn't believe that they were talking about only Mason, because he could barely cope with the 3rd-level zombies. But James said that Melanie is no longer the one they knew. He is evolving at incredible speed, just some kind of monster. And the man with the base at this time was thinking about something and concentrating. But Robertson noticed that they could see traces of Mason here. Before they were about to leave, Becca asked her to look around. Mason's fingerprint on the bloodstain. He fell here. 2 people came, judging by the size of the footprint and the strength of the stomp on Earth Lee. These were girls or children. The soles are special. These are shoes for rock climbing. The tracks stretch along the ground, which means they were dragging the guy. Now the girl understood everything, with a probability of 70%. 10 days ago, he was taken by the Union with the help of a rock climber. With her help, the climber means that then he's probably in no danger. They would not kill an innocent person. And no one answers on the radio. One of them heard that there were only girls in the aid union. Did he really get into their network and let himself be fooled? Now, he doesn't answer. The man said that they had come a long way and offered to have a bite to eat because he was very hungry. Everyone unanimously agreed with him that he needed to rest. They all brewed themselves El Opshi. The girl told her sister to wait another 50 seconds, and Robertson decided to take a piss. As he emptied his system, a man from the base began to approach from behind him. The guy asked, or the man also came to take a leak. The guy began to say that their commander was an excellent person. He sent his man to protect Mason's friends. For this, next time they can give them a discount for paying for their services from 10 to 50%. Just as Robertson was practically saying that he was done, the man practically grabbed his head. And as was expected in principle, he twisted her. As it turned out, a man's special ability, silence, is the ability to deprive a person of the ability and strength of a person who is at the same stage of evolution. The man remembered how the commander told him that this time his task was to protect those two girls so that they could safely reach Robertson and the others. They easily managed to imprison the 7th degree evolver, and because Robertson's special ability helped to cope with the water flow. Now he has the ability. The only one who can provide him with a threat is this guy. When the man meets them, he should not miss the opportunity and transfer him to them. His ability is not endowed by the owners of great power. Perhaps it will come in handy for them. At this time, Oscar stood by and laughed. The man grabbed the guy by the shoulder and carried him somewhere, but at this time the guy's walkie-talkie fell out of his pocket. The guy could understand why no one answered the walkie-talkie, to which the girl answered him that perhaps they'd changed the walkie-talkie, or she was not nearby. In general, they need to return to the Union. The head is waiting for them. And at this time, the head came into the shower and asked the girl whether she really caught Mr. Mason in the women's bathhouse. At this time, the guy was standing in the middle of the bathhouse and was tied up. The girl also added that he tried to bribe her with this precious candy so that she would not tell anyone anything, but her will could not be broken by such a thing. The deputy captain asked the captain whether this is how the guy they saved behaved, because she thought he was a decent person. She asked the corner why they should allow such a scoundrel to stay with them. They need to throw him out and the Union. But the girl was very angry with him. She said that this was not enough. First, she would cut off something for him. The guy asked not to approach him with this thing. He said that he accidentally walked into the women's bathhouse. At first, he went into the men's room, but then he saw a girl there and went to them. It turned out that standing behind him was the same girl who caused him to confuse the bathhouse. The guy started screaming and said that it was the girl he saw in the men's bathhouse. He asked her to tell him because she was a witness. She confused the bathhouse and went into the men's room. If he had not seen her changing clothes there, he would not have gotten confused. At this time, that girl, in the guy's opinion, pulled down her pants and asked him to look there. After that, as it turned out, it was a guy. But the head began to resolve the situation with the words that everyone simply misunderstood each other. Mr. Mason did not do this on purpose, so they will not punish him. She ordered the girls to untie the guy. After the guy changed his clothes, he went into the office of the head. She asked Mason to come in and apologize for what happened. She hoped he was not offended. The girl asked to take the guy. When he fainted, he dropped the core of the Corpse King of the 3rd degree. The guy didn't even put it away. And be careful, if he had lost it, he would have lost enormous wealth. The core of the Pipe King is a very valuable thing and needs to be taken care of properly. They not only saved the guy while he was passed out, we returned the core. It turns out there are such kind people in the post-apocalyptic world. The head asked the guy to sit down. The guy said that if they now need any help, they just need to tell him. He will do everything to make his power useful if he can. Well, you did something in which they need help, very dangerous. The head will tell the guy how everything is. He will then think about whether he will help them or not. When they first decided to create a union to help climbers, they came across this base. There is a hydroelectric power station nearby. And then they thought that by launching the station, they would not receive energy that would help them solve many existing problems. But at the station, it turned out that the water hole in the house was blocked by something. Therefore, the head asked to swim to the dam and find out what was there. Before the fetus, the girl saw a place that was blocking the flow of water. In front of her, the girl saw some giant stone monsters right under the water. It was a huge crowd of giant zombies swollen with water. After that, they thought about different ways to remove them, but they didn't come to anything, and they had already lost more than 10 members of the Union. The guy said that he had never met zombies of this type, after which he asked what level they were. As it turned out, they were all level 4 zombies, and they moved quickly in the water. Well, until the guy sees them, he won't understand whether he will be able to defeat them or not. He asked to be taken to them. The girl cast it directly onto the dam under which these giant ones were located. The guy thought for a while and decided that he needed to swim there. The girl was very surprised by this because the guy wasn't even prepared. He was just walking, probably death. Only prepared members of the squad went down. But the guy asked not to worry. He always has a way to escape in case of real danger. A few seconds later, he had already jumped off the dam. The guy was already approaching the giant zombies. He was floating right above them. There are so many of them, and it's really hard to come up with a solution. The guy needs to swim closer to collect information about them. At this time, they showed no sign of the zombies and seemed to be sleeping. Zombies of the 4th level are giant zombies that live in water. A peculiarity: they like to kill in the same place, rarely move to another place. The dimensions are huge, and the speed of movement is far from small, especially shooting from their hands or mouth and attacking people. At the moment when the guy was collecting information, one of the zombies almost swallowed him. Well, the guy managed to react quickly and stood right in his mouth, thereby preventing him from killing himself. This zombie is simply huge, but it moves completely unnoticed. The guy even felt hesitation. His strength was almost at an end. He would definitely not last long. Told the monster to let him know that some great one called himself Mason is not so easy to eat. After he used the feature, he firstly broke the monster's teeth and in addition got out of the trap. But the guy definitely can't cope with the whole crowd. It's time to swim away from here. At this time, the girl standing above was wondering why the guy had not returned yet. She hoped that he had not been eaten. Just after the girl wondered why he hadn't returned for so long, he emerged from the water. The girl handed him a ladder and he began to climb the dam. The guy was lucky that these zombies didn't really know how to swim. They only moved along the bottom, but the girl told him that it was dangerous there. And at this time, the guy began to take off his pants. Somehow forgetting that there was a girl standing next to him, he took off his straight pants and underpants, and the girl instantly became angry because of this. A few minutes later, he came to the head and said that he had seen everything. But he assured her not to worry, because he knows what to do with them. He just needs an underwater machine gun. The corner everyone present was very surprised by this, but the head was most happy about it. Deputy Captain asked the guy if he's sure that he can handle hundreds of zombies with just one machine gun. He doesn't need to try to jump over his head. Well, the guy said that everything was taken care of. He had already found himself in such a situation. That time, when he was surrounded by a crowd of zombies, he was able to kill 1,000 with 8 bullets. For these big guys, he thinks 20 will be enough. But the commander said that there were no such weapons in the Union now. She asked again whether a depth bomb would be suitable, and they didn't somehow want to blow them all up, so they stocked up on a lot, although their effectiveness is so-so. The guy was surprised that this was the only underwater weapon. Having left the commander here, the guy asked the system whether he could combine the depth of the bomb with the fatal bullet. The system categorically replied that this was impossible, because the science of a commercial bullet can only be used with the help of an adjustable weapon that shoots an object at high speed. After such words, the guy was clearly a little surprised. The guy was at a loss because he didn't know what to do now. He had just been showing off that he could solve everything. Now he needs to come up with another way. After some time, an idea came to his mind. The guy asked the captain to make something for him. She said that he could just call her by name, followed by a message to do whatever he needed. He wanted to ask him to assemble one thing, which he would now draw and show what it roughly looks like. The captain said that the device is quite simple. Their mechanics will produce one by the evening. After some time, all the women and the guy came to the house, and he apparently held in his hands the very weapon that he asked to make. It turned out it was an adjustable crossbow thanks to the improvement it can also shoot in water. Adjustable and fast-firing weapon, it just meets all the requirements of the system. What a smart guy after all. The guy told the system that he wanted to use 20 fatal bullets, and that's all he spent 1,000 points, after which several arrows almost approached the monsters. The bullets are spent. The guy thinks it will work in about 12 hours. But unexpectedly, which the guy clearly did not expect, the zombies woke up and began to scream very loudly, emitting sound waves just like a corpse king. A split second later, the guy instantly flew out of the water from such sound waves. The guy could not understand how this happened, because previously it was necessary to wait half a day for the bullet to work, after which a system alert came. The moment of activation of the fatal bullet cannot be predicted. A person cannot control the process. The guy decided that he would never use this skill again. The captain at that time asked everyone to look at him. She knew that he was just showing off. That's why size doesn't matter. You always have to look at whether a person is really good in practice. And at this time, Baker had almost finished all the lopsha. But Melanie took the noodles from her sister because she was Robertson, to which the sister asked her, who is to blame for the fact that he takes so long to go to the toilet? The noodles are tasteless when they get wet. After which, the girl herself decided to divide his noodles into 2. And at that time, James decided to look for him. He began to go down the same stairs as the guy. Then I saw the top radio on the floor, and he immediately ran to the others. He said that he had picked up the walkie-talkie in his hands in a neighboring building. It was not in his nature to lose things like that. The girl said that in those few minutes that he was gone, she did not hear any strange sounds. Perhaps he himself went somewhere. And James began to think that the guy didn't make a sound, and there were no signs of a fight, which means the guy knew this man, so he weakened him convincingly, and therefore he was easily turned off. Well, none of your present people went anywhere. The man personally saw it. He thought about the fact that it could be the boss and the others, but why didn't they warn them and just left? The girl thought that this was all very strange, and the guy was definitely in trouble. He needed to return to the boss and the others and report everything. But James promised them to find Mason. But the girl said that since he was in the Climbing Aid Union, he was in little danger. The assistant told the man not to worry because the commander ordered him to guarantee the safety of these girls while he is nearby. And nothing threatens them. There are a lot of zombies in the area, so he should be careful. At this time, the assistant came somewhere in the forest and asked the stranger why he was still here. He shouldn't linger, but rather get Robertson to the base as soon as possible. This stranger was the spitting image of the assistant. He asked the assistant. Or didn't it seem to him that since the commander met Mason and his character had changed a lot, and it was after Mason first appeared at the base that the head and left with mind? If this continues, the commander may well become the next madman. Well, the assistant said that this was just his groundless guess. From the very beginning, the commander's desire was to build a protected city in which people would live in harmony and peace, without fear of a zombie attack. Now only the first phase of the plan is underway. There is no need to throw unnecessary problems at him. The stranger said that since he doesn't believe him, he will find evidence. The commander raised them. He is like a father to them. The stranger will not allow Mason to ruin his life. And at this time, Melanie silently approached from behind and asked the assistant who he was talking to, and did not get acquainted in the moment and disappeared. But the assistant made an excuse by saying that he wasn't talking to anyone. He was simply transmitting a report to the base. Tomorrow morning they would already be in the Climbers' Aid Union, but now his time was on guard, why the girl was not sleeping. She argued that she could not sleep when someone else was on duty. It was better for her to keep watch, and the assistant would go to sleep. At this time the guy was writhing in pain. I couldn't understand what kind of plaster it was, that it only made it hurt more. He was told that this is a very good remedy, but it may sting when you apply it. The head thanked the guy for his hard work, even if he couldn't solve the problem, but still thank him very much for such help. But the guy said that this is not the end, and he knows another way. He will never believe that he will not be able to fill up this pile of giant turnips. The deputy captain asked if he wanted to blow them up again. He said that he was serious. He almost didn't have their hydroelectric power station. At first, the guy wanted to keep this Pipe King for a special occasion. The thing is still valuable, but now he can't cope without it. In order to maintain his dignity, he must definitely deal with this blue zombie. Well, first, he needs to make sure of something. The system, the core of the Corpse King, can only be used to recharge points for skills, or for example, you can make pills from it. The topic reported that each other is used to charge skill points, and in a post-apocalyptic world, people, using hardening, can make higher-level evolutionary means from it. The guy noticed that the difference is small. There is no point in storing it. He asked the system to use the core of the dead king for recharging. The Corpse King's core was accepted, charged with skill points of 10,000 points, total science points, 10,050 points. On 10,000 points, and the guy will immediately become an evolved 7th degree. The very thought of this makes the guy happy. Since there was little time, he asked the system to carry out the improvement 10 times. After the evolution process was restored, the guy did not feel anything, and asked to use the system 30 more times. In this case, it was similar, after which he asked 50 more times. Having already crossed his arms, he asked whether everything worked out. Muchnogo gave an error and asked whether to continue improving. But the guy no longer has any skill points left. It's just a complete defeat. The girl told the head that 3 people had come, and they claimed that they were friends of Mason. They said that they had been looking for him for a long time. The head said that they could enter, after which the girl called them to her place. She greeted the stranger and said that she was told that they were Mason's friends, after which she asked whether they belonged to any camp. To which the girls replied to the head that they were simply moving freely, and asked to call Mason with the words that they had urgent business with him. Well, since the matter is urgent, the head will not question them for long. She orders them to be taken straight to Mason, after which they followed the girl. Well, for some reason, the 2 girls were very angry, and Becca actually said that she thought so. They believed that my son had forgotten about them a long time ago, and they risked so much to find him, and I need to stick with such a person. Melanie decided that they needed to see him first, then they would immediately leave. The girl took her to Mason's room, after which the girl began to open the door. Well, for some reason I suddenly changed my mind and just stood in front of the door. Even Becca told her to open the door quickly. The girl said that she simply wants to leave here. They already know that he is safe anyway. They need to leave. The girl looked sadly at her depressed sister. At this time, just when they had practically left, the guy left the room, and he shouted at them behind. He immediately began to bombard them with questions about what they were doing here or whether they had run out of food. It seemed to him that he heard the girl's voice. He went out to check, and it really was them. Becca was clearly not too happy to see Mason. The sisters looked at each other in silence. Mason couldn't understand what Melanie was talking about, but the girl said that it's okay. The main thing is that the guy is safe. After the guy found out that Robertson was captured, he was perplexed and furious. He asked or did not find out who did it. The girl said that not yet, but James had already started searching for the criminal, and at that time, the sister was standing and looking at the guy with anger in her eyes. Just think, the girls have suffered so much to find him, it's his fault. You should have contacted them earlier. The guy said that he would go talk to his head. He would postpone the case with the hydroelectric power plant for now. Now he needed to help James in the search for Robertson. Melanie thought that their head would let them go so easily, but the guy said that she was a very good person, sociable and understanding. And at this time, the guy was being taken somewhere, and at the same time, everyone was also tied up. His hands were tied too tightly to somehow try to get out. James discovered that the guy's location sensor had triggered. As it turned out, they hid such sensors under their skin and used them only in emergency situations. As it turned out, the sensor showed the JO4 base. At that time, the commander was informed that the guy was taken to the base. He was coughing very loudly and painfully at that time. The commander thanked the guy for a job well done. The guy asked the commander if everything was all right with him. Since Oscar transplanted the power of the head to him, his health condition began to deteriorate rapidly. But the man said that it was all nonsense, and everything was fine with him. Oscar said that at first such a rejection reaction could manifest itself. You just need to drink blockers, that's all. The guy said that the commanders trusted Oscar too much. It always seemed to him that something was wrong with him. He could not understand why he was helping them for no reason. The commander asked the guy to calm down. He knows that he's worried about him. He thought it over. He asked, or the guy remembers their idea, to unite all people, to build an impregnable safe city. People will not have to worry about being devoured by zombies. The elderly, women and children will no longer be oppressed by cruel power. Human civilization will continue to flourish. The guy himself knows that now people are divided in the camp because of selfish desires. The top of this hierarchy cannot give up power over people in the camps. That is why they will have to act by force. They need to overthrow the government in all camps and bases. The only way they will be able to unite the forces of all people. And only if people unite, they will be able to build a safe and impregnable city. And at this time, the guy said that he sees that Mason is fine. Then his mission has come to an end. Mason said that he remembers the guy. The girl told him that he was protecting them on the way here. He asked if the guy was waiting outside the borders of the Union all this time, to which he replied that it was true. Their base and the Union had disagreements in the past, so he was forbidden to enter them. The guy said that their commander is not such a loyal friend, and let the guy tell him that next time, in addition to the goods, Mason will bring a ton of rice for free. At this time, James dialed the guy on the radio. The guy told him not to worry about him. He was safe now. The man was glad that everything was fine with the guy. The man asked, or the guy alone, because he wanted to tell him something if he had no extra ears. Moving a little further away, the guy said that the man could talk. After that, the man told the guy that Robertson was dragged to the JO4 base. An emergency sensor showed his location that he was now. Near their base, the man has already notified his people about the situation. When reinforcements arrive, they will go to rescue him. But the guy asked the man not to hurry, because their base is very well guarded. If they act carelessly, they will attract their attention. He is trading with their base. He will get to them, find out the situation, and then they will discuss how to get the guy out of there. But the man is afraid that if they delay, the guy will be even safer. The guy understands that the man is worried about him, but they will not get rid of him so quickly. Otherwise, why would they try and drag him to the base? From here to their base is about 8 hours away. The guy needs 12 hours. Then it will be midnight, so it will be even easier to get into their base. The guy will meet them. The man said that he understood everything and will wait. When they were driving in the car, The guy said that it was necessary to thank them properly. So he wanted to personally say thank you to the commander. The guy said that the commander just wanted to see the guy. After which Mason thanked the guy that he would take them straight to the base. And at this time, the commander kept coughing painfully. Even on the napkin, the man had an unusual red blood, some kind of purple. Oscar said that a man just needs to take medicine for a while. He will get better. He could not understand why he still feels like his strength is in an unstable state. To which Oscar replied that if you make people laugh in a hurry, and any business requires patience, he recently received a new strength. Does he really expect that the body adapts so quickly? Holding a flask with some medicine in his hand, he said that he had made this medicine specifically for the commander. He believes that it should help. Oscar asked if the commander was feeling better. The commander said that this medicine is very fast-acting. He feels that the force has stabilized immediately. Oscar said that if ever a man feels that the force does not obey him, he will just need to drink this medicine. After the man left the room, Oscar said that he needed to report on the situation and picked up the tablet. He was curious to find out if some Supreme Witch would praise him. He is looking forward to it. He addressed some respected Supreme Witch. He said that they had not seen each other for so long, but she was still so incredible. He said that everything is going great. If it continues like this, then perhaps he will be able to create an excellent weapon. The woman said that this is a good job. If he succeeds, she will reward him well. Oscar asked. Or maybe he could hug her tightly, but always very tightly. The woman said that the main thing is for him to succeed. Then she will give him everything he wants. Only she had to hear that the woman ordered to take the body away from here. Everyone swears again and again that they will do what they promised. And in the end, they just overflow the cup of her patience. And they don't even give her what they could have done to please her a little, holding some man by the head. She said that he really disappointed her. And after a while, she seemed to suck all the vital energy out of him. His face instantly turned into exactly the same as that of a zombie. And in a couple of minutes, he was already lying dead on the floor. The woman reported that she was full. At least he managed to do something before he died. The woman ordered to take the body away from here. After that, the woman called the subordinate to her and said that since the tests were going well, she should go and meet with Oscar to take the results from him. It is clear that the girl obeyed the queen. When the guy had already reached the base, he was immediately met by the commander. The guy said that the commander showed such kindness to him that he decided to come and personally thank him. The commander said that he did not need to be thanked, because how could he otherwise? He would not want to lose such a good supplier like him. Oscar said that they had not seen the guy for a long time. It seems he has become even stronger. The guy was very surprised when he saw Oscar at the base. The commander said that he was helping them test some medications. The guy looked thoughtfully at the two men and already began to guess a little about something. But despite this, the guy approached the men and said that he had brought several cases of beer. He offered to relax and chat today, to which Oscar replied that he would have to tell him how he manages to become stronger in such a short time. Oscar said that the beer is very good. It's sweet, but you get drunk quickly from it. He drank only 2 cans and already staggers. The commander agreed with Oscar's words. He usually does not get drunk for a long time. He did not think that after 3 cans, he would no longer stand firmly on his feet. But the guy pretended that he didn't think it was so strong. He said that he couldn't drink anymore and offered to wrap it up. The guy asked the girls to support him. He asked them to listen carefully. He said that Robertson is now at this base. He could not tell them earlier because the guy from the base was always around. James told him about it. They have to find Roberts for today before 3 o'clock in the morning. James is outside now, waiting for their signal. He asked Melanie to follow the commander, and the sister to follow the guy because he knows exactly what's going on, and he himself will go after Oscar. He always seemed strange to them. Basically, as I said, Melanie followed the commander, and the guy is behind Oscar, and the sister is behind the guy. As it turned out, Oscar went into a secret passage, as a guy didn't think there was something wrong. Oscar went into the secret passage. The guy was looking at him thoughtfully at this time, and thought through all possible variants of events in his head. Then I went after him. When he entered the room, he saw a lot of research equipment in front of him, and Oscar, who was standing at some kind of table. Oscar has little time. He decided to drink the serum from intoxication and continue working. The end of the study is already near. The Queen's embrace is waiting for him. Now the second stage of the adaptation period is already underway. At the third stage, he will drink a serum that will lead to a new mutation, making him twice as strong. The previous 10+ experiments failed at this stage, but now the power of the evolving 7th degree will maintain a stable state, so the fusion should be successful. The guy couldn't figure out which mutation and who Oscar was talking about. After a while, the guy turned around and saw a silhouette of a man in front of him behind the glass. He immediately realized that this was the crazy head, and he had already guessed that they were experimenting on people. Had Robertson been captured for the same purpose? After a while, the head opened his eyes. The guy was very surprised that the man was alive. The man asked the guy to save him. He couldn't understand if the man was really joking. The guy didn't think he would be kind to him if he got out. He still wanted to live. At this time, Oscar dialed the commander. He asked or he wanted something. In a malicious voice, the man informed Oscar to carry as much medicine as possible. His internal forces are unstable again. The man in his office was writhing in unbearable pain from such a force inside himself, and the girl at this time stood and watched it all. She could not understand what was happening to the commander. She couldn't figure out what it was on his back because it didn't look like a human body. Oscar said that he understood everything, and now he will come to the commander. It seems that the third stage is approaching. Everything will work out soon. Great, he's gone. Now the guy can see if Robertson is here. But instead of the guy, he saw only the limbs of some animals, which clearly confused him. There was even a human embryo, but he didn't think it was a human because he has wings. After some time, my son came up to some kind of metal case. As it turned out, Robertson was lying there. The guy immediately began to wake up his friend, hoping that he would wake up after all. The guy was lucky that he had a pulse and he was still alive. The guy needed to take his friend away from here and then think, which in principle he began to do. But the guy abruptly noticed the head lying in the corner of the room. He said that he saved him because it hurt to look. The head should not forget about it when he suddenly wants to kill him. Mason started to get out of the room, but he noticed that his head was not moving in any way. The guy couldn't understand why he had to carry two naked men. He would rather hug a naked beauty. At this time, the man approached the guard, who asked what he was doing here at such a late hour. Well, as such, he did not hear an answer, but on the contrary received a knife right in the neck. After that, the man began to open the gate. There was a group of people who opened the gates of the execution. Their faces were not visible, but clear silhouettes were visible. As it turned out, it was the head of the 17th district. The woman was indignant with the man. She understands that the time appointed for Mason's meeting is about to come, but the boss told them that they should not penetrate the base today in any case. James knows this. They can completely rely on Mason. The woman at this time heard the sound of a car. They looked out from behind the bushes and saw at least 3 cars in front of them. They immediately realized that these were people from the 17th camp, and they began to act. At this time, the sniper was peering into the sight. As it turned out, he took off one of the observers on the tower. That's the time while the partner turned away, a stranger climbed out on the tower. As it turned out, it was the boss of James, the woman, and the others. At this time, he was pointing something with his fingers to the people standing below. The head said that all the guards on the observation troops were destroyed. He ordered his guys to start acting according to plan. At this time, the same man who knocked out the guard approached the guy, and for some unknown reason, I shot him right in the head. The bike has been watching this incident all this time. The man informed the others that the commander was now in the building opposite and asked them to follow him. And the guy at this time, as if nothing had happened, just got up and somehow, in an unimaginable way, the bullet came out. The girl could not understand what had just happened. She believed that the guy was immortal. She also could not understand what kind of man he was. The rest she saw were people from the 17th camp. The commander at this time was still being killed because of the pain and drank an incomprehensible bottle of medicine. Oscar at this time asked if he felt better, to which he replied that yes, much. Oscar said that this is the 3rd medicine. They have to go through this stage and everything will be fine. Well, as it turned out, there was no cure for the 3rd stage of the rejection reaction study either. Everything is going fine, right according to Oscar's plan. While they were having a dialogue, the room in which they were was literally shot. The head of the 17th district burst through the door. The head was surprised that not a single bullet hit the commander and that he dodged perfectly. The commander asked the man if he was the head of the 17th camp. The head was very surprised because the man even knows his name, but he was mistaken only in one thing. He is not just the head of the 17th camp, and from that day, he is the head of the JO4 base. At this time, a guy with 2 men on his back was running because of his arm. He complained that he could not run at all in such conditions. At this time, the head literally flew out of the room. He couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. The head asked the man or the evolved 7th degree. Mason himself noticed the whole fight. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because he told James to act carefully. He couldn't see if the head was a guy from their camp. Since the situation was unclear, he decided to take advantage of the riots to take the men away. The guy was practically on the spot. Outside the walls, he could contact James, but their way was hindered by some stranger who provided a stick right in front of their faces. Oddly enough, it was Oscar, who had been thinking all this time who was sneaking around the corners, and as it turned out, it was Mason. Now he understood why he suddenly kindly decided to treat them to beer. Oscar, with a dashing smile on his face, asked the guy to let the two of them go. He said that this was a very important component of his research. Well, the guy didn't really react to Oscar's kindness in any way and just decided to run away. But it was not there. Oscar hit the guy with his stick right in the back. Well, the guy didn't really feel this blow and continued to run away. But then it is unclear why, in some unimaginable way, some purple-pronounced veins appeared on his back. It is clear that the guy was hurt, as it turned out. Cadaveric poison spreads from the place of impact. And right after the guy thought about it, Oscar launched his stick at him. But she didn't hit the guy, but on the contrary, instead of on the door. As in principle, probably, Oscar planned to come to me from the wall fell right before the exit for the guy. Now the guy will definitely not be able to escape. Oscar once again asked to return the man to him, and then he will let the guy go. Mason said that he did not want to fight Oscar after all, once they fought side by side as comrades, but if he decided to prevent him from carrying them away from here, then he'll have to deal with Oscar first. Oscar said that the guy likes to throw loud phrases. He has already presented a wonderful picture of his dissected body. He will be an excellent sample for research. The guy asked the system to activate a new smooth water surface, so everyone already knew Oscar's special ability was poison. Oscar was wondering how much stronger the guy would have time to get up during their battle, because even James and the others would not have a single chance against him. Oscar laughed maliciously and said that just a drop of his poison is capable of analyzing a large animal, and the blow of his staff poisoned the guy, probably already too slow. The guy agreed that the man is right, therefore. Without finishing, they began to fight. The guy easily dodged Oscar's blow. After that, he struck a tolerable blow to Oscar right in the stomach area. It is clear that Oscar already writhed in pain from such a blow. And only after that, the guy said his initial monologue, so he needs to deal with the man quickly. The guy thinks that the man is alive. He did not hit at full force. Events are transferred to the Battle of the Head and Commander. The Head clearly realized that something was wrong. This was not his special ability, he found out. The Commander had some kind of useless ability. Control over the water inside his body is the ability of the former head of the base. Now the Head understood everything. He was thinking why suddenly the man was killed by his own people. Let him not know how the Commander managed it. But it is clear that he took this power from his head. A man who evolved to the 7th degree was suddenly killed by the United Subordinates. How stupid it is in the opinion of the Head. The man said that there are also so many of them that he cannot see in his surroundings. After that, the man sent streams of water directly to the Head. These flows were so strong that they pierced the earth to such an extent that it exploded. The Commander was very surprised that their head simply disappeared from sight. And after a bad second, he appeared in his hall and pointed the barrel straight at his temple. The Commander began to use his newfound ability. His head just started to become water. And then the Head already guessed that a man can quickly turn his body into water. Bullets are now useless. The Head realized that he needed to do something with the new features of the man. The Head disappeared from the man's view again and appeared on the roof of the building opposite him. The Head does not just move quickly, besides everything else. His movements are quite difficult to predict. It's bad, it seems, they kill the Commander with the usual methods, as it turned out. The Head of the evolved 6th degree, his special ability is to move in space, is able to move to any point within sight. At the moment, he can move within 500 meters. They began to fight intensely, but the Head easily dodged all the blows. The Head agreed that it was difficult to cope with the Commander's new strength, and it was definitely not in his plans. He needed to think carefully about how to deal with him. In the meantime, he offered to have a good time. I'm trying to somehow hook a man. He was disappearing all the time. At the moment when the Commander directed a jet of water into the Head, he seemed to evaporate. The Commander decided to see how long the chapter would last. As expected, an evolutionist of such a high degree and endurance is high, so you definitely won't take a man out of the nose. At this time, 2 men came to my Head and reported that they had done everything. The Head was glad that they finally came. He came up behind them and asked them to hear him. Their conversation, which had not begun, was interrupted by the Commander, who just at that time sent a jet of water directly into them. Well, one of these men was easily able to protect himself from this jet of water. He had some strange ability. His hands instantly became iron. and the head at this time got up from behind and shot the man right in the back of the head. Well, it's clear that this did not particularly affect the man in any way. The head shouted to one of the men to start something now, and he basically started creating some kind of tornado right around the commander. It is clear that he began to be sucked into this tornado. The head said that the man should use his strength to the maximum and rotate the commander without stopping. He should not be allowed to escape. But the man said that he would not last so long. As it turned out, he was an evolved 4th degree, his special ability to control the wind. He is also able to concentrate wind currents of 5 meters around him and transform them into one small with high wind speed. The head instructed them not to let him turn into water to escape. After some time, the head punished the man with the ability to iron, wrap the commander properly. As it turned out, he evolved to the 5th degree. His special ability to transform into steel is also able to turn body parts into strong steel of any shape. After a couple of seconds, he literally wrapped the man in his fist. The man asked the head where he was going right in the middle of the battle. The man said that a little more, and the commander will be able to get out of his iron fist. Something incomprehensible was planned by the head. After a split second, he had already returned to the men. And he did not just stand and watch all this. He held in his hand a huge cannon of unknown origin. As it turned out, it was a fire cannon, after which he began to fry the commander, so to speak. The chapter also presents to their attention something exciting: a man roasted alive. Mason at this time, as if nothing had happened, was just carrying men. He had clearly crossed the threshold of the base, was somewhere in the forest. He jumped out from behind the bushes and saw James and a woman in front of him. James immediately noticed and recognized my rank and informed the woman that he had saved Robertson. The guy said that he pulled Robertson out of some box in Oscar's laboratory. He tried to bring the guy to his senses, but it didn't work out. He needed to be examined as soon as possible and find out if everything was all right with him. The guy asked not to thank him, because Robertson and his friend, he would have saved him even if they hadn't asked for it. After the partners picked up the head, they did not recognize him at first and asked who he was. But after a while, James did recognize the man. Normally, without explaining, the guy simply ran away from friends. Well, the guy reported that the girls are still inside and he has to help them, he said to friends if without him. James didn't understand what to do with the man. At this time, Little did not find her sister, the sister asked the girl, or there were any clues to find Robertson. It is clear that they did not know that the guy had already saved him. Little did she say that there were no leads, but she thinks that her sister also noticed that the guys from the 17th camp had already broken through here. Right now, the head of the 17th district had several more people surrounded and attacked the commander. The situation is very bad. The sister said that with the current forces of the base, it will not be possible to defend their territory. They need to escape from here. If people from the base find out that they are here, they will definitely not let him go. The girl agreed with her sister's words, but asked what to do with Robertson. Right at that moment, Mason came into the room. They immediately asked him about the guy, to which he replied that he had already pulled him out of here and said that he needed to get out of here quickly. And at this time, there was panic and devastation on the city street. The people of the 17th district simply mocked civilians. All this mess noticed my no. Someone from the residence bled from the knee. The man missed the pain. As it turned out, once the people of the 17th camp attacked the girls' base and killed every single one in the same way, and according to the girls, it will be the same with this base. Some child was crying and calling his sister for help. One of the men grabbed some girl and told her that she was his type and offered her some fun. There he simply dragged her into some room by the hair. Then he hit her. He asked if it was her to take. And then outside, if she wants him to survive, she should obey him. He ordered her to take off her clothes, otherwise he would feed her brother to zombies. He asked, or she will now obey. It is clear that the girl already cried from this. But then, out of nowhere, a blow with a frying pan flew to the guy's head. To slightly move away from the shock, the girl raised her eyes. The stranger covered her with some kind of blanket. She was trembling with fear. As it turned out, it was my son who saved the girl and asked her if she was okay. After that, the girl's brother himself ran into this alley. Mason advised the girl to hide here and not go out. "Brother, ask your sister who he is and why he saved her." She replied that she had no idea. After that, the girl remembered that she even forgot to thank me to get acquainted for saving. And while the guy was saving the girl, Melanie was dealing with the rest of the enemies at the base. The girl's blows were clearly strong because the man had already lost consciousness. Becca reported that the people of the 17th camp were finished here. The sister agreed with this, but said that in other areas they also mock ordinary locals. My son said that it was because of this that they would drive the camp's 17 people out of this base. He also added that the commander kidnaps people and puts experiments on them. This behavior is far from a good person, so I don't want to help him. The 18th camp mocks innocent people and not only entered the city and immediately began to kill everyone. It's like a bunch of psychos. You can't let these madmen keep killing people right and left. The guy will throw them all out to one. At this time, the head of the 17th camp continued to mock the commander, but out of nowhere, a subordinate of the commander appeared, who was approaching one of the men. But the partner noticed the danger in the form of a man in time and warned his friend. Using his ability, he threw the man away. Lariska, someone cut the tube that was connected to this incomprehensible cannon in the hands of the head. As it turned out, it was the brother of a subordinate commander. The head was furious when he found out that his gun was broken. He tried to turn it on again, but it was unsuccessful. He told the whole base how the guy dared to ruin his flamethrower and promised to kill him. The man informed the boss that the commander was no longer moving, and it seemed that he was already finished. But the other man did not think so. He noticed that something strange was happening. The head also noticed that something was wrong here. The body seemed to be drying up. The man told the boss that the commander began to absorb the water around. Because of this, the body began to dry out so much. At this time, Oscar was approached by the same girl who obeys the queen. She said that the Supreme Witch told her to take him away. Apparently, he failed again. She said that his result of the experiment was now simply squeezed. But he objected to this and said that there was no need to worry and that everything would be fine with him. If he wasn't able to cope with some brats from the 17th camp, then the Supreme Witch would be waiting for the end of the experiments with such impatience. And yet the commander managed to get out of the man's steel fists, and a powerful explosion was heard at the base. Mason also heard this explosion and realized that it was pronounced. And where is the commander? Two men were thrown several meters away by the blast wave, and they were heading straight into the wall. It is clear that the head was also nailed to the wall from such a powerful explosion. But after the smoke from the explosion dissipated, it was clearly not the commander who appeared in front of them, but some kind of creature whose body was literally made up of water. After some time, it was no longer made of water, but of some kind of incomprehensible material or such skin. By the reaction of the head, it was possible to understand that he was very scared and surprised by what he saw. Two subordinates were also very surprised when they saw the commander in such an image in front of them. He looked more like a zombie than a human being and a powerful being. Meanwhile, the girl and Oscar continued to run away somewhere. I decided to stop and scout the situation outside. He saw the commander in front of him in this guise. As in principle, it was probably expected. Oscar would be happy about this. He shouted joyfully that everything turned out. It was an artificial zombie. The fear from behind the eyes of the head still did not go away. He was well aware that this creature does not transform anything good. He informed his partner that they needed to leave quickly, but they were outraged by this. How could they just leave if they wanted the territory with such difficulty? If they take it now, they will lose it all. But the head was very angry at the reaction of the men. He repeated once again that they needed to escape from here as soon as possible. And the commander at this time, for some unknown reason, sat down on his knees, clearly preparing for an attack. Basically, as expected, he first attacked two men. He grabbed them by the neck. The first thing that came to mind was to start shooting, essentially. But he probably forgot that a man's special ability is to turn body parts into water. The bullet mark on the man's face began to tighten sharply. The commander grabbed one of the men with a strong steel grip, so to speak. But they were lucky that the man had his ability, and thanks to it, he cut the commander's hands in half. The head ordered his subordinates to run in all directions, and he will take care of the man for now. But before he could run far away, the commander formed some kind of vacuum from the water around the men. One of the men immediately began to choke. My partner had a similar situation. The head was furious after seeing all this with his own eyes, and was ready to do anything to deal with the commander. A fraction of a second later, either a hand or some other part of the commander's body pierced directly into the man's chest. The head could not react to this in any way. He just had to endure this unbearable pain. The commander wounded him while he was moving at such a speed. In his opinion, it was impossible, and after some time, the commander simply threw the man a few meters away from him, and he began to mock the men further. The twins noticed that the man was sucking water out of the opponent, and at the same time flooding him. One of them wasn't sure if it was still the commander. Had he really turned into a zombie? They decided to see if he would attack them. He hoped that the commander still had the former one time. After some time, the commander still let the man go, so to speak, and they simply fell to the floor. The twins shouted to the commander, or else he would recognize them. But without hearing a single answer, the commander was already ready to strike at the men. which he did just the same after a split second. Again, some incomprehensible part of the man's body pierced the twins' chest. And just at this time, Mason began to approach the commander. But without any problems, the commander was able to dodge the roof of Mason's possible blow. You yourself were surprised by the fact that a man could dodge. He could not understand how such a thing is possible. It feels like this zombie has eyes on the back of his head. After that, the man himself began to attack the guy. Well, the speed. The man is several times faster than the previous chapter. And this despite the fact that the guy used the skill, the smooth surface of the water, to increase his speed. He couldn't figure out where the damn monster came from at all. All this time, Oscar watched their battle. As he had expected in principle, the man did not disappoint him. The girl also agreed that this is very impressive. The Supreme Witch will definitely be glad when she finds out about it. This mutant, obtained through the fusion of the evolving only of the 4th degree and the 7th, Oscar took the evolved 4th degree as a basis, so that the Corpse King corresponds approximately to the 4th degree. But all the same, this is already a great success, and that there is a Corpse King of the 4th degree. Oscar is now able to create a Corpse King of at least the 10th degree. At this time, the battle between the guy and the man was almost equal, because the guy easily dodged the blow from the man and the man dodged the blows of the guy. The man thought so. The commander completely turned into a zombie. He said that if it were not for his brother's ability, in the form of symbiosis, he would have already been finished. As it turned out, his brother's name is Jackson. His special ability is symbiosis. You can use it only once. Selects an object with a similar power. After that, while one object is alive, the second cannot die. The man said that it was necessary to take the commander under control, and when he started killing all the residents of the city, he asked his brother to use his ability. Perhaps they would be able to calm the commander. He reported that his ability is only for those whose strength is lower or equal to his. After the experience in Oscar, the commander acquired the strength of the former head, so there will be no pulse from him here. The fact that the commander has the strength of the former head does not mean that he himself has become an evolved 7th degree. But whatever it is, they will have to take risks. The brother said that he understood everything. Well, Jackson himself saw that his brother could not even get close to the commander. After that, the girls came out of the alley and said that they could help. Becca knows one way to get close to this zombie. Who would have thought that Mason's strength was so mature, he managed to resist the furious attack of the Corpse King of the 4th degree? Oscar is getting more and more curious about how the guy manages to evolve so quickly. He decided that he needed to be captured and studied properly. Perhaps then he would find the answer to this question. After that, the girl brought them to some place. She said that there was no time to discuss the plan with Mason. But fortunately, Mason was just distracting from this zombie. She will calculate the moment when the zombie opens, and the sister will throw the man to him at this time. It is clear that the man was surprised how the girl would be able to throw it, but she did not ask him for you, because she would have sent things heavier than him. If she had been aiming, everything was normal. The girl didn't know how long Mason would be able to hold out, and therefore they needed to act now. She started scanning. She said that it was about to be opened. She told her sister to get ready on her signal, which in principle the sister began to do after the girl's words. As it turned out, Oscar and the girl noticed a group of people, but they could not understand what they were doing there. Oscar said that it would be better if they did many things from here, and did not blame him if they died at the hands of the Corpse King. He thought a little about what they really decided to do, but then it hit him sharply. He remembered Jackson's special ability. He clearly began to get nervous, because he was apparently discovered. He began to be indignant, and say that you should not even think of harming his creation. And at this time, the girl has already finished scanning, and she informed her sister to leave the man. At this time, Oscar took out some kind of whistle and began to whistle into it. As expected, the commander immediately stopped fighting with the guy, and abruptly turned his head and looked somewhere into the distance. As it turned out, he was looking just the same at a group of people. They were discovered. The girl started yelling about everyone starting to dodge. Some unimaginable huge water ball or something flew in their direction. The man's body parts were already almost near the girl, but the guy realized in time and got out on the man's back and began to break those wings to him. Mason told the man not to relax when fighting with him. He hooked his legs behind his back and was ready to do something incredibly decisive in this battle. In a split second, he was already in the air with these wings in his hands. My sons mocked me. I asked the man called him a spider what he would do without his paw. But he clearly forgot and did not expect that these wings, or rather paws, abruptly turned into water. And it is clear that he began to fall down because of this. After that, there was a guy in this vacuum with water. The girl could not understand how this is possible. His severed claw can move. What kind of creature is this at all? But the man reported that the abilities of this zombie are much higher than those of the previous chapter. Even his severed limb can still attack. He can also suck water from the body into people nearby, so that the victim may die from dehydration. After that, Melanie immediately grabbed the gun in her hands. Apparently, she also forgot that bullets simply do not harm a man. Even the man said that it was useless. The bullet just passed through him and could not injure. Melanie asked her sister to come up with something soon. If it goes on like this, the guy will simply die in this fight. How then the guy simply disappeared from the sight of everyone present? This, in principle, could have been guessed. He simply passed everything together in due time. It was close. He was lucky that he could be transported here, even if they were a little bit over. The cat was also very surprised that the guy simply disappeared. He even thought about the fact that the guy has 2 special abilities. Such a thought led him not only to rage, but also to fear. The guy couldn't just run away and be in his own time. He had to come back soon, because he hadn't finished anything yet. In a matter of seconds, the guy was already in front of the commander. It's clear that everyone was very surprised when he reappeared. But the commander didn't care about it. He immediately started attacking the guy without rest. The guy jokingly even asked for forgiveness, explained that he had taken a short time out. This time he would not allow himself to be caught so easily. And they again continued the fight, which looked hopeless. The guy figured out that dodging forever is clearly not an option. His abilities related to liquids, so the guy's abilities related to electricity can cause damage to him. If he applied his concentration on it, it would probably lead to the appearance of a large amount of thermal energy. Since he managed to defeat the Corpse King of the 3rd degree with one blow, he believes that there will be no problems with this zombie either. But the energy for this blow accumulates for quite a long time. So far, he has not accumulated even half, and he is about to kill him. Oscar assumed that the guy had the same ability as the head of the 17th camp. Well, the girl said that there is still a difference. The ability of the head allows him to move quickly as he wants, and this guy just disappeared, then reappeared in the same place. The girl asked where he went to Oscar. He said that the hanging was already coming to an end. He also added that a couple of unfavorable factors needed to be eliminated, and the result of his experience in the Supreme Witch could be attributed. The guy had an idea, but he has never tried it, so I'm not sure if it will work. He will move into his world, accumulate energy, then move back at the right moment. He will appear right in front of the zombies and use all his strength. If this works, then after one blow, he will definitely be finished. And after the commander struck the guys again once again, he disappeared again. The girls were slightly at a loss how and where the guy disappears all the time. I'm sorry, I have no idea how to describe it at all. The girl asked her sister if she was okay. And then Oscar appeared and said that they were worth worrying about. It was just an anesthetic, who was to blame that they interfered with his plans. Especially Jackson. The man decided that he would also take him away. He would surely become an excellent material for experiments. And at that time the girl just kept silent and looked somewhere into the distance. It is unclear from where she got some very huge machine gun, and Baker noticed it too. And about the fact that she will be able to get from here. Immediately after these words, the guy himself appeared. He was glad that he had managed to do what he had planned. At this time, the man focused his attention on something incomprehensible. In a matter of seconds, the girl fired from her machine gun. It's clear that the guy immediately heard this shot and turned around. He saw how the girl sacrificed herself, covered him from a bullet flying oddly enough at him. The girl fell to the floor. The guy was immediately enraged by what he saw. 2 sisters were lying unconscious and possibly dead. The guy was clearly not sure that they were alive. Oscar was clearly scared of this guy's look and did not know what he should expect from Mason. The guy shouted Oscar's name angrily. Then he pushed away from the building and approached Oscar. After a bare second, he grabbed Oscar by the throat and with anger in his eyes asked what they had done. He couldn't understand why the hell there was so much strength in the guy's fists. How could an evolved 4th degree have terrifying strength at all? Oscar immediately began to deny and say that everything was fine. He said that this girl is not dead yet. If she does not calm down, they will have time to save her. And the girl at this time was lying unconscious and with blood on her breasts. Oscar said that she ran into a bullet herself. They had no intention of killing her. He asked to let him go because he knows how to stop her blood. Since the guy didn't have much choice because he wanted to save the girl, he really let Oscar go. But at this time, the commander tried to attack the guy. He was already close to killing the guy. But then Oscar remembered that he had almost forgotten something. After that, the man began to whistle his whistle. And as strange as it may seem, the commander immediately focused attention on him and landed right next to the man, calm and without aggression. Oscar said that he was so obedient, so the experience with Jeans was also successful. And after that, the guy realized that this zombie was listening to Oscar. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on here at all. The man told the guy not to worry because the zombie won't touch him anymore. They both don't need it. After some time, Oscar touched the girl's shoulder and some purple veins began to pass through her body again. He said that the anesthetic he injected her with could stop the blood for a couple of hours while the guy could find a doctor to remove the bullet. As for the others, they will also wake up in a couple of hours. Oscar decided that he would tell the guy out of the kindness of his heart. The city is a mess right now, so he's unlikely to find a doctor, and he'd better do everything himself. But despite all this, the man told the girl that it was time for them, with which she naturally agreed. The guy just had to look into the distance to the departing opponents. At this time, the doctor who treated the guy himself was standing in his office and heard that some kind of scream was heard on the street. He went into the room, and I will inform you that the girl was shot and the anesthetic will soon cease to work. She needs to be rescued as soon as possible. The woman told the guy to put her on the bed as soon as possible. The guy immediately asked if she was going to be fine, but the woman told the guy to come out better so as not to disturb her. After that, the guy stood outside and clearly blamed himself for what happened to the girl. He saw something the girl wanted faster for him, and the girl put herself under attack to save him. I couldn't understand why she did it because she hated him. He thought he was strong enough and pretended to be a hero. In the end, he couldn't even protect his friends. It even sounds ridiculous. And the woman at this time painstakingly and diligently worked to save the girl's life. She has already removed some parts of the bullet from her body. Well, here she was nervous because there were too many bullet fragments. Her equipment and her alone would not be enough to complete such a delicate and complex operation. After the woman came out of the operating room, the guy immediately asked how the operation went, to which he heard the answer that nothing happened. The woman said that with the local equipment, she would not be able to pull out all the bullet fragments. The girls need a more equipped medical center. The guy immediately started asking where he could find one. He is now ready to take it there. The nearest hospital was in the Union Building of the Big Land, there where just such a guy once visited. At this time, in the association itself, a man came into the room and said that he was reporting. The man he reported to didn't have one leg, it was a prosthetic. His face was very badly burned, which outgrew a huge scar very much and spoiled his face for life. The man began to report that 3 people had arrived in the city. One of them had a bullet wound. They asked to be allowed into the city and helped with treatment. They also said they were ready to offer as much food as they wanted for this. As it turned out, it was the same supreme judge with whom the guy was fighting. But since he didn't know who had arrived at their base, he informed them that they would be let in. And at this time, Oscar was glad that the girl decided to help and shot. In another scenario, his losses would have been much greater. The girl could not understand what kind of help he was talking about. She said that the girl had stopped the bullet with her. Precisely because she was injured, he managed to distract the guy's attention. If he had hit with all the force that he managed to concentrate in his fist, then everything would have ended badly. This is the first successful prototype of a man. He should arrive unharmed. The girl said that no matter how strong the guy was to me, he would not have a chance against the 3 of them. The man said that it's not time yet. You need to wait until a mighty tree grows out of a good seed, then collect the fruits to get the maximum benefit. This guy especially, Oscar, is very curious to what extent he will be able to evolve. After all, when it reaches its peak, it will make an excellent stimulating substance out of it. The doctor asked the guy if he had disagreements with the association and asked if he was sure that they should go out into the city. Well, what kind of guy didn't have much choice? He still decided to go into the city because you can't delay the treatment of the girl. He told the woman and the girl to wait outside. She just told him to be careful. The gates opened in front of the guy, and above him he saw a bunch of guards with weapons in their hands, who looked only at him alone. After that, he came in and we closed the doors behind him. The guy immediately glanced at one of the men standing on top. Oddly enough, it was the same Chief Justice. The guy was very surprised. Not that he saw the Supreme Judge, but that he was still alive at all. But the man pretended not to notice him and simply turned around and left. The guy was informed that he would be taken to the head. After a while, the guy was already in the room with his head. Despite all the differences between them, the man was glad to see him. He said that he was so waiting for the guy to come again. Apparently, he really liked the local canned food that he brought. He kept waiting for the guy to come and offer to make an exchange again. The guy did not hide the fact that he was glad of this meeting. He also added that it was good that the man liked them. because this time he brought even more canned food, other types of food. He hoped that the man would be satisfied. He does not demand anything in return. This is a gift as an apology for his reckless behavior in the past. The man said that in this case he did not dare to refuse and asked him not to worry about what had happened, because it was already in the past. The man also agreed that the supreme judge was wrong then. The guy thanked the man for understanding and began to tell that his girlfriend was very badly injured. He heard that the association has the best medical equipment and asked if they could help them. It is clear that the man did not see this as a problem, because the guy gave them so much food that it would be a manifestation of greed to refuse his request. But the man also wants to ask the guy something. If he agrees to fulfill his request, he tells the doctors to help his girlfriend better. Since the guy was ready for anything for the sake of his girlfriend, he said that he agreed. The man began to tell that in truth, their reconnaissance group had discovered an old mine in the mountains nearby. According to experts, there may be mineral resources at the bottom of the well, which they urgently need. But to his surprise, it turned out that the well can be improved and a mechanism for descent and ascent can be installed in it. But they suddenly lost contact with the first group sent to the site, so they sent another group to explore the well. As a result, communication was lost with all three groups sent there. They do not know whether they are alive or not. Because of this development of events, the rest do not risk going down into the well. However, the man believes that he is important to them now. He needs to be investigated and start using it. Well, whatever things he offered me to the miners, they do not flatly refuse to go down into the well. Therefore, he hoped that the guy would help to understand what was happening and find the missing people, because then their non-miners would agree to go down and follow the well. The guy said that there are no problems in this. Then he hopes that the head will let his girlfriend into the city and begin treatment. Of course, the man tells his men to bring her to the city. In the meantime, he can go to the well with his subordinate. He will tell him everything in detail. After some time, the guy had already arrived at the elevator, which descended directly into the mine. The man gave the guy a backpack and said that there might not be enough oxygen below and breathing equipment in the backpack. He also gave him a walkie-talkie. If he finds something, then he needs to contact the man immediately. The man asked to hold on to the guy because he's going to take him down now. Then he began to descend. The guy almost forgot to ask how much the oxygen tank will last. The man said that with constant use it will last for about 11 hours. The only question is whether the guy can last that long. After some time, the guy was already completely in the mine and was approaching its bottom. He arrived at the place. As it turned out, the place here is bigger than the guy thought. He immediately turned on the flashlight and went to explore the mine. The guy went deeper and deeper without understanding what he could see and who or what he could meet. The guy himself could not understand how long he had already been in the mine, probably for about an hour. But he was confused by the fact that he had not come across anything during all this time. As it turned out, an hour and a half passed, and the mine was very quiet, because of this time feels completely different. After the guy raised his head, he saw 2 tunnels in front of him. I decided to make a note on the stone so as not to get lost. Still, he turned left. The guy couldn't figure out how much more he had to go to already stumble upon something unusual. He was even already thinking about the fact that they decided to prank him. But suddenly, the guy heard a woman crying somewhere in the distance, and immediately began to run to this crying. Dedicating slightly into the distance, he saw how, so to speak, a woman was lying on the walls in some incomprehensible way. And she was really crying. The guy asked if she was okay. He couldn't figure out where the woman in the red clothes came from. He was obviously scared of it. He even thought about the fact that it was a ghost. He maliciously asked if she was a person or a ghost or even a zombie. Well, he didn't hear any answers from her. He asked if she was trying to scare him on purpose. He even started threatening her and saying that he could only use her left. The guy decided, nevertheless, through his fear, but to get closer to the girl. He touched her back with a flashlight. When the girl turned around, he saw that her face was literally blurred. There were no clear contours of her face. It is clear that after what he saw, the guy immediately began to run away, but the girl tried to stop him and reported that he was on a person. After these words, the guy stopped. The guy still returned to the girl. She apologized and thought that the guy was her hallucination, so she did not answer him. She said that she had been alone in the mine for a very long time and thought that she was destined to die in this place. The guy looked at the girl with sadness in his eyes. Then abruptly, the guy remembered that she probably had nothing to eat, and he had food and water with him. The girl was obviously hungry and thanked the guy. The guy said that she didn't look like a miner and asked how she got here in the first place. She confirmed the fact that she is not a miner, but explained that in order to hide from several zombies, Dima had to go down into the mine. He slightly did not understand when the girl said that it was he who needed to go down. He asked if there was someone else here. The girl did not give a normal answer but only approached the guy. She reported that she was cold. Is she handsome enough to lean against a guy? It is clear that the guy was outraged by this and said that he did not have time to rest. He needed to do something. She apologized to him and said that she had not touched a person for so long. She just wanted to feel the warmth of the human body a little. After these words, the guy said that he did not mind. The girl already started crying but still did not forget to thank the guy for coming. She added that she had really been alone for too long. As soon as the girl started kissing, he immediately took her away from him and asked what she was going to do. After that, she gave out a brilliant phrase. She said that she liked him and offered to be together. The guy still decided that she was still a ghost, and I want to seduce him, then suck his whole soul. From such words, the girl was indignant and reported again that she was not a ghost at all. Argued this topic that she has hot breath and asked if ghosts are warm. The guy agreed that it makes sense. She added that if the guy does not believe, then she can arrange for him some hotter. Well, the guy refused, and I will inform her that she has unfinished business. But anyway, first he will take her out of the mine. He added that people are waiting upstairs. He will tell them to take her to a safe place. They started to get out. The girl asked how much he still had to go, also added that her legs hurt. The guy was very surprised because he remembers for sure that he was walking along the road that they are going now, and at every fork he marked the road. The girl slightly twisted her face and the guy would ask what happened. As it turned out, the girl was barefoot all this time. She said that she left her shoes when she was running. The guy was surprised why she didn't say it earlier because he wouldn't even notice. She said there was nothing wrong with that and now the leg doesn't hurt. She also added that the guy is very soft. The girl gave out a very strange phrase. She reported that the guy's ear was red. My son got very angry. His face was red because a girl touched him. The girl said that she takes back her words that he is soft. He is, on the contrary, a pest. The girl apparently did not quite understand the guy's word and continued to touch the ear. But despite this, the further the guy went, the more confused he became. He does not remember going through so many turns. The girl asked, or the guy thinks it's the spirits driving them in circles. But he said that there don't seem to be any spirits here. But there is one concerned in red. After that, the guy heard some noise from the depths of the mine, and then 5 miners suddenly appeared in front of him. He was glad that he had finally found the miners who were descending into the mine. He was glad that they were all right because now they would get out of the mine. They asked if the couple got lost, also added that they had found a way out, and asked to follow them. But the girl was clearly scared. She did not want to go with them, arguing that they are not people, and it was really clear from the miners that at least their face was too pale, as if like Oscars. Even the guy agreed that it was really strange. If they knew where the exit was, then why did they come to them at all, even if they wanted to save him? How did they even know that he had gone down into the mine? And at this time, the girl simply disappeared. The guy was also surprised that she disappeared from sight in a split second. After that, he had no doubt that she really was a ghost. The miners asked, or why the guy is standing rooted to the spot, and told him to come for them as soon as possible. They added that there were intricate corridors in the mine and he could not get out alone. He said that he would not lag behind a single step because he wanted to find out what they were up to. The guy hurried after the men. As it turned out, all this time the girl was standing behind and watching all this. She thought they would move a little more. Well, she warned him. After a while, one of the men reported that they were in place. The guy really saw, so to speak, a light at the end of the tunnel in front of him. He did not believe that they had really led him to the exit, and that they didn't lie. The man again told him not to stand there, but to go to the exit faster. The guy was still slightly in a stupor, but he was already approaching the exit. He practically stepped outside. What he saw clearly startled him. It was clear from his look that he did not expect to see this. In front of him, he saw a very beautiful settlement. He didn't even have the slightest idea how such an opportunity could be, and where this settlement came from here. One of the men told the old age that he was jumping a new resident to them. The guys immediately ran up to the children and asked him to play catch-up with them. To be honest, all the residents in this settlement had a skin tone too pale like a zombie. One of the kids told the guy to go with them, and he would ask his aunt to cook something delicious for them. So the second kid asked, or his friend always thinks only about food. In the post-apocalyptic world, the guy saw those who are constantly worried about food or about being bitten by a zombie. Everyone's nerves are stretched to the limit because thoughts are only about how to survive. But these people have such calm faces. The guy has not seen this in this world yet. A dish was brought to the guy. Some elderly woman said that she had prepared a little bit of everything and asked the guy to take whatever he liked He thanked her for her work. He asked his aunt if she had enough food. Where did they get food at all? She said that they had a vegetable garden and cattle in the backyard. She asked him to eat soon because everyone praises her homemade food. She began to forcibly put the meat on his plate. She repeated once again that he should eat meat because he was probably hungry. And Auntie all this time continued to stand over the guy and watch when he still eats this piece of meat. She had already asked him how many times why he wasn't eating. She insisted very strongly that he should try it sooner and find out how delicious it was. And at this time, in one of the rooms in the settlement, there was some kind of monster that was difficult to describe in words. Someone came to him. It turned out it was the same aunt. She said that I had a new person from their village. This is a young guy with a strong physique. She is so glad that every day there are more and more residents. It's all thanks to his blessing. Thanks to him, they continued to live. She thanked the monster again. Then she cut off literally a piece of the flesh of this monster, and she threw it on her plate and thanked him for the gifts for the umpteenth time. As they were expected, it was from the flesh of this monster that the meat that the locals love so much. Auntie again asked why the guy wasn't eating and what happened. He explained this by saying that to tell the truth, he is not hungry and he has no appetite at all. She was a little upset because she had prepared it especially for him and he wouldn't even try it. Despite this chagrin, the guy still didn't want to try. After all, how could he eat meat of unknown origin in such a strange atmosphere? He hopes he will not be driven away from evil. The aunt changed abruptly and agreed that apparently the guy is really not hungry. In the evening, she will cook something else. After that, she only asked if the children were not hungry, and they immediately attacked the meat. It was clear from the reaction of the children that they really liked this meat. Judging by the children, the meat is really normal. Maybe the guy thought up everything for himself. After some time, the guy was walking through the settlement. He met a man and asked how he could get to the main building of the big land, where there was an exit at all. The man was surprised that the guy was already leaving. He asked if he didn't want to stay with them, but he just had a good laugh about it and said that he did not plan to stay with them. Besides, she has unfinished business. The man said that there is an exit only through the mine, if already, to tell the truth. If the guy goes there, the man cannot guarantee that he will take him out again. The corridors are too confusing. That is why they are so safe. Zombies simply cannot find their way to them. For the first time in so many years, a man can sleep peacefully. And he is very grateful to old age for the fact that their group was warmly welcomed. He asked again if the guy doesn't want to stay because there are enough resources in the village for them. For these exhausted ordinary people, the village seems like such a real paradise, but for some reason it seems to the guy that something is wrong here. After the guy had already left, a man came running to his old age and said that he could not find a new one anywhere, and asked if the headman thought he could have gone back to the mine. I just couldn't believe it like that. He ordered me to gather a group and go after him. If they don't help, he will wander forever through the tunnels of the mine. The man said that the time had almost come. The headman agreed with this and added that they should not keep the great god waiting. First, they should worship God, and then they would go looking for that boy. As it turned out, it was their great god. They came with the whole village to worship him and make a sacrifice offering. They do not hope that he will continue to protect them and give them food. They all put their hand forward for something, and the monster spread some claws. It was with these claws that he stuck to the hands of people. In principle, it was clear that it was because of this that he was feeding. He was sucking them either blood or energy. He said that the sacrifice of the offering was over. He asked the great god not to be angry that they take so little. Soon there will be many residents in the village. He also added that it was necessary to introduce their newcomers, miners, to the great god and asked them to let them in. Then the doors in the room opened. The men have already been informed that the headman is looking for them. He did not argue with this and said that they had been in the village for a long time and it was time to initiate them. The men stepped out. The doors were closed. They saw that great god in front of them. It is clear that they were very much afraid of this because they clearly had not seen such a mutant zombie before. They didn't decide that they needed to get him out of here. They could not understand whether they were asleep or really they did not see that there were giant zombies here. They were asking with all their might to open the doors and let them in. The headman began to calm them down and say that he would not harm them. The man asked them to look at him because he was standing a meter away from him. He attacked him to me. It's all right, and there's nothing to be afraid of. The man insisted that more miners came closer because everything will be fine. After that, the man asked them how their dinner was today, whether it was delicious for them. They didn't say that it was very tasty. It was the most delicious thing they had eaten since they arrived in the village. The man began to tell me that such juicy, fragrant meat could be bought anywhere when he was very young. But that was several decades ago. After the apocalypse, more than 90% of animals were infected. Influential people kept surviving animals in their backyard. But there were very few of them. Ordinary people had to eat the meat of infected animals. If a person often ate meat, he could not live longer than 40 years. He also ate infected meat. He believes that if he had not found this village, he would have been dead long ago. And all this is due to the fact that the man met him. The reason why the village still exists is because of this great god. They just need to donate their blood to him periodically, and he will constantly provide them with fresh meat. After the man was asked again whether the miners ate meat from this monster, he confirmed their word. He asked her to look in. They had just donated their blood or to God, and he had already started producing new fresh meat. This red meat can be eaten. The men immediately burst into a gag reflex. Everything they ate today was a gift from the great God. It seemed to him that they were happy at dinner and asked them if it was so. After that, the man really already started to vomit. One of the men began to lift strongly. The headman said that the men have been in the village for a long time. It's time for them to sacrifice their blood to the great God. He also added that they should not be afraid of you because it will not harm them. After a while, the great God spread his claws, waiting to feast on blood. The man begged the chair to spare him. He even promised to do whatever he asked, anything. He shouted better not at all settlements and asked for help. The guy has already walked around all the surroundings, but all the paths still lead to the village. Apparently, the mine is really the only way out of the village. At this time, he heard the screams of the publication. The man continued to beg to be released and called everyone a bunch of psychos. The guy heard a heart-rending scream. He could not understand what was going on there. At this time, it is unclear where the same girl from the mine came from. She reported, or the man has already tasted zombie meat, so it's pointless to go there, it's too late. The guy was surprised to see the girl, but this time at least he wasn't scared. He asked her again who she was, a person or a ghost in the end. The girl asked the guy if he really wants to get out of the village. As soon as he went down deep into the mine, he immediately entered the invisible barrier of this zombie. No one can find a way out while he is in this barrier. This village is also in his power. Usually those who fall into this barrier no longer think about what you will be. In order to survive, you need to periodically donate your blood and feed the zombies. Therefore, if he wants to get out, then he has one way out. It's to kill the zombies. Then the barriers will immediately disappear. The guy said that he didn't know anything about the girl since when he believed her, she replied that he believed or not, and nothing would happen from that. He could go out into the building and see for himself if you doubt her words. Cover the man and never stopped for a second. Since the guy really wanted to figure out what was going on, he still decided to take a look. The girl informed the guy to look carefully, that she had not lied. All these people donate their blood to zombies, then they eat it to pay to survive. From where he thought in such a small village, people always have something to eat. The guy couldn't stand it and was ready to break into the building. But the girl stopped him abruptly because she had not yet told her plan to the end. The guy didn't care, and he used his ability to escape into the building. Instantly, he cut the monster's claws. The headman was very surprised by what he saw. He said with anger in his eyes that they were all heartless zombies. Since the guy was going to kill the monster, the headman was exposed to this blow. It is clear that the guy did not expect this and could not react to it in any way. The guy immediately held the man so that he did not hit hard at the moment of the fall. The very concept, or the man went crazy. Why he abruptly decided to sacrifice himself for the sake of some zombie. Finally, the headman only asked the guy not to touch him. The guy asked the man to wake up, because this is not God at all. These are zombies that the circle sucks out of them. This vile creature needs to be killed according to the guy, otherwise they are all finished. But the headman objected to this and said that it was not a zombie at all. It turned out to be his older brother. The headman began to remember his childhood. Some guy threw an apple to his younger brother. And I'll tell you that there was such a commotion on the street, barely jumped into the supermarket for something edible. He asked the guy to eat this apple for now, and he won't cook something at this time. The younger brother asked when mom and dad would contact them. The brother said that his favorite cartoons were on TV. He also recalled how he hit a bunch of zombies on some building. Meanwhile, the brothers were sitting behind the doors and trying not to make too much noise. The older brother tried to calm the younger one down and asked him not to be afraid because he was nearby. Then the two brothers were going somewhere, and they decided to take a break because they hide all day. The younger brother asked what they should do if the crazy ones caught them, but the man said that everything would be fine because he was with him. The younger brother ran from fear and shouted that there were zombies here. The zombie flew a bat right in the face. As it turned out, it was the older brother who protected the younger one. but they were about to break in. As it turned out, the older brother has already been infected, so he detains them until he loses his mind. He asked to take his younger brother with him. It is clear that the boy begged to be allowed to his brother. He wanted to go together. Well, the guy rudely answered him and asked me to talk nonsense. They had to leave. The guy looked at his brother with sadness in his eyes. The older brother said that the guy should leave by himself. While he is alive, there is hope. After a split second, a group of people began to run away. A crowd of zombies attacked the headman's brother. After some time, the brother plunged completely under the monsters. The boy was plunged into complete darkness. He simply fell in the middle of the path and began to sit. The girl told the guy that they couldn't rest for now and needed to move on. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to them as to his brother. The boy was in complete hopelessness. He even asked to leave him to go on his own. It was logical because few people can quickly recover from the loss of a loved one even in such a situation. It is clear that the girl began to object to this and could not understand what he was saying at all. The guy needed to get up. Otherwise, they would have fallen behind the others. The guy no longer has a mum and dad. His brother was now also a burden. If it weren't for him, you would be their brother. That's exactly how the guy reasoned after losing his brother. For some reason, he believed that it was he who killed them. He even came to the conclusion that he was the one who really deserved to die. Without coming up with anything else, the girl simply gave the guy a strong slap in the face. She began to motivate him. She asked if he had forgotten his brother's last words. She reminded him that he said that as long as my brother lives, there is hope. The guy not only has to survive, he has to live on for the sake of himself and his brother. 10 years later, there is a heavy rain. The zombies outside will not last long. They will soon explode. And if the corpse poison gets on them, they will be finished. It is better to wait out the rain inside in a group of people. This guy's name was Jacob. He was 22 years old. He was a doctor of the research group. He was telling someone that the bone was damaged. They should return to the camp, and there the strangers would apply the plaster again. They all thanked how lucky they were that they had a doctor, Jacob. Otherwise, they would have been in the other world long ago. One doctor saves at least 3 evolved. When they return to the camp, some stranger will thank Jacob well with alcohol. A group of people looked wary. At this time, a crowd of zombies attacked them, whose intentions clearly were not the best. One of the men was very surprised by this because he walked around the entire building and did not see any zombies. Jacob ordered everyone to run away. But they didn't have time for things. They had to run away. Jacob came to the sick man's defense and ordered him to be taken away. There were too many zombies. One guy clearly couldn't escape. And now one of the main zombies, so to speak, almost got to the guy. Opening his eyes, the guy saw that some kind of zombie stood in front of him. There was suddenly deathly silence. He could not understand what had suddenly happened, that all the zombies had calmed down so much. It was clear from the guy that his face was frightened from misunderstanding. As it turned out, the guy was saved by his brother, who was in the form of a zombie. From what the guy saw, he became even more confused about this situation. After some time, the guy returned to the settlement, and everyone immediately noticed it, since he also came with excellent food. Everyone immediately ran up to him and started helping him put things away. A man approached one of the boxes and noticed that the box was heavy and also asked what was in there. The guy immediately ran up to him and said that this was the last one and offered to remove it himself. In addition, he told the man to hurry up to his comrades and drink something with them. It is clear that the man had no right to refuse a vacation and invited the guy to join too. A few months later, the guy stood in the room with Jacob, the doctor, and asked if it was possible to save the patient. The guy was very sorry, but he did everything possible but could not save the man. He said that the stranger could go, but for now he would take the patient to the morgue, which he basically started doing after a few seconds. At this time, he was glad that at least this month he had found someone suitable. He believed that apparently his zombie brother was incredibly hungry. He said that the previous bodies were already completely dead. He simply did not have time. Even though in a post-apocalyptic world people die every day, it is still difficult to find a suitable body. The brother stepped on the ground. The guy said that due to his illness, the patient would not live to see the evening. Continuing to treat him would be like prolonging his suffering. At this time, the brother was clearly happy with the food that his mouth was already drooling. The guy gave him a dose, enough to make him sleep soundly. He wouldn't feel the pain as accurately anymore. He said that his brother could eat. He opened his mouth very wide and was ready to eat the food. A crumb of the corpse landed on Jacob right on his face. After some time, a man came to the guy and said that he needed to ask him something. As it turned out, the man was informed that the number of corpses did not match the figure in the guy's answers. He asked if the guy could provide information about all his patients. The guy began to deny that he could simply have made a mistake in the number because he had been very busy lately, because there were really a lot of patients. The man agreed that there was such a mess all around that there was no time to worry about such trifles. In addition, he said that he would deal with incorrect reports himself. The guy thanked the man, who was the head physician. Going into the morgue again, the guy said that his brother had too much of an appetite lately. If things went on like this, the management would clearly suspect something. But he asked not to worry about his brother, because he would definitely come up with something. He had already begun to turn back into the very monster that Mason had seen. At this time, the guy noticed that someone entered the morgue. In principle, probably as expected, it was the chief doctor, who immediately realized that the dissimilarity in the reports was not just that, it was the guy's doing. And as luck would have it, pieces of the murdered body were lying right under the guy's feet. The guy asked the man to listen to him, and he would explain everything. He said that the zombies would not harm them, but the man didn't even listen to the guy. He ordered everyone not to let the zombies leave the building and to call security as soon as possible. It is clear that the guy came to the defense of his brother and tried with all his might to persuade the man to listen to him. But apparently my brother didn't like it too much. He decided to instantly kill the two doctors in one fell swoop, after which the guy saw two dead bodies of men in front of him. The death of the head doctor did not allow the guy to escape. Everyone in the camp knew about his and his brother's secret, so as not to be killed, rather than run away and take refuge in the mine. It is because of this that the zombie did not do anything wrong. Everything he did was to protect the headman. He once again asked not to touch the zombies. If not for his brother, none of them would have survived. How did the girl fit in here? She asked how many people the headman had lured into the village by deception, without giving her the opportunity to get out, and let him not try to deny that it was all so that they would become food for his brother. But the woman said that they did it of their own free will, which clearly confused the girl. She agreed with what the headman said, because if it weren't for the great god, they would not have been able to survive, and it was their decision to stay in the village. The girl laughed slightly at the woman's words. Did she ask, or had they already forgotten how they had just forced the miners to donate their blood? But she said that this is the first sacrifice, and it always happens like this then. When a person gets used to it, he no longer needs help. All of them in their own way worship the great god. If she doesn't believe, she can ask each of them. The guy said that since they are doing this of their own free will, he cannot interfere, but they do not want to stay here forever. The headman said that since they had no desire to stay, they would not insist. He would ask his brother to let them go. After which he basically did this, he asked his brother to deign to go. And at this time, some inexplicable portal began to be created right inside the zombie. The portal was really huge. As it turned out, the girl had been looking for a way out of the mine for many years, and all this time he was inside the zombie himself. Finally, the guy just asked if any of them wanted to leave this place with them, but the only answer he heard was silence and strange looks from the residents, after which he asked whether the miners also did not want to go anywhere. They admitted honestly they don't mind staying, they just need to donate their blood sometimes, but they will no longer live in a world where there are zombies and hunger. The girl realized that this was pointless because they would not leave, but he had to go. And at this time, the guy reasoned that if you kill this zombie and forcefully save everyone, then these people will lose their only island of safety. Taking these people with you without their consent is the same as adding to their suffering. The apocalypse has endowed some people with amazing abilities, but the majority literally live in hell, hunger, fear, hopelessness. This world made them want to be isolated, to become slaves to the zombies that tortured them with their blood, and never to return to endless purgatory. After some time, the guy already left the portal, but he was indignant because he only came out alone, and where was the ghost girl? And at this time, the head was informed that the guy had arrived and was asking for a meeting. It's clear that this was in the man's interests, and he said that the guy could come in. The man immediately asked how the guy was doing. The guy slightly upset the man by saying that for certain reasons, he could not fulfill his request. It's clear that the man didn't like it. He said that these were not the terms they agreed on, and their conditions were such that he fulfilled the request, and the head at that time helped his girlfriend. As a result, the head just saved the guy's girlfriend, and then he says that he will not fulfill the request. He decided that the guy wants to deceive him. The guy said that he would give him compensation. The man can ask for anything, and he will get it. He will do anything. But the man said that the guy had already violated the contract, and even compensation could not fix this. And since he did this, it means that he could break the contract, returning his girlfriend to a dying state. It's clear that the guy's expression immediately changed after he heard that his girlfriend could die because of him. But the man started laughing loudly and said that he was just joking. He will simply take this case into account, so now the guy owes him doubly. He will think carefully about how the guy should repay this debt. After which the man said that the guy could go and visit his girlfriend. At this time, the girl was lying unconscious in the ward. The doctor said that the bullet particles were removed from her body, given the speed of regeneration of the evolved. In a week, she would be able to move fully. That's when the doctor whispered that the guy's girlfriend was very beautiful. He really thought that they were a couple. The guy obviously heard something and asked the gearbox to say something. Well, it's clear that the doctor began to freeze and deny. But the guy didn't pay much attention to this and decided that it was his imagination. Mason was sleeping. He felt some discomfort. He felt that there was someone or something under the blanket. As it turned out, it was the same ghost girl, and she woke up the guy. It's clear that the guy was very surprised when he saw not only an unfamiliar girl, but they knew each other. But it's still very strange to see someone under your blanket in the middle of the night. He instantly kicked her away from him. The girl almost lost consciousness when she landed with her head on the floor. It's clear that she was furious. She asked him whether he was normal at all and why the hell he was kicking. The guy immediately asked what the girl was doing. He thought that a ghost had snuck into his bed, and he was afraid of them more than anything in the world. The girl was clearly tired of the guy calling her a ghost, because she has a name, Eva. The guy didn't even start to argue with it. He asked if she was okay. It seems he really went overboard. The girl said that there was no gratitude from the guy because she came to thank him for his kindness. After all, he helped her leave that terrible mine. But he said that it was just nothing. He just came across her on the way and decided to help so that she could return to her place and sleep. But she told the guy not to rush to refuse. She asked him whether he didn't want to find out how she was going to thank him. She said that she does not like to remain in debt because her soul is somehow restless after this. So let the guy allow him to thank him thoroughly because this is what he does best. She asked him again whether he really didn't want to and let him look at it himself because he would regret it later. After which the guy suddenly grabbed the girl's hand and he pulled him to her. She asked him not to rush because she wouldn't run away anyway. The guy's actions were incomprehensible. Well, after some time, the guy said that he had been on his feet for several days and let him get a good night's sleep. Let her be smart and let him do it. Morning came, the guy got out of bed and stretched loudly. He turned around and saw that the girl was not nearby. Apparently, she had already left. The head asked that the guy be told that he needed to discuss something with him. Since he was able to get out of the mine alive then, apparently, he added to the kitsch far from the help of luck. His girlfriend is now in his hands, and the guy himself already owes him twice. He can continue to use him with blackmail and threats. He thinks it will not difficult. If he joins them, the level of security of their base will greatly increase. For many years now, he has been calling on worthy people to serve them by all means, which is why all these several decades he has been firmly in power. The speaker again came to the man and asked permission to do this. He said that he sent a man to notify the guy, and the man's intention, but no trace of him was found. It is clear that the man was very surprised and at the same time angry when he heard this. He ordered to quickly check whether the guy's girlfriend, whom he had brought, was still there. He didn't believe that the guy could deceive him. The head even got out of his bed and went out into the streets of the camp. He asked whether the guy had not been found, to which he was given a negative answer. But it also turned out that Becca was still in the hospital, and the guy didn't take her with him, so he definitely wouldn't leave them that easily. The man told them to keep an eye on the guy so that he wouldn't run away. They immediately began to apologize to the man and ask for another chance. The man grabbed his subordinate by the head and said that leaving such non-entities alive was a waste of resources. The practically subordinate's eyes literally fell out. Well, fortunately for the subordinate, just at that time the guy himself appeared on the horizon. As it turned out, he himself was looking for the head. He said that he had a gift for him. He definitely couldn't refuse it. The man was slightly surprised that the guy actually came to him on his own. The head immediately asked where the guy was and why his people went around the whole city but could not find him. The guy apologized. It turned out he was just leaving to prepare a gift for him. He apologized again for not warning the man about this. It's good that the guy managed to return. If he had come even a minute later, he's afraid the soldiers would have already been lying lifeless on the ground. A couple of hours ago, there is always someone on duty at the door of the room. The guy thinks the head is not going to let him go so easily. Last time he was already convinced that the head is far from being the kind, chubby guy he claims to be. He can't just sit and wait for death. He needs to take advantage of the fact that they haven't done anything yet or come up with something. And just at that time, the guy came up with an idea. It is unclear why he returned to his time. And he went to the table. In the browser search, he entered information about the best restaurants in the city. He decided to look at the top restaurants. He found some, and in addition, they write that they are delicious. Yes, it's often mentioned in publications, which means it's downright delicious. Arriving at the place, he saw a huge line to the restaurant in front of him. The guy will have to stand. He thought about crawling forward. With his speed, no one would notice. But it was too mean. It was better to wait, like everyone else. After some time, a girl came out of the restaurant and asked for forgiveness. As it turned out, the remaining products were enough to serve only 3 people. They will be waiting for those who did not have time to visit them next time. The guys were very lucky because he was third. It's good that he joined the queue. At this time, some nasty guy began to vomit at the guy and stated that he had been standing here for a lot of time and asked whether the guy even knew how valuable his time was. The guy removed the stranger's hands from his shoulder and asked him not to get in line. As it turned out, it was some popular guy from the internet. To be honest, the guy began to consider himself superior to everyone else. He said that if he came to their restaurant, then this was already an honor for their restaurant, so they needed to give him the place of the third client in queues. But the girl turned out to be very adequate. She agreed that the guy is very popular, but rules are rules. It is clear that the guy got angry because of this and said that their name was not the manager. He told him to fire the girl right now. I couldn't get through the line. Now they're lashing out at the girl. Mason couldn't wrap her head around how the guy just became popular. At this time, the girl asked the guy to go inside while she sorted it out. But apparently the guy didn't want to end the argument and immediately ran up to Mason. The guy with a very mysterious and very angry look looked at the stranger and told him to remove his hand. The guy was clearly frightened by Mason's gaze. Mason did not have time to enter the building when the manager of this establishment came out. He said that it was better to discuss everything with him, and there was no need to quarrel. The guy was glad that an intelligent person had finally arrived. He stood in line for a long time. But the girl said that she had no right to enter the restaurant. He asked what the manager would order to do in such a situation. The man apparently recognized the couple immediately. The man said that they simply had to set aside a table for such a precious visitor as a guy, and asked him to sit down. Meanwhile, Mason asked the girl to bring him a signature dish. But only then did he realize that probably one dish would not be enough, and he needed to order something else. At this time, the manager scolded the girl. He said that she needed to learn to act based on the situation. He asked, or did she understand that a little did not add to their problems? He said that the girl would ask for forgiveness from their visitor. She apologized to the manager and said that she would immediately apologize to the guy. Pouring tea, she began to apologize for what happened. She didn't want to make him angry. She would pour him tea and he would relax a little. But something went wrong and the girl spilled tea right on herself. The guy immediately began to get angry with the girl. But in due time, she began to apologize and said that she would now bring another kettle. The guy immediately called someone and said that he was in a restaurant. And he also complained that, in his opinion, there was such a clueless waitress in this establishment that he was simply furious. He also added that he joked with her a little. And now you can say, and not in calculation, he also began to talk about the situation with the teapot. He said that he was not in a very good mood anyway, and the girl just helped him let off steam. These words completely enraged Mason, and he was not ready to tolerate this statement towards the girl, and grabbed the guy by the collar, and he lifted the air. The guy immediately began to be indignant, and Mason, copying the guy's words, said that he was simply not in a good mood, and he wanted to let off steam. It's clear that the guy didn't quite understand what Mason was talking about. A split second later, Mason shot the guy right in the jaw. It's clear that the guy immediately began to say whether Mason even dares to touch him, and whether he even knows who he is. But Mason didn't really react to the guy's words, but only asked to be quiet. It would be good for me if they ruined everyone's lunch. Then Mason realized that I needed to attract attention. Otherwise, he would not get his dish. He had better go where there was no one. After which, we started hitting the guy on the back and saying that he would now go apologize to the waitress. It is clear that the guy did not like this behavior, and he began to get angry at such a demotion in his direction. Despite this, Mason led the guy by the scruff of the neck straight to the manager and the girl. The manager was very surprised when he saw the guy in this image and immediately asked if everything was okay with him. The guy began to apologize to the girl. For what happened a few minutes ago, he will pay her all expenses in the hospital. But the guy had to say something else. As it turned out, what he ordered had to be packaged by Mason and given to him. After some time, the guy was at home and was still angry that Mason had hit him. and said that he wouldn't just leave it like that. The guy wrote a post on a social network with a call to find this guy and deal with them. The guy was confident that he could make Mason regret his action. At this time, the guy could not understand why he began to sneeze sharply. Apparently, someone was scolding him. And at this time, the head really liked the dish that Mason brought because he had never tried something so tasty. He was simply delighted with the guy's gift. The guy was glad that the man liked his gift. He decided to please him as a thank you for everything he did for him, as the man basically expected. The guy turned out to be a skilled guy. He invited him to stay to work for him and promised that he would not be deprived. Wealth, girls, he would give him everything he wanted. The guy fell slightly into a stupor after such a proposal. A man will appoint a guy to the position of Assistant Chief of Guard if he shows himself well. Then in the future he will receive an even higher position. He would like the guy to become his right hand. The guy believed that the man just wanted him to do his dirty deeds, and it was because of this that he said that it was an honor for him to earn the man's recognition. But he could not accept his offer. It is clear that the man could not understand why the guy was rejecting his offer, because he would give him everything he would regret. But the guy began to explain that the man had already offered a lot. He was just used to working alone. He was afraid that he would not cope with such a position. He would definitely thank him for such an offer, and tomorrow he would bring so much food to the city that the man would definitely stay happy. The man abruptly stood up from the table and sadly put his hands on the table. The man suddenly changed his facial expression and asked the guy menacingly whether he thinks he can pay for what happened with one meal. But after that, the man laughed and said that he knew that such a proposal could be immediately blocked. It would be wrong to expect this from the guy immediately. In any case, he thanked him for the delicious dinner. But the guy should think carefully about his proposal. He has been working hard for several days now. He now needs to rest. The man said that the guy should have fun in the city for a couple of days. And then the guy realized that the man was not going to let him go so easily. He could easily run away, but Becca was in their hands. The man left the room, after which he made the guard keep an eye on the guy. In front of him, the man noticed many dragonflies. As it turns out, dragonflies are now so rarely seen in this world. The garden is carefully guarded and looked after, because water that does not contain corpse poison is used for irrigation. You just need to create a suitable environment and provide the necessary resources, and then even the impossible will come into his hands. It's exactly the same with people. At this time, you are the best guard or guy somewhere. Several girls immediately ran to the guy, after which they dragged him into a room where it was already clear what they had started doing. The guy complains that the girls were just wild. He couldn't resist the temptation. He probably learned everything that night. At this time, it turned out that 2 guards were looking for him. The guy clearly thought that they were dragging him again to that building with the girls. He asked them to take pity on him because he could die, because the girls would suck all the friend out of him. But the man asked the guy not to worry because they just wanted to give him a gift from the head. The guy clearly did not expect to see what he saw in front of him. The head knows that the guy has a special interest in gold, so he ordered everyone in the city to collect it for the guy. There was gold in front of the guy. It is clear that he did not expect that all this gold would be personal to him, after which he was led somewhere by the chief judge. As it turned out, he was headed to the head. The man began to recognize, or the guy was not interested in, why the supreme judge, evolved of the 5th degree, obeys him, evolved of the 4th degree. In addition, their base is not that strong, but it is safer here than in the 17th camp and at the JO4 base. No one could resist such temptations as girls and gold, so it's better for a guy to decide everything head-on here and now. The man began to explain that all this is due to the fact that the decisions he makes best fit into their post-apocalyptic reality. One day a guy managed to use the energy of a golden core, which is usually only subordinate to those who have evolved to the 10th degree, as the guy thinks how many varieties of zombies can resist this. If several zombies evolve to the 10th power fight, then not all of them, but most of them will be able to defeat them, and people will continue to live a normal life. And the man decided to drop this topic for now. It's better to talk about the pressing issues. The man asked what the guy thought, why he just laughed when he learned that he had not fulfilled his request for the mine. This is all due to the fact that the man met the zombie there and decided to spare him. As it turned out, the man was aware of what was happening at the bottom of the mine. In fact, the man sent the guy into the mine, wanted to give him some kind of test. He suddenly agreed that the zombie would protect people, but for some reason, he didn't trust him, the man. It is clear that the guy was very surprised by such words and came into a stupor. Then the man remembered the situation with the hanged girl. Once a guy had a conflict with their base, He thought that since the girl wanted to get medicine for her grandmother, then her crime did not deserve death. But the amount of medicine in the city is limited. Maybe they will save the grandmother, but lose a strong and young person. The man took out some kind of folder and handed it to the guy. Even zombies take people's blood in exchange for help. So is it really possible that everyone in his city should receive everything for free? The man said that the guy treats the post-apocalyptic world too simply. Although this is understandable, because for the guy and her, the world is just a game from which you can run away at any moment. The man was sure that the guy probably had the opportunity to travel to other worlds or to other times. The food that the guy brought had expired decades ago, but it was not spoiled. He probably brought it from another time. A person with 2 special abilities is almost never seen. A head named Michael, a 4th degree evolved, who has 2 special abilities. The first ability is the detective class. The second ability is fire. Once again, he invited the guy to join him. He would be in charge of food, and the man would be in charge of trade. The guy asked what would happen if he refused. Happiness does not fall with him. Even if this man knows the features of the system, the guy will not let him be taken advantage of so easily. Honor, but his answer will not change. He is used to acting alone and does not want to be limited. The guy asked whether the man was going to force him to give a positive answer after he saw the Supreme Commander outside the door. Apparently, the guy will really have to fight. The girl is now being guarded by several people. If the guy breaks into her room, he will have little chance of winning. But first, the guy needed to deal with the man while he had the opportunity. At this time, the man said that the contract had been lying on the table for half a day and asked whether the guy was sure that he did not want to look at it. Who knows, maybe after reading the contract, the couple's answer will not change. The guy asked if it was really true and took the contract in his hands. Something in this agreement confused the guy so much that his facial expression changed dramatically. And the head was really right. After reading the contract, the guys agreed that the man had won and accepted his offer. But first the guy needs to go to one place specified in the contract. The guy couldn't understand how this was even possible. As it turned out, there was another person who had the ability to travel in his time. The contract contained a text about the death of the owner of the ability to travel in time. At this time, the guy was met by the doctor and Melanie. The guy said that the girl will come back to health in a few days. Now she's being treated in the association of the structure of the mainland. The doctor was a little embarrassed because they had a conflict with the association. Since they decided to help the girl, it means they will definitely demand something in return. At this time, the head, Ethan, said that the man is not as simple as it seems. He probably did not let the guy out of the city just like that. But the guy decided to talk about this later. He asked how things were going at the base. The man said that Robertson saved all the residents of the base, but they don't trust Ethan yet. Of course, after all, a man and 7th degree evolved people also have a bad reputation. Without proper training, not a single person at the base can stop him. After which the guy asked what was wrong with the man's body. He began to say that the organization in which Oscar belongs is somehow incomprehensible. First, he suggested that he increase his strength, and he just needed it for certain reasons, so he agreed. First, they went to the very west. The man could not understand how he, being only evolved to the 5th degree, could kidnap him. But when he woke up, he was already at the JO4 base. He also influenced him once again. He became the same killer as they saw him the first time. The guy took out a map and pointed his finger at some desert and asked, "I say the man is talking about this place." After which the guy added that he just needed to go there to find out something and asked if the man would go with him, to which he received a positive answer. The girl said that she also wanted to come with them, to which the guy began to explain that now there is no one to look after Becca. He will worry. It's better for the girl to stay here, and from time to time tell him information about the girl. Any such information would be helpful. The men were driving through the desert, from which zombies were possessing right out of the ground, trying to get living flesh. The guy asked again or the man's strength would return, after which the man just began to use his power. He asked whether there were any side effects after the core was removed from him. At first he was in slight prostration, but then everything returned to normal, which means this time they will be able to go their separate ways. But the man doesn't think so. The guy asked, or the man wants to say that for an evolving 7th degree, there is something impossible, to which he replied that the guy was too frivolous about their road. He shouldn't have gone. Now a man can go all out. Well, the guy said that even they managed to deceive him and defeat him. He could not understand what all this show-off was for. The man didn't quite understand where the guy was going, but he began to explain that first he needed to settle something for the man. It would be as easy as shelling pears. As it turns out, the guy wants to let Michael know that he is now acting with Ethan. Then he will definitely be more careful. Climbers Assistance Union. The man told her in her head not to worry, because this time she would definitely be able to solve that underwater problem. At this time, Oscar was apparently training the commander. He literally tore the core right out of the zombie and handed it to the man. Oscar said that there was little left, but it was not clear what exactly the little was left for. He said that we could proceed to the next stage of the plan. At this time, the same girl who burned the guy in their shower was teasing him and asking whether his ass had come to its senses and whether he could handle it this time. But he asked not to worry because he brought an assistant in the form of Ethan. The head asked whether everything would definitely be fine with them, but the guy asked not to doubt it. And at that time, the man had already jumped off. The guy made a similar movement, but in some incomprehensible way, he suddenly ran into the water in the literal sense of the word. The man got furious and told the guy not to interfere with him, and using his ability, he pushed the guy out of the water. Apparently, the man slightly miscalculated his strength, and perhaps he did. But the essence remains that the guy landed so hard that the asphalt on the dam cracked. It's clear that the guy was furious at the man's words about not disturbing him. Well, the man seemed to calm the guy down and asked him not to underestimate him. Literally raised all the water from the reservoir upward. The guy was clearly surprised that the man literally completely emptied the entire reservoir. It was precisely thanks to this that a view of all the monsters at the bottom was open. You man needs to pay the water as much as possible and sell her the shape of the swords, which is exactly what he did, and oddly enough, he pointed these swords right at the monsters, and it was clear that it really began to work, and then quickly send them down to create steam. After which the man landed next to the girls. The girl asked the guy where he brought such a deity to them. He asked her if she would believe him, if he said that he took it with him on the way to them. He then said that he remembered some things to do, so it was time for them. If they needed food, then they should just contact him. He also said that there is no need for gratitude, and now they are even. The guy asked, or the man became stronger during their fight, and he didn't see this. Then the man's mind practically did not obey. The place of the fight was unfavorable for him. Besides, they fought against his ability with all their intentions. He should not have underestimated the commander, because on his own, he made his way to become assistant to the head of the base. Ethan and the guy should feel safe, but the guy couldn't understand why he felt so uneasy. City Special Unit. There was a girl named Alice in it. She handed some papers to the commander and said that Mason, who had recently been attacked by fans of the internet star, had disappeared. He managed to find out that he had exchanged gold of unknown origin at the bank, and they were still hiding it. The man's name was Gibson. An authentic Picasso painting was also found in the guy's apartment, but it looks several decades older than it should be. The other original belongs to an oligarch, and his painting looks less shabby. It is unknown where the picture came from. It was clearly interesting. The commander said that the girl should return her to her place and settle the situation. I would not wait for Mason to return. The man believed that in the near future they would have something to do. In the meantime, it's best not to make any noise. And at this time, the men were driving through some kind of desert. The guy asked the man if he meant it by going all out. In his opinion, he has a bottomless well instead of a stomach. In the back seat, there were 2 bottles of some kind of potion, which Ethan was taking. No wonder Oscar was able to kidnap a man the last time they were here. The man said that he didn't remember something about this green grove and they needed to be on their guard. Since the area was full of zombies, the man was not sure that it was better for them to take a different route and go around this grove. But the guy suggested finding a road where there are fewer zombies. It seems to him that this grove will be more dangerous than a bunch of zombies. The man said that then it would be better to come here, but he would have to leave the car. As it turned out, they only had a couple of kilometers to go. They would soon be there. I didn't speed up my pace. To be precise, I actually ran. At this time, they moved around the city where zombies walked the streets. The man said that the wind here is just as violent, the guy suggested first. I couldn't finish my thought, because they were attacked by some incomprehensible creature that had paws of an incomprehensible shape. They needed to hide in a safe place, and this safe place was precisely the green grove, which they wanted to bypass. I didn't think that they were carried away. The man couldn't even think that in the end the grove itself would find them. There was no running away from it. But at that moment, the green grove simply evaporated. Some strange things were happening here. They needed to get out of the grove quickly, because they couldn't stay for long. Just at that time, there was some big zombie behind them. But the guy quickly reacted, which in principle is not strange, and was able to repel the zombie's blow. The man also began to fight the zombies. With his strength, they clearly had no chance of even getting close to him. The man used his strength and threw one of the zombies several meters away from him. It is unclear for what reasons he simply became a pillar. It's clear that the guy didn't understand what happened and started asking the man. As it turned out, the man does not feel that there is even a drop of water in that grove. The guy thought that the man still seemed like the same idiot. Now it's clear why their base is so tiny. The level of his power can change dramatically at any moment. But there were too many zombies, and they needed to somehow break through the crowd. Otherwise, they clearly would not have liked the consequences. The guy came up with some solution. He simply took the man and threw him somewhere forward, after which he used his superpower and went straight after him. At this time, the guy complains that it would be better if he did not get involved with the man. The guy could not understand what this enormous power was. He prepared himself for the worst. A zombie woman appeared in front of them, but they're not done yet, and the man suddenly froze in his tracks. But despite this, he still managed to deal with the zombies around him. At the moment when the guy tried to hit the zombie woman, he found that his hand went through her, all because of what I was doing was completely out of water. The guy even thought that the zombie was not real. While the guy was distracted by the women, some very healthy zombie tried to attack him. And this zombie was clearly already real. The guy immediately began to drink healing to reduce the chance of dying from wounds, after which he dealt a strong blow to the same zombie. The guy asked the man to be careful. It seems these branches can create illusions. At this time, a zombie tried to attack the man. The guy decided to use an ability called Smooth Water Surface. Well, as it turned out, even the tax does not help to recognize the illusion. This is a downright strange grove. They tried their best to dodge their opponent's attacks. The man also did a lot of things in this fight. The man began to use his ability called Turning the Body into Liquid. Ethan said that there were invisible zombies next to them and they needed to be on alert. And the guy at one time said that he had practically found out what the power of these branches was. The man needed to find a safe place for now, and the guy would follow at that time. The men did not try to argue with all this. The guy decided to say after the man that he didn't even say thank you, and at that time, a line of zombies attacked him. Either the guy was transported somewhere back in time, or he just ran into an apartment somewhere. But the point is that he was able to avoid the zombies. He decided to go after the man, and after 15 minutes, the man was able to use the skill of turning his body into water, so there is no need to worry about him now. All this time, the guy was being watched and there were hidden cameras right on the lawn next to him. All this time, the guy was not taken after by the same commander to whom they were reporting, but by the guy. This guy's secret is even greater than they could have imagined. The guy arrived somewhere in a clearing. According to the guy, he seemed to be going in this direction. Still, he was able to find a man who was right in the heart of the forest. The guy immediately asked how he was able to find this place. At this time, in the literal sense of the word, I took a bath right from under the tree. The man thought that this grove was somehow strange because it did not fight them at all at full strength. And the guy, in turn, believed that by the evening, everything would become clearer. The way the guy thought was like an illusion, just like when they fought on the skyscraper. The guy said that they needed to leave before it got completely dark. But at the time, zombies literally carried the groups to bright, cheerful disco music. It's clear that our partners were the only ones who were surprised. They saw the zombies lay down the coffin and began to examine the body lying in it. Corpse Queen of the 5th degree, abilities, creating optical illusions, terrifying scream of 6th degree zombies, pallbearers. It is clear that the men immediately began to run away from such an incident. The guy noticed that the zombies began to disappear again. Well, there were too many high-grade zombies there. At this time, the queen crept up behind the man and was ready to launch her attack, which she basically did in a split second. From such a blow, the man began to fall and could not control his ability at that moment. He probably started bleeding from the blow for the first time in a long time. But despite this, the man was still able to concentrate and point some swords at the queen. Well, this apparently didn't really help, because the man began to fly away in the opposite direction from the woman. The guy was very surprised that she was so strong. And the guy, as always, even managed to complain that there was only one problem with the man. But still, he was able to catch him at the moment when he was falling. Then the queen began to emit very strong sound waves, as if calling someone. It's clear that the guy was also surprised that she started screaming out of nowhere. Deep down in his soul, he clearly understood that trouble was worth waiting for. As expected, after this scream, he saw in front of him red-eyed zombies, who were many times stronger than everyone with them. It is clear that in order to somehow escape, the guy began to run away with a man in his arms from this crowd of offending zombies right after them. Well, this obviously didn't help them, because a crowd of zombies along with them, after some time, were already heading to some mansion not far from the city. The guy and the man were tied with a chain. They are going to be no longer happy about this because everything did not go according to plan. And the queen at that time was clearly glad that he was able to capture such strong fighters. Oddly enough, a man who had evolved to the 7th degree was a victory for her personally. The partners were taken inside. Inside the building looked more like some kind of prison because they were literally surrounded by cells. The queen lay down on the sofa and asked who knows how many more people they need. In her opinion, this is already enough. You guys guessed that the queen is not a zombie, an ordinary person. She said that every time someone asks about this, and she is not obliged to explain anything, after which she ordered them to be taken away from her eyes. A split second later, they were already in the cell. The warden left the men's cell. They were clearly not stupid and were able to easily get out of the chains, and the guy handed the man some kind of jar and said that it was penicillin. Kino said that these handcuffs contained a corpse, but with the help of his ability, it was easy to get rid of him. If it weren't for the guy's penicillin, they would have already disappeared. But the guy still couldn't shake the idea that the corpse queen was actually a person. The man, on the contrary, was glad of this. Otherwise, they could have become zombies long ago, of course. And still you won't envy. But it could have been much worse. Apparently, they are very confident in themselves. There is not a single guard outside. They should wait until it gets dark outside and then run away. The man said that he seemed to have never been here, but for some reason this place seems familiar to him. The guy said that he had already been to the desert nearby. If the place seems familiar, could there be something behind it?
Oscar.
In principle, the guy was right. Immediately after they were placed in the cell, the woman went to Oscar. She said that the 2 they captured were enough for his experiment. But he just needed a couple of people. Now he can begin his unknown experiment. The man told the woman that it seemed she needed to find another person, because Mason could not be touched for now. It was clear that the woman did not understand why this was happening. Oscar began to explain that this was all, because he would become their most valuable result of the experiment, and they couldn't throw away such specimens like that. At this time, the man and the guy were also able to escape, but Mason sneezed very loudly right on the street. The guy didn't think that he would be able to discover his own people, so he offers to find out here what secrets this fortress hides. They entered some kind of warehouse. The guy immediately noticed that it was so huge, but at the same time empty. But the guy believed that something was definitely wrong in this warehouse, and they needed to find a secret passage or something like that. The guy asked what the man thought. What if they deliberately placed this warehouse so that escaped prisoners would wander here? But in reality, there is nothing here. Also an option. If you think about it, no one would hide something in such a suspicious place. What if they deliberately placed this warehouse so that the escaped prisoners would be mistaken by the ship? And in fact, there is something here. The man did not particularly react to the guy's speculations and said that everything could be possible. The guy still managed to find the secret entrance. I asked the man to help. The hatch in the floor finally opened. At this time, Oscar flew out of this hatch and asked them who was knocking here non-stop. It's clear that, like Oscar himself, the guy and the man saw each other very strongly. The man immediately began shouting that the prisoners had escaped, but before they could somehow react to this, the man and the guy had already fled from the warehouse. The woman said that if the lens is found out together, they will have a lot of problems. They need to be killed. Who would have thought that they would accidentally wander in here and discover them? He asked. Or had they already escaped? The woman had been watching the cameras all this time and said that this time they headed straight for the exit. Now they know their location. The girl asked if this would not slow down the execution of the Supreme Witch's plan, to which Oscar answered in the negative. I argued this topic that they do not know what exactly they are doing. At this time, the woman asked someone to hide because she has the abilities of a ghost. They are him. Moments later, the same girl from the mine who had been seducing the guy all the time appeared. She began to argue with the fact that the woman was also pretending to be a zombie. She also only had the abilities of a zombie. She asked to stop pretending to be a real walking corpse. The girl thought that this young man was quite interesting and offered to win him over to their side. Noska said that they were not on the same path with him. The girl had been following him for a long time. He asked whether she had managed to unlock the secrets of his rapid evolution. In general, we didn't manage to find out this secret, but she found out his other secret. For example, now she knows his second ability. After these words, the face of the girl and Oscar instantly changed to one of surprise. And the guy and the man were already somewhere in the desert at that time. The guy believed that they were able to break away. Apparently, most of the zombies are in the vicinity of the fortress. Unless a person is grabbed and dragged to them, he will not even realize that an entire fortress is hiding behind the crowd of zombies. The guy noticed that something was wrong here. They were discovered, but he couldn't understand why they managed to escape from there with such ease. To which the man replied that there were no high-level zombies inside. No one outside attacked them at all. And then the guy realized that this could be a trap. The guy used concentration. The guy was sure that this was definitely a trap, because how else could their behavior be explained? But the man said that if an ambush was being prepared against them, he would discover the enemy. In the end, every person has water in their body, so he would not be deceived. Well, if the man is so tough, how did he manage to let them fall into the clutches of zombies? It is clear that he explained this by the fact that there is no liquid in the body of a zombie, and their circle is similar to the real one. He could not feel it or control it. Therefore, in a battle with a person, he could become stronger, but in a battle with a zombie, it was more likely the opposite. When they were conducting a dialogue, some creature or something unknown apparently crept up on the guy's leg unnoticed, but the essence is that they were engulfed by some incomprehensible tornado. The guy couldn't understand what was going on here. Apparently, they were really trapped. At this time, the guy received a message from the system that a damaged fragment of the system had been detected in this location. The system asked whether he needed to start attaching the fragment. After joining the systems, it would automatically update. The update would take 6 hours. It was clear that the guy chose to update the system. But something incomprehensible happened to him. He could not understand what happened. Apparently, these were memories, but he could not understand whose they were. In front of him, he saw some guy who also did not understand how he ended up in this system. He did not even know that it was called a system. The guy's name was Edison. The guy noticed that it looked exactly like his system. Were these really memories of its previous owner? Then Edison appeared in front of the guy, rejoicing that he was truly rich because he had a bunch of jewelry in his hands. And on the bed there were clearly boxes with jewelry too. The guy had one proposition for some man. There were also memories of how he stood on some dance floor, bored with the girls, and said that as long as he was alive, the people at their base would not know hunger. Even if the world is an apocalypse and a real hell, they will have heaven on earth here. It is clear that his subordinates were very supportive of him and chanted that they followed him everywhere. As it turned out, at that moment there was even a chief judge from the association's base there. And there was also some strange man there, whom the guy clearly didn't know. But apparently this is no longer Edison's memory from some other man. This man owes the supreme witch that Edison is now at the base. He has already taken all measures. The woman said that the time had almost come, and the man needed to get down to business. A man came out to her, and he bowed before her, thereby expressing his subordination to her. It is clear that the guy was surprised by what he saw, because he could not believe that Edison could somehow not please them. The guy approached the moment when Edison apparently died. The same man who obeyed the queen asked the guy whether he wanted to change the order of things, being only 7th degree evolved, and told him not to overestimate himself. Well, maybe the guy is not too strong, but it's worth a try. He mocked and asked whether he disagreed with this man. She rudely answered the car that this was an impossible task. I didn't think that the guy's strength would be enough for this. As it turned out, the man is an evolved 10th degree and has a special ability for spatial chaos. Using his ability, he created some kind of power ball around himself that looked like one that erases everything in its path. As it turned out, the chief judge was there at that time. He said that to find the peace that the guy so dreams of, strength is needed. The man said that simply turning away from him like that, the guy would achieve nothing. The guy was somehow already without an arm, but was still able to stand on his feet. The man was clearly fast, and it was because of this that the guy could not move. He used the smooth surface of the water. First, he needs to be lured out of here so that the others have time to save him. Then he will return to his world and think about what to do next. Speed climbing, smooth water surface, all these are system skills. The guy couldn't understand why Edison wouldn't use his main ability. At this time, the man, slightly mocking the guy, said that he was too slow for him, and he was already tired of waiting for the guy. The man repeated once again that the guy was too slow. Even with his speed climbing, he couldn't hide from the man. It's lucky that the man is like this. Now they are far from the others, and the guy needs to quickly move into his world. But the man said that they knew his ability to travel through time. He asked why the guy thought the man was sent specifically for the guy. Space shackled the guy. He couldn't move. The man asked how the guy felt at that moment. understand what the hell was happening, and he began to fall. According to the man, the guy seemed to have borrowed this ability from someone. If he was deprived of the opportunity to use it, he would become an ordinary person, which in principle is probably what the man began to do to add strength to the guy. There was no living space left from the guy. The man literally flattened him into house molecules. Then the guy realized that apparently the man was able to break the connection between the system and its owner. Edison's abilities depended only on the system, but he was unlucky. The update has been completed. The guy was very surprised that it had already passed at 6. Time had clearly passed quickly for him. The guy felt himself being filled with the energy of the golden core, which means this is the kind of power that awakens the evolved of the 5th degree. A bonus wheel appeared in front of the guy. The cost of one attempt was as much as 100 skill points. The guy's eyes really lit up with this number. The guy had a negative reaction to all this. He was indignant because it was a whole crystal. Well, then the guy began to think, because if you think about it, it's not that much. He was wondering what he should do better. From the guy's reaction, one could understand that he was very upset that he lost. The guy's ability to transform was activated. The previous owner had evolved to the 5th degree. The level of the ability was 5th. But the guy believed that this was a kind of ability because it just helps to slightly change his shape. Well, the guy had a feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. Then he moved into the real world and remembered what he had forgotten about the man. I decided that we needed to go back to where they left the car. If the man was okay, then he should be there. And at this time, a man was walking around some kind of zombie, peering inside and looking for something to profit from. Well, the guy didn't let the zombie get something interesting so easily, and threw him back several meters with a kick to his legs. As it turned out, there was no man in the car. This was clearly a bad sign for the guy. And then it's unclear who decided to grab the guy from behind, right on the sly. The guy didn't think that the zombies had gotten here too, and directed his most powerful blow with his fist at the stranger. Well, as it turned out, it was some guy, and Mason was able to stop his fist in time right in front of the guy's face. The guy began to explain that he was human and would not cause harm and asked not to kill him. The guy grabbed him by the hood and asked why he was attacking him from behind, because it was very low of him. The guy fell sharply to his knees and explained his behavior by saying that he just wanted to eat. He apologized to him again and said that he would not do anything like that. The guy asked to listen to him. As it turned out, he is the only son of the head of the unification of solid lands, even though the world is inhabited by zombies. But thanks to his position, he has peace and security. But a couple of weeks ago, they destroyed their base, and his father saved him at the cost of his own life and ordered him to escape. If the guy had not come across a well in which to hide, he would have long ago become food for zombies. All his food was gone, and he was afraid to leave the well. But he was so hungry that he decided to try his luck outside. At this time, Mason threw the bag of food to the guy and told him to take it and get his eye out. I sat behind the wheel and saw something unusual in front of me. The stranger begged the guy to take him with him because he knows his way around well and will help him find more food. But the guy said that he was not interested in this. If he didn't get off, he would just go on his way. The guy clearly knew that Mason was looking for someone. In fact, yesterday he saw his friend being dragged out of that car by several people, and the guy knows where they went. It is clear that after such weighty arguments, Mason simply had no choice. They came to unite the solid lands. The guy asked whether the stranger was sure that his friend was brought here, or whether he had simply tricked him into taking him along to explore the area. But the guy asked Mason not to worry and to trust him. He would not deceive him. He asked again if the guy knew where they were now. He replied that I didn't know the exact place, but their warehouse was not on that side, and they could look there first. The guy told the stranger to stay close. The zombies here are weak, but there are many of them. They started going down into some kind of basement or something like that. The guy pointed his finger at some huge gates and told Mason that it was here. The guy was surprised that the door was not locked. And at this time, the guy somehow mysteriously stood right in front of the door behind the guy. And he said that the guy was right. There was only a weak zombie outside. He was clearly planning something. At this time, the guy was entered by some kind of light emanating from somewhere, and a crowd of zombies immediately attacked him, planning to tear the guy into small pieces. So in addition, they also have redder eyes, which was obviously very bad for the guy himself. And then the guy said that, however, his father, who had evolved to the 6th degree, died here. But the guy didn't think that there were weak zombies all around. Some two men were discussing the fact that who would have thought that the son of their head had evolved to the 6th degree, so worthless. In no case should they be allowed to be ruled by such a non-entity after the head. It was at that moment that the head of the room came into the room. As it turned out, it was the father of this guy, and he asked without formalities, "And I will inform the men to calmly go about their business." And why did they decide to leave the building? At that time, the man was standing over a man who was covered with some kind of towel on top. He hit the chair on which the stranger was sitting with all his might, causing it to fly almost to the ceiling. It turned out that it was his son. He did not at all show that his father was simply mocking him. The father kicked the guy with all his might, sending him flying several meters. It turned out that the man was angry because the guy called him dad, and not the head. He said that he could not have such an insignificant son. The guy said that he understood everything. This time he called the man the head. The guy was sitting with his father at the table and most likely having dinner. My father got angry because he saw food on the table for me. The guy didn't cook a damn thing and he came to eat it himself. The guy ran sharply into the kitchen and said that he would bring everything, and the man continued to insult the guy and call him a non-entity. After the man tried the food, he turned the table over, arguing that the food had already completely cooled down. Well, the guy asked me to wait a little and he would cook some more. And at this time, the man, on the contrary, was not happy that his son called him the head and not the father. And for this, the guy received bream. The man began to say that the fame he had earned all his life was shattered because of his son. On the street, he only heard people throwing mud at him behind his back. At this time, the guy sat down on the edge of the building. Someone healthy came up to him, but of unknown origin, he looked more like a huge zombie. He asked the guy, or if it was him, and said that he thought they had something to talk about. The girl and the guy didn't understand what the monster was talking about. At this time, my son reported that they were working. He had indeed become much stronger. Such a large number of zombies was not a problem for him. It was clear that he easily defeated the zombies and did not see this as an obstacle. At this time, some zombie began to scream, thereby emitting large, strong sound waves. The guy realized that they were acting in concert. He dealt a powerful blow to one of the zombies directly from the leg. Seeing something incomprehensible in front of him, he was very surprised, and he saw in front of him a chain that was trying to grab him. In principle, she almost succeeded because he was fighting off his feet because of it. But on top of that, someone used a weapon and shot him. Mason had only one question in his head. Since when did zombies learn to handle weapons? Well, I didn't have much time to think because a bunch of zombies were already approaching him. Then, fortunately for the guy, a man appeared and dealt with the remnants of the zombies. During the contraction, the guy asked where the man was yesterday and why he wasn't in the car. He began to explain that after the sand in the desert separated them, he was able to get out and return to the car. He didn't know when the guy would return, and there were few supplies left in the car, so he decided to follow the guy who brought him here. Initially, they did not plan to attack him, but then he found out about his power. They stopped avoiding him, and to be honest, he was a little puzzled by this. And when he was about to leave, they returned and began throwing sand and bottles of gasoline at him, as if they realized what his weak point was. He managed to escape, but he lost his way. When he found the car, he saw that the guy was talking to an acquaintance who had arrived in search of the man. The guy decided that the man decided to make him a bait in order to follow the stranger and find out what the hell was going on here. But the man began to explain that they could cope with a maximum of the 6th degree evolved. So against the two of them, they had no chance, as reasonable as they thought they weren't. The guy asked him to listen. He doesn't act together with the man. Doesn't it seem to the man that the guy is somehow involved in this? The guy decided that he needed to get to the person behind all this as soon as possible and sort out this mess. For some time, the zombies were affected by some kind of sound wave. As it turned out, after this sound wave, the zombies began to abruptly run away from the scene, and it is clear that the guy tried to prevent him from doing this. At this time, the same guy who met Mason in the desert came into the room. Ethan asked whether the guy wouldn't run away from me, but it was unclear what prompted him to ask such a question. But the guy said that last time he had a chance to get out, but definitely not this time. He also said that I had no plans to run away. At that time, he was holding some strange green glowing ball in his hands. He recalled how he complained to his father that he did not want to be considered insignificant, but wanted to drink the potion of evolution, to which the man replied that it was too dangerous because he was still small. The father also told the guy to listen to him, as it turned out that there were only 3 6th degree evolved people in their association, and he should not take everything upon himself. And he should also be kind. He doesn't want to remain some kind of mascot forever. Their association is so full of worthless idiots. Precisely because the guy destroyed his own, the father is ashamed to even raise his head in front of his subordinates. But the guy insisted on his own and told his father that he would drink this potion because he no longer wanted to be a non-entity. After this, It was clearly not the first time that the guy received a strong blow from his father right from his leg, which sent him flying several meters away. But the father told his son that the non-entity would not die after one sip. He could not understand whether he really dared to doubt his words and his decision. The guy was holding this ball in his hands and was clearly thinking about drinking the potion. After the guy started taking the potion, the man and the guy became wary. The guys could see that it had barely begun to act. Some dark shadows appeared around his eyes. His eyes lit up with a red-pink hue, and he clenched his teeth very tightly, as if from anger. After which the guy fell to the floor and most likely unconscious. Apparently, the processes of evolution have already begun. The guy was lucky, because usually the nucleus has very little chance of starting evolution. To be honest, the guy didn't look the best. His face shape changed dramatically, and he looked like some kind of rat in the form of a man. Apparently, things didn't work out for the guy, and his partners decided to just leave. Before that, they needed to deal with the remaining zombies, after which the guy went as he told me to deal with the zombies. The same big guy who produced sound waves immediately attacked him, but apparently the guy didn't care about these waves. Immediately after this, the guy was attacked by red-eyed zombies who were many times stronger than ordinary ones. These zombies could already become a danger to the guy, but the guy was confident that he could easily defeat the zombies. It would not harm him. He used a 5th-degree speed climb and struck one of the zombies with crazy speed. Defense for a second, he dealt with another zombie that was near him, after which the man got involved. He used the cutting jets of the 7th degree, and in a split second, he also wiped out his opponents, and there were quite a few of them, at least 5 zombies for sure. In principle, oddly enough, with their powers, dealing with a bunch of zombies was a piece of cake, but now they have a problem on the table in the form of this very big guy who emits sound waves. Now it was his turn to fight them. Apparently, his strength lies in controlling the rest of the zombies, so if all his friends don't, he will turn into a defenseless creature. Obviously, unexpectedly for the guy, the zombie asked to spare him and said that he could help them. But the guy reacted to this doubtfully. He said that he was not yet such a vile type to make friends with zombies, after which he asked the man to finish him off. Basically, as the guy asked, the man began to use his ability to destroy the obstacle in the form of zombies. At this time, when the rays capable of killing zombies in a split second almost approached his face, they heard the guy begging not to kill him. The guy had already come to his senses, but to be honest, he didn't look very good. The man did not argue with the fact that it seemed to them that the guy was finished, but his evolution was still successful, which could not but please the guy himself. But about the man, it was not clearly visible whether he was happy about it. Mason couldn't understand why the guy, being a human, was asking to have pity on the zombies, or whether he even knew what disgusting creatures they were. But the guy said that he simply did not understand him, because this zombie respected him. He gave him the strength to live on. The zombie said that he was the result of a failed experiment to create a corpse king. Oscar wanted to get rid of him, but fortunately, he managed to escape. But the guy was a non-entity in the eyes of others, and even his own father treated him terribly. They are so similar. 2 creatures abandoned to the mercy of fate who have suffered greatly. Then the zombie invited the guy to unite. He would respect and protect him, and in due time he would supply him with food, and a bright future would await them. It's clear that the guy didn't really have a choice, because this was probably the only person who understood him, and didn't condemn him and called him a non-entity. And he agreed with the zombie. Mason assumed that the 2 of them destroyed the associations of solid lands, he asked, or the guy thought that this was an act that a person would do. Well, from the guy's reaction, it was clear that he did not regret this action for a minute. He said that this was what they all needed and they deserved to die. The guy, probably slightly offended inside, said that nothing would help him. He clearly hoped that the guy would be adequate, after which he said that now the man's way out. The man began to use the ability to destroy zombies. It's clear that the guy was ready to stand up for his friend to the last, even despite the fact that he was a zombie, because at least this is the only person in his life who understood him and supported him. But for some reason, the guy thought that in this situation it was best for him to attack Mason. He was ready to tear him to pieces. Well, the guy told him not to overestimate himself. It was clearly clear that Mason would deal with the guy without any problems, after which he delivered a blow of tolerable force directly to the guy's stomach, and the guy already at that moment regretted that he had at least tried to attack him. Mason only said that respect must be earned with one's enormous strength, and not with the help of zombies as the guy did. But Mason didn't stop on that rooftop blow. He decided to teach the guy a little more, and he threw him at the wall just like some kind of tennis ball. And from the force of the guy's blow, it was noticeable that he was thrown with enormous force. And the guy at that time just stood and calmly looked at the lying guy after him. Mason said that the guy had a truly exceptional life. His heart has long been rotten because of this terrible changed world. At this time, while the guy was expressing his thoughts, he noticed that there was some kind of secret passage in the wall. It was unclear how he was even able to notice it. The partners were very surprised that the guy was capable of such a thing, because you couldn't tell by his appearance. They saw many practically naked women in front of them, but the guy told the man that they had nothing to do here. He offered to escort these poor girls to the nearest base. It's clear that the girls thanked him for this and for some reason added that they wanted children from them. As it turned out, they brought these girls to the climbing camp, and the guy said that they had saved several people, and the structures of the solid lands asked if they could take them in, to which the head replied that they would only be happy about this. The woman asked the girl to guide them. The guy said that unfortunately they cannot stay because they need to return after dark, otherwise they will have big problems. The woman only finally told them to be careful because zombies have become more active lately, and if you relax even for a minute you can get into huge problems. But the guy asked not to worry about them because at least they are not just some people, but evolved to a fairly high degree. At this time, the guy returned to the association building the earth. The man immediately asked the guy what his catch was. Well, to be honest, the guy was a little frozen by this question, but on the contrary, he asked his own question. He asked how Michael, the first owner of the system, died. For some reason, the man got angry because of this question, because the guy himself saw the materials on the case. It indicated that a man killed him. In fact, the Supreme Witch was behind all this. The guy couldn't understand where the woman came from, to which the man replied that she was one of 20 members of a terrible alliance. This is an organization that controls the entire city, and for the last couple of years they have been reaching out to the rest of the cities and are looking for various outstanding beings. Their plan is to control all 3 areas. The guy's already familiar with one of the talent lovers. This is Oscar. As for the guy's question, Michael created his own organization to destroy the Supreme Witch, but in the end, he died at her own hand. The man also remembered that the Supreme Judge, when you were also a member of his organization, their conversation had already included the Chief Judge himself. He said that Michael had picked up many people from the street, and he was one of them. Unfortunately, he died a terrible death. The guy said that Oscar already knows how to artificially create a corpse king. If he continues to work for the benefit of the Supreme Witch, we can only wait for the worst. After all, the Corpse Queen has incredible strength. If he is also 7th degree, he can even easily destroy a small organization. For the 17th camp of the Climbing Aid Union and their association, this is a big threat. The guy asked how he could help in this situation. If the Supreme Witch decides to attack, then they will have many wounded, the man asked, or the guy can provide them with medicine. The guy assured the man that he could rely on him for this, after which the guy went to the ward with the nearest girl in it. As it turned out, the doctor said that in a couple of days she would have to talk about something, so she was fine. But the guy was worried that if the plans of the Supreme Witch included capturing all 3 regions, then these events would definitely affect his friends. Perhaps they would be made slaves by corpse kings, or maybe even killed. He could not allow this to happen. He finally understood why Michael decided to create his own organization in this chaotic world. He probably also met those whom he later wanted to protect. The guy's main goal is to become stronger and protect all these people. And the girl blushed slightly and asked why the guy was looking and smiling like that. He said that he just suddenly thought how cute the girl was and was staring at it. But the girl's reaction was very strange. Instead of thanking the guy, she hit him with all her might and told him not to do that again. After which the guy decided that he needed to rush to get medicine and began to be transported to his world. But at that moment, someone grabbed him by the shoulder. It's clear that his reaction was fine. He immediately grabbed this man and threw him over his back. As it turned out, this was the same girl who reported to the commander about the guy. The guy fell slightly into a stupor because he clearly did not expect to see at the moment when he was transported into his world some girl who grabbed him by the shoulder. She introduced herself as the Space-Time Police, and it's understandable that the guy was surprised that such a thing even existed. And that guy guessed that this was apparently somehow connected with his system, and apparently they found out everything about him. He had already begun to have thoughts that they wanted to capture him and use him for the sake of science, and ours began to sweat from such a thought. And then the guy abruptly approached the girl and said that since everything had turned out this way, all he could do was clearly do something bad. Well, as it turned out, The guy simply tied the girl up on a chair standing in the room, and he took out a pen from somewhere. His smile was like that of some maniac. In principle, it was clear what he was going to do. As expected, he began to torture the girl with a feather, thereby tickling her leg. Sooner or later, she had to give up and not stand it. Indeed, it was as if some kind of interrogation began. The first question was for what purpose she came to his house in the first place. But here it is unclear for what reasons it began to beg for him to let her go, arguing that she did not want to do anything bad. But he said that she snuck into his house and installed a camera everywhere. He couldn't understand, or whether she really believed that this was called nothing bad, and in general, why they believed her. She said that she observed his actions and did not establish that he was traveling in time. The guy's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he would have problems in the near future. Why he took the knife in his hands for some unknown reason. But the guy himself understood perfectly well that he would not kill an innocent girl just because I don't know his abilities. He horribly asked the girl whether she knew that sometimes the less you know, the longer you will live. But she asked to listen to her first. She said that she was from the first department of the space-time police. They only watch such guys and do not interfere in their affairs. She also added that they could help him. And the guy didn't seem to hear the girl and pointed his knife right at the girl. But again, he himself understood perfectly well that he would not do what it all seemed to be. He stopped the blades of the knife right in front of her pupil. The guy said that adults are only interested in a profitable exchange and asked what they expect to receive from him in return for their help. She said that every action of a time traveler affects all of time and space as a whole. Their task is to protect the world from danger. To put it bluntly, they are afraid that he will become a villain, and that is why they are watching him. After the guy found out everything for you, he untied the girl. You guys just needed help right now. The girl asked the guy to remember that their goal was to save time and space from the danger that the guy could pose if he became a threat. They would immediately get rid of him. The guy noticed that the girl was far from strong but said terrible things. At this time, all the neighbors outside gathered and shouted for the guy to leave his apartment. They were discussing something among themselves, and it was obviously about a guy. At this time, a woman sent a message to some guy and said that the guy didn't smell so good and that she really wanted to hug him. But it was clear from the guys that he clearly did not have the same opinion about the woman, and when they did their job, he needed to quickly leave because he could no longer see this woman. When the guy finally left his apartment, this woman said that the guy would get it for offending some of their brother, but the girl told the guy to leave it to her, and a split second later, the woman received a strong blow from sleep right in the cheek. The guy couldn't understand how the girl could lay down such a huge woman with her left hand. He doubted that she was even human. In a post-apocalyptic world, a girl with only a weak second-degree evolution, but for this world, she is a real professional. Now it's clear why she didn't resist. She immediately realized that she simply couldn't cope with him alone. People immediately began filming all this, and the guy at one time said that the guy's girlfriend had hit a man, and he would post it all on the internet. He also added that he would not be able to wash away all this shame, and he would be behind bars. At this time, the girl began to divulge complete information about the guy. As it turned out, he debuted 3 years ago and had connections with 2,000 girls, of which 19 were minors. It was clear from the guy's behavior that it was really true, but he tried to hide it. He was really nervous. But the woman began to defend him and reported that he made his debut 3 whole years ago and did not even take the girl's hand, and they would sue her for libel. But the girl at one time reported that they had already contacted those underage girls and collected data. There was enough evidence to put the guy in prison for life. The guy could not understand who the girl thought she was. He began to insult her and tell her to choke on the evidence. And Mason will tell you that the guy is still as proud as he was then in the restaurant, and apparently he didn't get enough last time. As expected, the guy struck him with a strong blow right in the jaw, causing him to fly several meters away. After seeing this, a crowd of people immediately began to run away from the scene. The guy said that there is no need to waste time chatting with such people. If they have evidence, let the law deal with it. He thanked for the help, but said that he had to go so they would see each other later. Now he needs to get the medicine as soon as possible. At this time in the square, some 2 men seemed to be pressing the girl. One of them told her to just try to run away. If she didn't agree to something, then she wouldn't get off so easily. The girl understood a little what they needed from me. She asked me to leave her alone. It's clear that the guy won't just stand by and approached the men to ask what was going on. As it turns out, one of them knows the guy. The man could not understand what the girl the guy was dating saw in him. But now it doesn't matter. The man will first deal with the guy and then with the girl. One of the men said that they were first-class soldiers capable of killing a bull with one blow. The guy himself asked since he decided to defy the boss. They clearly didn't know that the guy had abilities that weren't here and easily repelled the man's attack and, in addition, dealt with all of them. And then the man suggested that the guy evolved by changing DNA, but he was sure that such a fool would not have enough money for such a thing. The guy couldn't understand, or the man was stupid with fear because they live in a scientific world. They are in a science fiction one. And what is he talking about? Although if you think about his travels in just an apocalyptic world, it's also science fiction. Perhaps what the man is talking about already exists, and in his world, he is simply a person from the lower class, so he does not have access to such benefits. The man suggested that the guy bought fake cheese like this. The chance of survival is more than 1 in 10,000. He sacrificed his life for the sake of that girl. What a fool he is in the man's opinion. Moreover, even if the guy survived, the girl will very soon be spending the night in the crib with him. The man told the guy that the girl's father found her even abroad. Now she's being kept locked up at home. Next month she will marry her rich son. Garbage remains garbage. No matter how strong the guy becomes, the future cannot be changed. It is clear that such words greatly angered the guy, and he threw the man to the floor, at which time the girl thanked him for his help, and he decided that he must find a way to get the girl out. As it turned out, the girl knew the girl. The guy asked who she was. As it turned out, she was her friend under the name Lucy. She heard that the girl was being kept locked up, and she also wants to help her. She and the guy can act together. The girl also said that if the guy believes her, then let him follow her, and she will tell everything in detail, and also thank him for that saved her. She brought him some clothes and told him to prepare them for him. Let him take a shower and they would have dinner. He really didn't think this girl was that rich. When the guy sat down at the table, he immediately asked what was going on about their cooperation. But first, the girl asked to tell him about the girl's family. As it turned out, their family became so rich and famous in their city only because it owns the technology of creating its own such evolution genes. It not only cures diseases and prolongs life, but also makes the human body physically stronger. It's clear that the guy was very surprised that science had already developed such a problematic thing. He couldn't understand why he had lived for 20 years and was only learning about it now. The girl said that the upper class immediately hid this information. Only a few have access to this serum. In addition, the cost of its production is very high, so one serum costs $1,000. But in order to evolve for the first degree, you need 100 serums. Well thought out. To evolve 1 degree, you need to spend a lot of money. Only the upper class can do this. Now it's clear why the guy hadn't heard about it. He was interested in how the first degree differs in this world and in the post-apocalyptic one. This is how the girl's family became the most influential. And Lucy's family is also involved in the development of medicines, so she and the girl are big competitors. The girl noticed that the guy was quite strong. He probably used the serum. If I don't act together, the girl will give him their serum, then he will become even stronger and will be able to rescue the girl. After which the guy said that he was in business. If the girl helped him become stronger, he could easily help the girl. They went to some laboratory. The girl told the guy not to undress and lie down because first she needed to examine him for something, after which she literally tied him up for some unknown reason, as if he was going to run away somewhere. Even the guy couldn't understand what it was all about, because it was just an inspection. After which the girl injected some strange drug into the guy. Some time passed, and the guy woke up. The girl was tired. The guy again became convinced that, in his opinion, all girls were just demons. As it turned out, while the guy was sleeping, the girl conducted a thorough examination, but the guy complained that his arms and legs seemed numb. It turned out that the guy's body already corresponds to the highest level that she knows. Moreover, he is even stronger than many others who have undergone genetic modification. She could not understand how he achieved this. But the guy said that this is a secret, of course. Evolution in the post-apocalyptic world would be more virgin than the serum from the modern world. But the guy is not going to talk about it. The girl, unfortunately, said that her funds were not enough to make the guy even stronger, and apologized for this. But the guy said that there was nothing wrong with this, and it would be better for the girl to use these funds to search for Emmy's whereabouts, and he would figure out the rest himself. But the girl stroked his leg with her foot and asked him not to worry because he had already helped her, so she will help him. Since the girl's family is engaged in the production of medicine, the guy asked her to make some medicine for him. If he goes to buy it himself, problems may arise, to which the girl replied that you are not a problem there. She will do whatever he wants and in any quantity. Sometime later, the girl told the guy that everything was ready. As it turned out, this was a specially potent antidote that he asked for. She didn't know what it was for, but she hoped that it would be useful to the guy. The guy thanked the girl but said that he had to go. The girl begged him to stay for a couple more days, but the guy was afraid that she would torture him. After which the guy had already arrived in the post-apocalyptic world and immediately went to the ward with Becca. It is not clear why the girls seemed frightened by the appearance of the guy. From their appearance, it was clear that they were not entirely happy to see him. The guy looked at the girl with a smile on his face, and she was glad that she could already stand on her feet and not just lie in a coma. But the girl has tears in her eyes because of unknown reasons. He approached her with all his appearance, showing that he was glad that the girl had finally woken up after a relatively long time. She immediately began to hug him and said that she thought she would never see the guy again. Well, the guy kindly asked her if this is possible. He will never forget that she protected him from a bullet. She can ask for whatever she wants. He will do anything for her. The girl said that she had not even thought about it and would definitely think about it. At that time, a subordinate entered their room and said that the head was calling the guy to his place, and this was an urgent matter, and the girls should also go with them. He said that according to the latest data, a crowd of zombies became more active and attacked large and small organizations. Almost half of the entire settlement was damaged, and this crowd was led by a corpse king who was actually a man. The guy said that he and Ethan saw her. She was created artificially. Of course, she is somehow connected with Oscar, but he only recently mastered the technology of creating a corpse king. He couldn't create a corpse king in such a short time. Most likely, she is not his creation. A few kilometers from the Climbing Aid Union, there was really a crowd in this desert, and zombies with green eyes, and this clearly did not mean anything good, because such a crowd of zombies could easily destroy some small base. And oddly enough, they were led by the same girl who was in fact a human. As it turned out, they attacked the Climbing Aid Union. Oscar at this time reported that the top has incredible technologies. They gave the woman the ability to control zombies, and now she has become even stronger. But she at one time reported that they were hurting her, so she is very angry. She would also like them to modify some handsome guy for her. Oscar told the woman not to worry, and he would arrange everything soon. He just needed to grab Mason during this raid. In truth, the fifth-degree Corpse King is not capable of controlling such a large crowd of zombies, so they can only say that this girl was made much stronger using technology unknown to them. Right now, zombies are surrounding theirs with the help of a climber. The threat is growing, so their 17th camp wants to help. The man was wondering what the guy would say about this occasion. He said that they would all go, and at that time, Melanie told her sister that it was better for her to stay safe at the base. After some time, they already went to the Climbing Aid Union. On top of the car was Ethan, who was watching the road through binoculars. The guy asked how long they would have to go until they reached the Climbing Aid Union. Well, the man said that now the question is not whether the bus will be able to reach them alive. All this is due to the fact that he saw a crowd of zombies in front of him. At this time, the zombies were shot at and destroyed by any means. As it turned out, the woman had been fighting them off for several days. Her comrade's strength was running out. She didn't understand what they needed to do. The head said that the cores can restore strength, but if I abuse them, their effectiveness will decrease. She thought now these cores would be of little use. At this time, two girls stood and defended their territory. One of them told the captain that it was happiness for her to die shoulder to shoulder with her. But she was positive and asked the girl not to talk nonsense and asked her if she had forgotten that she had never defeated her in close combat. After a slightly changeable situation with a more positive one, we did not start fighting. The head and everyone else tried their best to encourage the others so that you would not give up and fight. They should not let the sacrifice be in vain. The girls could not understand what had happened. Some huge force saved them, because in a split second all the zombies around suddenly seemed to disappear. As it turned out, the guy used the energy of the golden core from the 5th degree. It increases protection and improves the ability to recover, also increases overall strength. He also used the focus of the 5th degree. It collects all internal forces at one point and allows you to release it with a huge attack. The girl couldn't believe that the guy was already so strong. He managed to defeat so many zombies in the blink of an eye. She also had to train so as not to become a burden for him. It's good that I didn't make it in time, otherwise I knew what could happen. 3 hours later. At this time, The head reported that the wave of zombies had retreated, and they had coped with these difficult times. It is clear that everyone at the base was happy about this incident. But at that time, the girl told the guy that if it weren't for his high-speed driving, I'm afraid they wouldn't have made it in time. And it was thanks to him that they managed to save the Climbing Aid Union. The woman said that the Supreme Witch planned to subjugate everything, even if today they managed to repel the zombie attack. This does not mean that she will leave them alone. The guy completely agreed with this. The zombies retreated only for a while. They will probably come back again. You can't sit idly by. First, you need to catch the leader of these zombies and kill her. This is the only way he will be able to resist this crowd. When the zombies stop controlling the Supreme Witch's plan, will be thwarted already half. The guy asked the head not to worry. A recent attack showed that their strength was not enough. This time, he, a girl, and a man will fight a half-human zombie. After some time, the girl walked around the building and thought about what she should do. Ono recalled her sister's words. She knows something, that she cares about the guy. But if she doesn't start acting, then he's simply being led by someone else. She shouldn't miss her chance. At this time, the guy was sleeping soundly in his room. Why did you girl decide to repeat the action of the ghost girl and crawl right under the guy's blanket? But she asked him if it was really unclear what she was doing. She said that she had liked him for a long time. She asked whether she didn't have to confess for him to know about her feelings. But the guy clearly suspected something because he was sure that the girl would never do such a thing, and after some time the girl showed her real appearance. Just like the previous time, the guy simply threw the girl out of bed. The girl asked my boyfriend, disappointed that she was not the real Melanie. The guy was curious how she knew what the girl looked like. He asked if she had seen her. The girl at one time reported that she was right outside the door, trying to muster up the courage to enter his door. But unfortunately, she regretted it and left. If she had been a little bolder, perhaps the real Melanie would have appeared in front of the guy. He asked the girl slightly menacingly whether Melanie really wanted to come out to him, and answered something that she saw with her own eyes. She noticed that the guy was blushing. She saw that he was really looking forward to this. After the girl said that she knew the exact location of the zombie girl, he was surprised that she actually knew where it was. But if they knew the exact location, they could find a way around and not waste too much energy fighting the tide of zombies, and will not be able to save their strength to fight it. As it turned out, the zombie was the girl's sister. Many years ago, in order to find a way to survive, they did not join the Witch Queen, who gave the girl the ability to turn into a zombie and her into a ghost. And so the girl is not a zombie, not to mention the king of artificial corpses that they think she is. She is actually a human evolved with the ability to turn into a zombie. When a girl uses her ability to turn into a zombie, she can become as strong as a level 5 zombie king. But what she doesn't know is that the more times she uses her zombie abilities, the closer her body becomes to a zombie. Perhaps one day she will become a zombie in the true sense. This word, a zombie queen without human will and human thoughts. The guy asked, or the girl wanted him to help her stop her sister. She answered something that she was not strong enough to defeat her alone. She wanted the guy to help her. She suggested that she would tell where she was, and he would help her defeat her, but will save her life. The guy responded positively to this proposal. But before the girl left, he asked her not to turn into someone else in front of him in the future. Early the next morning, the guy said that they were leaving, but the girl asked not to worry about him, because the tide of zombies had stopped for now. Only a few scattered zombies remained. They would not be able to hold out. The captain gave the girl some kind of stone for training, which can restore her physical strength. She wants to be sure in her safety. The girl immediately began to hug the captain, and jokingly said that when she returns, she will really defeat her in battle. The girl asked the man, or did he notice that there was a city ahead? Well, the guy said that there was no city on the map. It seemed like it appeared out of nowhere. The only way to get through this section of road, which is sharpened by enemies on both sides, is to cross the city. As it turned out, it was an illusion of the girl, and the guy can let you drive straight inside. The girl has a way to find a way out. Alice's talent is turning into a ghost. She can also turn into the invisible state of a ghost. She can choose the one who will see her. The guy couldn't understand how it was that this city didn't look the least bit neglected. It was very strange for him. The girl from above reported that a large number of people were seen ahead. Some women suddenly appeared in front of the car, glad that they had finally seen at least some living ones, because this was a very rare thing. At this time, the guy seemed to be transported to some other space. There was nothing around him except white. He saw Emma in front of him, who said that she had returned and asked whether he missed her. She exchanged it and said that this time she was back and would not be together forever. And at that time, the man saw his mother, who told him that he had matured very much. It's not clear how, but the guy abruptly switched from Emma to Melanie, who he told that she needed to say what she liked. And at that time, the girls got caught by the captain, and the two of them had the idea of being together. After all, this is not prohibited, at least. It is clear that this was the work of a zombie, who apparently hypnotized all the people. Alice at this time noticed that the guy was enjoying this illusion, but she could not understand who this woman in front of him was, and she looked very familiar. The girl got angry because the guy was really enjoying himself and was simply ignoring her too. She also added that she might get angry because of this. When the guy finally realized that this was all an illusion, he suddenly woke up and dealt a powerful blow to the zombie. The guy immediately thanked the girl, but she asked him to say thank you to her ass. If he had not woken up, he would have simply been killed. After some time, everyone moved away from this illusion and decided that they needed to quickly destroy these zombies, because they could pose a very big problem in the future. Well, the guy said that there were too many zombies here and suggested that we simply leave here. The guy asked Alice to tell him how to get out of this city. She directed him towards some wall. The guy came up with the idea that if an illusion appeared in the city, then the girl was nearby. He once again asked Alice to name the exact location of his sister, but Nam asked the guy to let her feel it. She started navigating for them. She said that she was 300 kilometers from them. The journey would take about 2 hours. They needed to drive straight 100 kilometers and turn right. At this time, Oscar the girl and many zombies were somewhere in the desert. Oscar was interested in how long it would take to prepare for the next zombie. The girl said that it would take another 4 hours to come. It would take a lot of time to drive away the zombies from everywhere. The guy and his whole company arrived just in this desert. Oscar was really surprised to see the girl in front of him. He was angry with her and believed that she did it on purpose. But the girl began to teach in the cold and denied it. She said that she did not notice that Oscar was behind the stone. Oscar asked the girl to forget this, and he would not dwell on it. Thanks to her, they all ended up near him. He owes the queen the witch about this, and she will be well rewarded for this. The guy asked the girl whether she had betrayed him, but she didn't even really try to justify herself. She just said that the guy himself was to blame for his stupidity, and the girl at one time told them to give up the fight because they are surrounded and they simply have no choice. And it was a good time to say that he took the guy back. His experiment will go smoothly. He will thank him for it, and he will know what it's like to gain power. And a group of people like that were really surrounded by zombies on all sides. The girl did not stand on ceremony for a particularly long time. After the guy did not agree that they would surrender, she sent all the zombies to attack. It's clear that the guy quickly reacted to all this and began to fight zombies to protect his friends. Even resurrected, he noticed that the guy had improved his abilities again in such a short time. But he was not taken aback and began to saw through apparently corpse poison. The guy said that it had such a strong paralyzing effect that they all needed to cover our mouths. The girl said that now that their mouth and nose are closed, they should have a better sense of hearing, vision, and touch. The girl used a flash of illusory light. It releases a blinding light that creates an illusion and lures enemies into it. Some very huge zombie appeared in front of a group of people. Oscar asked her girlfriend if she could handle them. I understand for what reasons the girl suddenly decided that it was time for her sister to end her life in this world. It is clear that the man did not expect to see this right before his eyes. Well, Alice said that I'm afraid my sister wasn't worried, because with her abilities she won't die, she can simply be immobilized. It is clear that everyone present was also surprised that the girl who betrayed them suddenly decided to take their side. And then the guy already admitted that he was afraid that the girl would not keep her promise. As it turned out that night, they agreed that if the girl follows his plan, then her sister will be conquered by them. She asked whether he wants to participate. If an accident occurs, he will die. But he asked in response how she can know whether she will win or not if she does not accept participation in a gambling game. After which, the girl asked whether the guy really doesn't trust her that much, because she might get angry with him for this. Oscar began to get very angry at the girl for setting them up and betraying them. He asked whether she was not afraid that the Witch Queen would take her life. But she said that in the eyes of the Queen, they are all pawns that can be used. But she does not understand that sometimes the pieces also want to leave the board. She asked whether the man wants to be a pawn that can be thrown away at any moment, or whether he wants to be a fighter outside the game, or whether he even wants to die just now. But the man asked the girl not to think that this would stop the Witch Queen's plan. When she rules everyone, they will all become his experimental subjects. And the man began to spray his poison again. At this time, my brother came in with the keys. He was surprised at what she was still doing in the room. The girl said that this is a genetic drug that she recently developed, and he needs to take only 20 of these potions to raise his level to the first. The guy was clearly confused by hearing the number 20. The guy had to say that the girl was really something. Inside the family corporation's conference room, the head of the family was angry that the market share was not at risk because the share price fell this month. The subordinate told the man that their genetic market has been completely suppressed by the competing family, and the genetic drug is only cheaper than $700 million and can force people to become level-ups. They need $1 billion. There is no way they can compete. The son told his father that he thought the root of the problem lay in the research and development department run by his sister. It had been a long time since the research and development department had created a more advanced genetic drug. If they can't reduce the cost, they won't be able to lower the selling price, and then they will definitely be suppressed by the competing family. The man also agreed that this problem is a matter of research and development. If I do research and development can create a cheaper genetic potion, they will be able to compete. Also, the guy will not remember that recently his younger sister said that a potion had been developed that only cost $200 million to become level 1, in order for everyone to see how stupid the girl is. He specifically asked her if she didn't want to show everyone this potion. Well, the man was clearly not happy that the girl opened her mouth. The head of the family already asked the girl whether it was true what her brother said, but the girl did not hide the fact that the guy was just a fool who wanted to get married and take the family's property. But in this case, she will not hide it. And this time, she proudly announced that she had developed a new genetic potion. 20 doses in a row will make you a first-class improver for only $200 million. It is clear that in this case it had to be tested. But the man could not understand how it could be that the testing machine should be broken. He decided that he would buy a new device. After some time, the head of the family was brought a new device and decided to test it again. After they tested this potion, they saw that the purity was still 5%. The brother was furious and could not believe that she was actually able to develop it. The head of the family began to praise the girl and said that she had done a great job. This genetic potion saved their entire family corporation. After which he began to reproach the guy who only knows how to deal with internal disputes. But she admitted that in fact, another person helped her in developing this genetic drug. During the medical examination of the guy, they discovered that his body was genetically strong, so they used it to improve the genetic drug. The man said that now their task is to prevent it from contacting this guy and delivering him to him. Even though the girl found out where the guy lives, he was not at home. This can be very difficult to do. And then my brother realized that I really helped make this drug. He wanted this man who helped her to be his. After the girl came home, she began to complain that the atmosphere at work was so boring that it was better to be at home relaxed and calm. After she complained that she didn't know where to look for the guy, he appeared at that moment and asked if she was looking for him. Well, the girl's first word was about whether he didn't want to conduct a full examination of her body first. The guy clearly had no time for this, and he said that he urgently needed to talk to the girl. Her behavior changed dramatically, and she was ready to listen to the guy. Besides, she considered him a friend, so if he needed something he could just ask. If it weren't for the strong genes in him, her position in the family would still be very low, but she should help him and thank him. He started telling me that he had a girlfriend. After the girl listened to the guy completely, she said that she understood him and that this friend was infected. And in the end, he needed a drug that would suppress the virus, but not kill the carrier. After which he held out a sample of her skin, which she could study. She said that it was easy and asked him to give it to her. She began to tell me that this is a strange virus. It seems that it is only afraid of penicillin, and when penicillin is ingested, the virus dies very quickly at a very incredible speed. She asked him to give her the improved penicillin that she gave him last time. She would improve it and make it more gentle. The drug can kill these viruses without causing harm to the body. After which she announced that she would begin conducting an experiment. And it really worked. The virus was completely destroyed. The leather tissue samples remained intact. The guy was surprised that the girl was able to do this. If you look at it from the other side, Lucy's technical power is more powerful than those of those genetic experts in the apocalypse. But the girl said that there were many more things that she was still good at, and asked if the guy wanted to check it out. Well, the guy let me know so that the girl would forget about it because he was in a hurry. After which he simply jumped from her window, and then thanked her for her help and said goodbye. After which my boyfriend found himself in the apocalypse. He handed over a drug that suppresses the virus in the girl's body. It is administered subcutaneously and acts very quickly. And Melanie at this time was wondering how he managed to get this drug in such a short period of time. He said that he has a friend named Lucy who helped him. She has great abilities and is an excellent errand girl. No matter how far away she is always in touch. After which he began to talk about her. After finishing his monologue, he asked whether the girl understood where he got this drug from. They didn't expect that he had such powerful friends. If he had such a special ability, he must be of a high level. At this time, the girl's sister seemed to be healed and take on a normal human appearance. She clearly didn't remember anything, the girl began to explain. She said that she understood everything. If the guy had not saved her, she would have become an inhuman zombie. Then she thanked him with a kiss. He was clearly very embarrassed by this and said that there was no need to thank him. It was all of them who offered the effort here. After which the guy said that now is not the time to talk about this. Although the tide of zombies was eliminated, the Queen's other forces remained. But Oscar and the corpse of the 4th level leader, they still posed a great threat to the entire country. The girl asked whether their next plan was to destroy Oscar and the leader's corpse. The guy answered positively that they would destroy them and then go after the Witch Queen so the state would no longer have to face threats. But at this time a man called the guy and told him to come back quickly because Oscar and the Zombie King of the 4th level had already appeared.